Radhasoami, A Critical History of Guru Succession, written by David Christopher Lane, narrated by Paul Stefano. A note on methodology. Specifically, this study concentrates on the socio-historical development of the Radhasoami tradition as it evolved through the gurus at Hathras, Agra, Beas, Tarn Taran, Hoshiarpur, Delhi, and elsewhere. Special attention, however, has been focused on the Sant Parampara at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh and Sawan Ashram in Delhi. Two primary methods of study have been employed: field research and historical or textual analysis. Having been to India 8 times, I saw firsthand the various satsang groups and their leaders, including extensive visits at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh, Beas, 1978, 1981, 1983, 1989, and 1990. Manafta Mandir, Hoshiarpur, 1978 and 1981. Swami Bagh and Pipal Mandi, Agra, 1978, 1981, and 1987. And Sawan Ashram and Sawan Kirpal Ashram in Delhi, 1978, 1983, 1986, 1987, and 1988. I have also met and conducted interviews, each of varying lengths, with the following Radhasoami Sant Mat leaders: the late Pratap Singh, 1978, the late Baba Fakir Chand, 1978 and 1981, Mataji of Manafta Mandir, 1978, 1981, the late Darshan Singh, summer 1983, winter 1983, summer 1986, spring 1987, and spring 1988. Ajayab Singh, 1978 and 1980. Takar Singh, 1977, 1978, and 1979. The late Charan Singh, 1978. Interview conducted by Professor Mark Juergensmeyer, 1981, 1983, 1986, 1987, and 1989. Pir Munga, 1987. Agam Prasad Mathur, 1978. Interview conducted by Professor Mark Juergensmeyer, 1987. Gorinder Singh, 1991. And I.C. Sharma, 1991. Interviews have also been conducted with administrators at the various satsang centers, including Dr. K.S. Narang, Beas, 1978. Interview conducted by Professor Mark Juergensmeyer, 1981, 1983, and 1989. Janak Raj Puri, Beas, 1978. Interview conducted by Professor Mark Juergensmeyer, 1983. The late Sant Das Maheshwari, Swami Bagh, 1978. Interview conducted by Professor Mark Juergensmeyer. The late Babu Ram Jadwan, Dial Bagh, 1978. Interview conducted by Professor Mark Juergensmeyer. Dr. K. L. Jara, Manafta Mandir, 1981. Professor Bhagat Ram Kamal, Manafta Mandir, 1978 and 1981. Bhagwan Gyanaji, Sawan Ashram, 1978. Papu Bhaga, Delhi, 1978. The interviews done of followers of the respective movements are too numerous to cite. However, extensive interviewing has been done with members of each satsang, both personally and through correspondence. A questionnaire was also sent out to 100 followers of the Kirpal Singh lineage in 1989. Historical textual analysis consists of a thorough examination of almost every Radhasoami or Sant Mat book published in English. In 1987, working from an OGSR grant, I collected rare books, pamphlets, and manuscripts related to Sant Mat and Radhasoami. From these many writings, I was able to chart out the written history of Guru succession, as well as analyze the rhetorical uses of language in buttressing the claims of buying successors. Moreover, I have been greatly assisted in my task by setting up key contact people in each of the satsang groups that kept me up to date on the latest developments, including new publications, growth in membership, and related events. Specific problem. On August 24, 1974, Kirpal Singh, a renowned guru of Surat Shabad Yoga, union of the soul and consciousness with the sacred sound, and founder of Ruhani Satsang, died at the age of 80. His death caused an intense succession dispute amongst his thousands of followers that has yet to be mended. Eventually, a number of factions developed, each following a different successor. Although most of Kirpal Singh's followers rallied around Darshan Singh, Kirpal's son, others paid allegiance to either Takhar Singh of Delhi or Ajayab Singh of Rajasthan. The interesting sociological question that confronts us here is how each successor to Kirpal Singh legitimized his role. That is, what type of ideological strategy did these would-be gurus develop in order to solidify their constituencies? Further, what were the social and historical factors that influenced or constrained their Gadi Nashin rhetoric? To properly address and answer these questions necessitates a fairly comprehensive overview of the social context in which these Shabad Yoga gurus live and teach. Thus, this study begins with a historical overview of Sant Mat and Radhasoami in general. And secondly, I have focused on the specific parampara, guru lineage, that preceded Kirpal Singh and his successors. General thesis. The central thesis of this work is that there is an observable pattern which governs the ideological work, i.e. rhetoric, of guru succession in the Sant Mat and Radhasoami traditions, namely, successorship claimants who lack sufficient outward confirmation to be accepted by the majority of the guru's congregation move generally toward experiential, inward, and personal forms of verification. This movement towards internal validation, moreover, brings with it an inclination to question the forms of legitimacy that brought solidarity to the majority party and its leader. Hence, minority claimants, usually those who do not retain the Gadi seat of the guru's residence, tend, in Max Weber's terms, to criticize the routinization of charisma by office and argue for the superiority of personal attainment. The politics of guru succession, therefore, is essentially a conflict over the nature and transference of charisma, spiritual power. Using Ken Wilber's terminology, as found in A Sociable God, this thesis can also be phrased as those who lack legitimacy, outward confirmation by the consensus majority, point to their authenticity, inward confirmation by individuals, experientially or mystically, as the primary means for verifying their roles. Additionally, guru succession is oftentimes a struggle over controlling theological doctrines, membership ranks, and property rights. Hence, gurus do not merely represent their own inner callings, but various material interests ranging from the right interpretation of Radhasoami teachings to the governance of sadhu and household members of outlying branches, to ownership rights over inherited sacred property. With such larger worldly issues at stake, it is little wonder that guru politics can turn into an ugly slugfest between sister-related communities. The decades-long legal battle between Dayal Bagh and Swami Bagh over worship rights at Shiv Dayal Singh's Samad is perhaps the most graphic illustration of how social factors play a central part in succession contexts. Guiding theorists. Although this study utilizes the theoretical findings of a number of prominent thinkers, from such diverse fields as critical history to phenomenology or hermeneutics, 5 sociologists have served as the guiding theorists. 1. Bennett Berger, especially his development of the concept of ideological work, where tensions arise between theory and practice, and how interested parties remedy or rectify such incongruences. 2. Robin Gill, who has established sharp guidelines in applying a sociology of knowledge to the evolution of theological ideas, pointing out how ideas and social context are intertwined. 3. Max Weber, particularly his understanding of charisma and its routinization. 4. Ken Wilber, whose terminology in A Sociable God has helped clarify the hierarchical nature of religious authority. And 5. Joseph Gusfield, particularly his work on status politics. Of these theorists, I am most indebted to Bennett Berger, since it was his understanding of how the sociology of knowledge works in practice, as outlined in The Survival of a Counterculture, that helped me frame my present study of guru politics. The issue of mistakes. In a study such as this, it is nearly impossible not to make some mistakes, especially when dealing with questionable historical data. For instance, when I was working with Professor Mark Juergensmeyer on his book Radhasoami Reality, we inevitably found, even after 3 or 4 proofreading sessions, something that was not accurate. Indeed, even after the book was printed, new information came to our attention that prompted a revision of 1 or 2 facts. Although scholars would wish that their studies were void of any errors, the truth is that almost all scholarly works contain them. Perhaps the definition of a scholar, versus a hack, centers not around the person who makes no mistakes, but rather on the one who leaves the most obvious trail in which to correct his or her blunders. To error is human, as the saying goes, but to footnote one's errors is scholarship. And it is precisely in the footnoting, or the contextualizing, that the critical reader can adjudicate the rightness or wrongness of the writer's interpretations. In this light, I hope the reader can see clearly enough the trails I am following so that he or she, with a critically endowed sense of discrimination, can verify or refute what I have argued. And if there are any mistakes or inaccuracies, I hope that the interested reader will feel most free to notify me in writing via the publisher so that future editions of the study can be corrected. I am perhaps belaboring this point because I feel it is too often neglected in academia. Printing, by definition, is a permanent act that sets into type thoughts and ideas that may not be corrected for decades. As I point out in the introduction to this book, Radhasoami scholarship has been tainted for years by false or misleading information. With the advent of computer technology and the ability for quick, easy, and relatively inexpensive ways of correcting printing errors, it is imperative that historical studies open themselves up for peer criticism that is immediate. In this way, students of history can be more confident in assessing scholarly monographs and the like. Preface. Sociological conversion. For anthropologists and sociologists, the fear of intensive participant observation is that one will go native and forget all one learned about science and rationality in graduate school. It is not an unfounded fear, of course, but one which can easily be checked by explicitly referencing one's sources and one's methodological biases. As for myself, I think I have gone native in the opposite direction. Since I have already been closely tied with Sant Mat and Radhasoami from my mid-teens, the radical conversion happened in my late 20s when I saw the powerful utility of sociology in the field of religion and knowledge. Instead of allowing spiritual ideas, doctrines, and practices to float freely in space, mental or astral, without any geographical, economical, or political moorings, sociology attempts to ground, not necessarily dispute, such ideology in its more materialist context, that of social interaction. It is from this materialist basis that one begins to have a better understanding of how and why certain ideas arise when and where they do. For nearly 10 years, I worked mostly in the field of history and phenomenology when studying religion. However, after taking courses with Professors Mark Juergensmeyer, Bennett Berger, Benetta Jules Rosette, and Joseph Gusfield, I quickly learned how theology couldn't be separated from its infusing social environment. Thus, by the age of 29, I had plunged headlong into sociology of knowledge and religion. I won't go so far as to say it was a religious conversion. I didn't see Talcott Parsons at the end of a lighted tunnel. But intellectually, I was a changed man. No longer could I view religion in a vacuum, spiritual or otherwise. When I applied my newfound vision to guru politics, the results were startling. Complex debates over obscure, and to me trivial, theological doctrines turned out to be on closer inspection symptomatic of deeper, underlying societal tensions. When I looked at theology in a related, not disconnected, way with socioeconomic forces, I saw that family squabbles, administrative infighting, and power plays over property rights and control often reflected themselves in theological garb. When I looked at arcane philosophical disputes, divorced from their nurturing materialist context, I often ended up confused over the real issues at hand. However, when I looked at those same disputes in their natural environment, who was talking to whom, where, and when, I discovered the missing link. I discovered context. Now, this does not mean that all of theology or all of guru succession politics is merely a reflection of lesser or baser social factors, as Marx would argue, but only that spiritual ideas and the day-to-day world of human interaction are interrelated and mutually reflect that very interdependence. So I have gone native. I have immersed myself in the baptismal waters and been converted to a new worldview, that of sociology. I fear that those I will offend the most will be my fellow satsangi brothers and sisters. They may feel I have collapsed the spiritual hierarchy in favor of a more mundane and profane perspective. But interestingly, I think religion and its followers are better served by academic scrutiny than they suspect. For one, sociology does not deflate truth. as if truth were something so fragile it had to be protected, lest any foreign intruder break whatever continuity it had, but rather uncovers the circumstances governing its peculiar manifestations from place to place. Truth, as such, is not the issue here, rather the human process of defining truth, approaching truth, explaining truth, is a central focus, particularly as it relates to the transmission of spiritual authority from one leader to another. I am particularly interested in how would-be guru candidates legitimize their roles to their respective constituencies. That my study may uncover motivations or impulses that are not entirely spiritual or benevolent should not by extension imply that I think, along with Marx, that all of religion is merely an opiate or a drug to blind one from life's real truths. Rather, I am interested in seeing what social forces are at work in shaping gaudy Nashin rhetoric. For instance, why does one guru invoke a written will as testimony to his genuineness, whereas another guru, coming from the same lineage, denies its efficacy? Why does one guru emphasize inner experience as the chief criterion, and another does not? What social factors, geographical, economical, or political, are shaping the way gurus and their followers talk? Satsangis may be offended because sociology does not refer to transcendental realities as informing or shaping this world. Rather, sociology, and Marx's influence has been permanently engraved here, looks to human interaction as the formative basis behind such human productions as knowledge, religion, and culture. As Bennett Berger points out, though, this general tendency of sociology does not mean that transcendental realms are denied, but only that they cannot be talked about in any coherent manner without first referencing their materialist context. In writing a biography of a famous person, for instance, it is normal to mention the biography's parents and their formative influence, even though the parents may have been of humble origins and did not reach the heights of their progeny. Likewise, just because sociology grounds theology with its less ethereal roots which, like the proverbial lotus flower, arise within the mud, does not mean that spiritual ideas and the like are less admirable or even less true or real. Sociology only shows those processes which are empirically verifiable to those who do not have access to transpersonal realms of consciousness. That sociology focuses on this materialist realm versus the purely ideational realm is not its weakness, as such religionists would have us assume. On the contrary, sociology derives its greatest strength when it accurately pinpoints the materialist underpinnings behind ideology. Just as physics made its greatest headway by abandoning reasoning by authority and moving to reasoning by experimentation and falsification, sociology provides its greatest contributions to religion by unmasking those materialist forces, like family, like economics, like geography, like language, which have shaped the particular religion's theology, etc. So what we have here in this book is a sociological study of guru succession and the politics surrounding how certain candidates become accepted or rejected by the surviving community. I am particularly interested in how gurus legitimize themselves to their constituencies. This process of legitimization almost invariably takes on a certain hue and shape immediately after the death of a master. Thus, the heart of my study is the volatile period immediately after the death of a Radhasoami guru. To accurately gauge the social influences involved in gaudy Nashin rhetoric, I have taken a decidedly historical approach in this study. I've done this for a variety of reasons, but most importantly because the issues involved are by their very nature historical and must be seen as such. To use sociology ad hoc without any clearly defined understanding of the historical parameters under which one is working is not only naive, but wholly misleading. Sociology without history is inaccurate, just as history without sociology is blind. No doubt I may have concentrated a bit too much on history for some sociological tastes, but I think it is necessary, especially when no comprehensive history of Radhasoami has been satisfactorily done. Agam Prasad Mathur's and S.D. Maheshwari's books notwithstanding. I have focused this study primarily on the succession episodes in the Beas and Ruhani satsang lineages, although I concentrate on the succession disputes revolving around the founder of Radhasoami, Shiv Dayal Singh. I am mostly interested in understanding how the Beas line developed its method of gaudy Nashin transmission, and how in turn such a modus operandi affected other guru claimants who have branched off from Sawan Singh and Kirpal Singh. Personal biases, metaphysical pathos, and critical reading. It should be understood right from the outset that although I have tried to be as objective as possible in my analysis, I am coming from a particular background which may or may not flavor the context of my study. Let me be as upfront as possible about certain biographical details that may be viewed as potentially biasing my angle. First, I was brought up in a fairly conservative Roman Catholic household, attending religious schools for some 12 years. I was born and raised in the San Fernando Valley, and since my father was a successful attorney, lived a comfortable, middle-class existence. Socially speaking, my life was conventional and mainstream. I say this precisely because I felt conventional and mainstream, and did not bear within me the social stigma of someone brought up in a marginal or even near marginal existence. This is not to say, though, that I had a trouble-free childhood. My father, for instance, was a severe alcoholic until I was 13 years old, but only to point out that my social circumstances were, relatively speaking, privileged. Second, and more importantly, however, I became interested in Sant Mat and Radhasoami for personal reasons when I was 17 years old. After 5 years of study and research, I was initiated by the late Maharaj Charan Singh in November of 1978. Needless to say, such a deep interest in a foreign religious tradition, which unlike Catholicism is anything but mainstream, contrasted drastically with my normal upbringing. That I turned vegetarian the year before, and that I read books on India and spiritual subjects since I was 11, naturally caused some alarm among my parents, teachers, and friend. That my one-pointed obsession with philosophy and the like was not a passing fancy, I don't think they could have known then. Perhaps their chief consolation in my religious delvings was that I was not taking drugs of any kind. Thus I am a product of two mitigating cultural forces, one native, traditional and conventionally acceptable, the other alien, radical and conventionally suspect. These two forces intertwine at times, clash at others, and most often live distinct lives. Yet I strongly sense that they have influenced to some measure how I view religion. For instance, the most popular religion in the world, if we exclude general agnosticism as an organized religious response, is Roman Catholicism. The most popular neo-Sant movement is the Radhasoami satsang at Beas. I am a member of both. If we just look at Radhasoami as a micro-world of its own, and sometimes satsangis can live as if it is, especially in the Punjab, then being a member of the Beas branch could well be regarded as conventional and normal. To be sure, a Radhasoami member in America stands out, if not to the general public, at least to his given peer group, but that distinction only holds water in comparison to the Judeo-Christian world. In Radhasoami's 2 million-plus world, a Beas satsangi is part of the group, part of the community, and as such is accorded all the rights and freedoms given to members. And normalcy may well be one of the greatest privileges of all. So I suspect that one of the biases running through this study is my particularly mainstream status quo background, even in the rarefied world of Radhasoami. Or to put it a bit more precisely, even if the term is misleading, I have the background of orthodoxy, and I am sure that initiates of other Radhasoami branches, particularly those affiliated with Kirpal Singh, which view Beas after Sawan Singh's death as institutionalized, will approach my work with skepticism. For instance, followers of Kirpal Singh, Darshan Singh, Ajayab Singh, Thakkar Singh, etc. may wonder whether or not I have slanted the history in forming this study to substantiate the claims of the Beas successors over and against those from the Delhi contingency. Moreover, they may question my claim to impartiality, when in fact I have an allegiance, at least in spiritual terms, with the late Maharaj Charan Singh. And finally, the other Radhasoami branches, particularly Swami Bhag, may feel that I am not orthodox enough, that I am a foreigner whose association with the early tradition is nominal, and whose theological views may be far too liberal to do justice to the religion of Radhasoami. All of these suspicions and doubts, I would argue, are good and healthy. Too often, readers do not critically read what is written, especially in matters pertaining to religion or philosophy. Additionally, authors of scholarly monographs and the like are reticent about revealing their own motivations in fear that their message will be diluted or tainted, or worst of all, seen as containing a personal slant. To buttress the point even further, and I feel it is a key point in qualitative sociological studies, let me cite an example of where an academic author has withheld from his or her readers vital information that would expose, rightly or wrongly, a potential bias. In 1973, Agam Prasad Mathur published his groundbreaking history of Radhasoami, Delhi Vikas Publishing House, without once mentioning that he was himself a bona fide guru in the People Mandi branch with a following of several thousand satsangis. His book is perhaps the most cited recent history of the movement, and yet very few readers would suspect that he was an interested observer. So interested, read partial, that the very structure of his book implies that People Mandi is one of the three largest Radhasoami branches, which it is clearly not. Furthermore, even though Mathur includes a listing of the gurus at People Mandi, he fails to mention the present Gadi Nashin, namely himself. Why? So that he could pose as an objective historian, void of any of personal involvement or prejudice. Mathur's lack of admission presents several problems, not the least of which is the withholding of vital historical information, helpful to sociologists and historians alike. It is as if scholarship is a kind of intellectual game of deception, where one's I voice hides behind third-person prose, edited footnotes, and detached sentence syntax in order to convince his or her readers that what they are reading is not the product of a human being with a vital organ known as a heart, but a scientific robot, devoid of feeling, emotion, or personal insight. I realize that this pose has much to do with social sciences' immaturity and aborted attempts to mimic the real sciences, like physics and chemistry. But such a charade, especially when the focus of sociology is human grouping and interaction, seems short-sighted and counterproductive. Suspicions or doubts aside, however, the key thing in assessing the merits or demerits of any written work, sociological or otherwise, is to determine whether the findings are applicable outside of their flavored purview. Essentially, any researcher with an affiliation, or without one, should, given enough study and time, be able to correlate or replicate what has been delineated. If not, then he or she can point out the defects. The whole notion of referees in academia is to have a community of like-minded but critically acute experts test the worthwhileness of one's observations. In this way, even though one may start with certain biases or prejudices, the generalizable information gets ferreted out from the idiosyncratic data. The birth of a guru. In India, when a revered spiritual master dies, it is invariably a time of great sadness. Disciples from near and far describe feeling a sense of profound loss, not dissimilar to losing one's own biological mother or father. In some religious traditions, the shock of this loss is mitigated by the idea that the guru transmits his or her spiritual power to one or more worthy disciples. These disciples serve as spiritual successors and alleviate much of the confusion that results on the death of a guru. However, how one assumes the mantleship of a previous master is a problematic issue, and one that has continually plagued fledgling religious movements in both the East and the West. Imagine having the opportunity of going back in history some 2,000 years and being able to record what occurred immediately after the death of John the Baptist and Jesus Christ. Such an opportunity for a sociologist or a historian would be a treasure trove of information so valuable that it would shed tremendous light on how, and perhaps why, early Christianity developed the way it did. Right now, as I write these sentences, during the last decade of the 20th century, there will most likely be new religious movements, which will evolve over time, maybe 1 century, maybe 5, to become widespread and highly influential world religions, replete with political, economical, and cultural authority. The inherent value of studying how such religions in their infancy, especially those with charismatic leadership, transmit spiritual authority is invaluable. Rarely do we get first-hand objective accounts of how religions originate and develop within their first century of growth. Although Radhasoami's following is at this stage comparatively small in relation with the major world's religions, it has nevertheless grown exponentially during the past 100 years, from less than 1,000 followers to well over 2 million initiates. And although Radhasoami may not develop as a bona fide world religion with a following comparable to even Sikhism, with its 10 million plus adherents, it has already had a significant national impact in India, especially in the Punjab, and a transnational influence in Europe, Africa, and North America, where it has been a pivotal force behind several new religious movements, including Ekanar and MSIA. To analyze and properly gauge Radhasoami's formative history can only help shed light on the early years of charismatic religions in general. Religious succession. Very few studies have ever been done on the issue of guru succession. Fewer still have been done on the process of guru legitimation. Since leadership succession is an almost universal problem in world culture, from the succession of political rulers to business leaders to family heads, a better understanding of religious mastership can by its very nature help inform our studies generally about power transference. The Radhasoami tradition is a dramatic case in point, primarily because its history has been plagued with problems of guru succession. Perhaps the chief reason for this is due to a lack of universal agreement about what constitutes spiritual attainment. For one person, it may be a charismatic trait, the perception that his or her master has achieved an exalted state of consciousness. For another, it may be a legal function, where the respected guru has been appointed to the high office by means of a will written by the preceding master. For yet another, it may be a combination of elements, from perceived charisma to designated legal function, to issues of social caste and property. Much of this confusion, naturally, can be alleviated when the founder of a respective religious movement lays down clear and univocal rules governing succession. But seldom does this happen. Rather, as in the case of Shiv Dayal Singh, the founder of Radhasoami, the spiritual leader dies before establishing guidelines by which to adjudicate succession disputes. But how did the spiritual leader receive his exalted status in the first place, prior to any succession dispute? Or more to the point, how do founders of new religions attract their following? How did Jesus establish his ministry? How did Muhammad gather his core devotees? How did Shiv Dayal Singh solidify his position as a guru? According to Max Weber, there are three major ways. 1. Through charisma, the spiritual presence, indefinable and uncontrollable, which periodically emerges in certain gifted individuals. 2. Through tradition, where historical precedents, such as family or blood ties, delegate who will carry on the teaching or political work. And 3. Through legality, an essentially rational enterprise, where generally agreed upon rules have been laid out and are followed by like-minded participants. What is central to all this, however, is the idea of acceptance and legitimation. It is one thing to call yourself a prophet, a mystic, a divine God-man, quite another to have others in significant numbers accept your claims. When we say it was Jesus' own charisma which attracted his devoted following, or it was Siddhartha's spiritual powers which converted his first devotees, we are begging the question, for we have not come to grips with the social dynamics inherent in charisma. For Weber, charisma may be either of two types. Where this appellation is fully merited, charisma is a gift that inheres in an object or person simply by virtue of natural endowment. Such primary charisma cannot be acquired by any means, but charisma of the other type may be produced artificially in an object or person through some extraordinary means. Even then, it is assumed that charismatic powers can be developed only in people or objects in which the germ already existed, but would have remained dormant unless evoked by some ascetic or other regimen. Charisma is a perceived quality, both by the one who claims possession of it and by the one who claims to observe it in the esteemed figure. Yet, what is central here is not so much the prophets or sages or yogis or mystics' self-perception, but the reception and acceptance of such manifested charisma by the respective constituencies at large. Anyone may claim to have charisma. Indeed, mental hospitals around the world are filled with self-proclaimed gods. But that claim in itself does not necessarily ensure the general acceptance by others that the person is indeed charismatic. The dynamic here, I would argue, leans heavily on the side of the perceivers, not on the one perceived. At first, this may sound a little backwards. How could charisma, if it is such a personal and indefinable trait, be mostly the product of social construction? Let us take Jesus Christ as an illustrative example. Why do we now say Jesus was a revolutionary charismatic? Was it because he was, in fact, an extraordinary person, endowed with superhuman or magical traits, far beyond the ken of normal humans? Maybe, but maybe not. What makes Jesus so charismatic, I would suggest, has more to do with the political impact of his later followers than it does with the man himself. We know that during the 1st century A.D., there were literally tens of individuals claiming to be the Messiah, the chosen one, of Yahweh. Yet today, some 2,000 years later, we speak only of Jesus, and we use him as a prime example of a charismatic, as if his very being transformed the political world. Surely his personal prowess was influential, but what is key in all of this was the perception and acceptance of Jesus' claims centuries after his death by crucial political figures. In other words, when we speak of Jesus' charisma, we are mostly referring to the political and geographical influence that he supposedly originated. Yet, what must be made evident is that Jesus, as a subject of charisma, may or may not have had anything whatsoever to do with the acceptance and or rejection of his charismatic gifts as an object for religious and political change. Rather, and this point needs to be underlined, it was Jesus' subsequent followers, especially political rulers representing huge bodies of people, who were instrumental in elevating Jesus' charismatic status. Jesus emerges out of the pack of competing messiahs during his day, not so much because he was such a powerful force, but because his message, for a variety of reasons, but mostly political, was accepted over time by a consensus majority. Simply put, charisma is something we impute, oftentimes after the person is dead. It is also something that can be socially engineered. Thus we must be clear in not ascribing a quality to religious prophets after the fact. Because there are almost 2 billion Christians in the world today, and there were none 2,000 years ago, does not mean that Jesus, as charismatic figure, was directly responsible. No, it was the subsequent acceptance of his ministry by followers that transformed the world. And such acceptance or rejection of a revolutionary prophet, I would add, has much to do with mitigating social forces played out through time. For instance, if Jesus was not crucified, history may have turned out to be completely different, and we may not be talking about a charismatic figure named Christ at all. The point of this extended discussion is that the concept of charisma must be seen in a socially constructed manner. Whether or not somebody, ontologically speaking, does indeed possess a charismatic gift is not the point. It is the social acceptance or rejection of such a claim, and charisma is more often than not just that, a claim, that determines the influence that such charismatic prowess will have. Thus, in this book, I am not concerned with whether or not a guru in question does, in fact, possess transmundane power, but rather with his or her claims for such, and the ways he or she goes about legitimizing these claims. For instance, I have met tens of gurus in India, each claiming to have access to spiritual powers beyond the rational mind, and each with thousands of followers, but only 2 or 3 were what I would consider charismatic. Yet my perceptions were not the perceptions of would-be or long-time followers. If I say that Takar Singh is boring or lackluster, or ordinary in his public appearances, it is my own perception. Thousands of others are mesmerized by him. Who is right? Hence, it is not really a question of who is right or wrong, in terms of depth psychology, but rather how such perceptions get informed, developed, and become influential among various groups. In sociology, we cannot study individual charisma per se. If we did, we would be doing psychology, but only its effect on the people who claim to perceive it and thereby be changed. In guru succession, this has a significant methodological imperative. 1. When we ascribe charisma to any master or mystic, we are in essence describing his or her claim to it, and or the alleged perceptions of the same by his or her following. We are not, I hasten to repeat, describing the actual thing as if charisma was something quantifiable and testable. 2. This necessitates a priori that we do not confuse the claims of charisma with the actual attainment of charisma. In terms of spiritual competency, i.e. in Radhasoami, the soul's access to higher regions of awareness, we simply do not know whether a given master is enlightened or not. What we can know, however, is if he or she claims to have it. 3. Thus, in the study of guru politics, we are always analyzing the claims of charisma and how such claims get legitimized in the day-to-day world. For example, when we say that a minority guru, such as Kirpal Singh or Ajayab Singh, is charismatic, we are making an inappropriate value judgments. As I stated before, we simply don't know if they are or not. We do know, however, that they make claims for such. Thus, we should not infer that some leader is charismatic. Rather, we should state that some leader alleges to be charismatic, or that his or her followers claim to perceive such. 4. If we fail to make this distinction, and it happens frequently in sociological studies of religious figures, we give a false sense of empowerment to revolutionary individuals who may or may not have been charismatics sui generis. All of this has a direct bearing on the fledgling founders of religious movements, both ancient and new. If we look back on Radhasoami history, for instance, we may be tempted to say that Shiv Dayal Singh, the alleged founder of the movement, was a true charismatic, since he started a new religious tradition from the ground up. But this is a misleading reification, one that implies that newness and charisma are intertwined. Instead, all we can accurately say is that Shiv Dayal Singh appears to have claimed some sort of spiritual authority, and several thousand disciples were moved to accept his claim. If it were not for the continued success of Shiv Dayal Singh's ministry through the proliferation of lineal gurus after his death, Radhasoami and its founder may have been lost in history. Since Radhasoami is, more or less, a successful religious enterprise in terms of numbers, we have a tendency to impute charismatic prowess on the part of his founder. Yet, much of that prowess is an afterthought, a product of historical revisionism. We simply don't know what were Shiv Dayal Singh's inherent spiritual powers. We know, rather, his claims and his disciples' claims. Hence, revolutionary breaks with traditional ways may be due, in part not to individuals possessing extraordinary powers, but individuals alleging to possess such. This distinction, though rudimentary and obvious, distinguishes a sociological study of guru politics from a psychological one. And it is a distinction, I must add, that will save us much confusion concerning the origins of religious movements in general. In this study, therefore, I have tended to avoid overusing the terms charisma and charismatic, since it obfuscates several dynamics inherent in recognizing spiritual competency. I have opted, rather, for a simple two-tier analysis of guru legitimation. Given that a guru in the Radhasoami tradition is by definition one who has access to a divine realm, I am concerned with how he or she convinces others of this claim. I have discovered that such process of legitimation follow either of two directions. 1. Inward, experiential, mystical, transrational, where the mystic buttresses his or her claims by pointing to a new arena of knowledge, which is usually ascertained by some sort of meditational practice. Or 2. Outward, legalistic, traditional, critical, rational, where the master supports his or her position by pointing to the transference of power by a will, by property, by relics, by written and oral testimony, in sum, by some kind of empirically verifiable means. These two strategies are known in Wilberian parlance as authenticity and legitimacy. The former is a vertical apprehension of supramundane realities. The latter is a horizontal apprehension of day-to-day consensus reality. In both cases, we are dealing with evidences designed to substantiate a guru's ministry. In terms of legitimacy, naturally, it is much easier to arrive at some common agreement, since the evidence offered is accessible to empirical or quasi-empirical verification. In terms of authenticity, however, we confront an epistemological problem, since one must have access to a higher order of awareness in order to competently verify the proffered evidence. Charismatic claims on the whole, and most especially in Sant Mat and Radhasoami, are subjective in nature and usually reflect some kind of internal or mystical revelation. Thus, when recourse is made to this type of proof, it must be kept in mind that such charismatic claims may be more of a reactionary strategy, usually made when the claimant lacks legitimacy in the eyes of the majority, for attaining social status, or clout, than a phenomenologically pure description of an innate or acquired spiritual gift. Keeping the preceding in mind, therefore, this study centers both on how charismatic claims get routinized and how charisma, as such, gets defined and politicized as a rhetorical device among fledgling gurus. Material interests, the economics of succession. Guru succession, in theory, is supposed to be a spiritual process, where one master transmits his or her authority to a designated heir. But in practice, guru succession invariably turns out to be something more, something a bit more earthy than what was originally intended. Guru succession turns out to have a material interest as well. Although there may be a spiritual impulse that guides the selection process of a master, there is an economic force that determines to a large degree who gets what and why. This becomes all the more evident when a spiritual master has accumulated some property and wealth. In this case, the succeeding guru must not only be adept at guiding souls back to God, but he or she must be adept at managing an administrative budget. It was one thing for a relatively unknown guru like Tulsi Sahib of Hathras in the 19th century to appoint a blind sadhu named Sir Swami to carry on his ministry when there was very little property or money involved. Quite another for a popular guru in the 20th century like Sawan Singh, with huge landholdings, to do the same. In the former case, the successor is allowed by circumstances to focus mainly on the teachings and only secondly on the administrative infrastructure. In the latter case, however, the successor is burdened with a complex administrative empire which covers the spectrum from preserving and acquiring properties to wisely investing collected monies. He or she must be a wise business executive as well as a wise sage. Thus, when the guru and the group get larger, other important factors come into play when the departing master decides to appoint his or her successor. It is little wonder, therefore, that the bigger Radhasoami satsangs today are guided by men who have had some experience in the education or business world. Witness Rajinder Singh, former engineer for AT&T, Gorinder Singh, businessman from Spain, and Dr. L.B. Lal, former university chancellor. In this study, we will especially want to note how exigencies like the increase of property and income impact the selection of viable guru candidates. Articulating a Nirguna tradition. In the study of Indic spiritual traditions, the scholar faces an immediate and complex predicament. Within a culture whose existence defines religious pluralism, there is a problem in trying to distinguish one particular panth, sect or group, from its infusing environment, and then singularly extrapolate its history. The first difficulty is that such an endeavor necessitates damaging the natural and untainted state of the sect, making it impossible to comprehend as is. Second, the researcher's own investigation is an impregnating act, which invariably plants its own foreign dimensions into the group. And thirdly, the Hindu world is not a static continuum of isolated religious orders, but a type of holo movement comprised of interfacing traditions. Thus, most attempts by academicians to segregate each particular religion as an isolated specimen leads to an artificial and oftentimes misleading pathway for understanding, an understanding all too prone to scholastic reductionism. Perhaps the best and most recent illustration of this is Sikhism. Before the British rule, Sikhism as a bona fide world religion did not exist, at least not in ways common to Western perceptions. What did exist was a forceful sect containing its own parampara and satsang within the larger community of Hinduism, or more accurately speaking, the North Indian Sant culture. If it was not for the British discovery of India's sacred heritage and Indians' own spiritual recollection, Sikhism may have remained much like its sister, the Kabir Panthis, an essentially Nirguna Bhakti Sampradaya. The vital role that historical intervention, via political rule and ancestral reflection, both foreign and indigenous, plays in the development of religion cannot be underestimated. How one examines spiritual movements and how one presents the same to the scholarly world and the religious community has its own dynamic and unique effect. Mircea Eliade, working in the field of history and phenomenology, applies this understanding to the intricate subject of religion. Modern science has restored a principle which was seriously endangered by the confusions of the 19th century. It is the scale which makes the phenomenon. Henri Poincaré queried, with some irony, whether a naturalist who had studied elephants only under the microscope would think he knew about those animals. I do not mean to deny the usefulness of approaching the religious phenomenon from various angles, but it must be looked at, first of all, in itself, in that which belongs to it alone and can be explained in no other terms. It is no easy task. Therefore, at the very outset of all scholarly intentions, we give up the notion of pure objectivism, realizing that our study is as much an exploration into the religion itself and our effect upon it, as it is an examination of our own cultural and psychological ethnocentrism. A holistic, integrative approach toward the study of Indian traditions is a tremendous ideal. Sadly, though, it is one that is impossible to accomplish. Perhaps Werner Heisenberg's principle of uncertainty in subatomic physics is an instructive analogy for all sciences, hard or soft. As Gary Zukov tells it, there is no way that we can know simultaneously the position and the momentum of a moving particle. All attempts to observe the electron alter the electron. Whatever it is that we are observing can have determinable momentum, and it can have determinable position, but of these two properties we must choose, for any given moment, which one we wish to bring into focus. This means, in reference to moving particles anyway, that we can never see them the way they really are, but only the way we choose to see them. As Heisenberg wrote, what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. Thus, in terms of religious scholarship, we choose some aspect over another, and thereby set apart related components, forgetting in the process that our choices are often arbitrary. What this produces in return is not so much an accurate picture of the religion in question, but our own culturally bound methods for exploring spiritual traditions. Problems in defining Radhaswamis. The cluster of lineages with common teachings, popularly called the Radhasoami faith, connected with Shiv Dayal Singh, presents some fascinating avenues for study. These range from the teachings themselves, a highly articulated interpretation of Surat Shabad Yoga, union of the attention with the sound current, to the socio-economic development of Dayal Bagh, the second largest of the Radhasoami groups, to the concept of Sat Guru, the true light giver. However, one of the most pivotal, if not central parts within Radhasoami is its parampara, guru, or Gadi lineages. I personally became intrigued with the various branches in the Radhasoami tradition when I first read of the divisions in Marvin Henry Harper's Gurus, Swamis, and Avatars, spiritual masters, and their American disciples. But of all the various facets for investigation in Radhasoami, parampara exhibits the most difficulties. The first and foremost of which is how to accurately define what we mean by Radhasoami. The name Radhasoami has been generally applied to those gurus and gadis, the seat or residence of a saint, living or deceased, who trace their lineages back to Shiv Dayal Singh, 1818 to 1878, the proclaimed founder of the movement. However, there are many obstacles that confront the blanket use of the term Radhaswamis to describe such persons or groups. First, not all satsangs, gatherings or fellowships devoted to the truth, teach the same exact practices, the same doctrines, or believe in the same sampradaya, religious lineages. And second, not every group holds to the name Radhaswami as a description for their beliefs. Although there are many variables involved, the differences in interpretation amongst Radhaswamis stem mainly from the historical fact that after Shiv Dayal Singh died, several disciples, and not just one, served as gurus. The result was a proliferation that spread out wider and more complex with each subsequent generation. For reasons of uniformity, and in keeping in line with the nature of Santism and Surat Shabad Yoga, the primary sources for Radhaswami, I will use the term Radhaswami to designate those gurus and satsangs which are linked via parampara to Shiv Dayal Singh. This categorization will include any master or group who has a direct and acknowledged connection. Thus, the essential criterion employed here is one of genealogy, which is determined by the distinctive characteristic of initiation. For example, a guru such as Kirpal Singh, although he labeled his activities Ruhani Satsang, the divine science of the soul, and discarded the use of the name Radhaswami as being too sectarian, would be included under the heading of Radhaswamis because he was initiated by Sawan Singh, who himself is in the lineage of Shiv Dayal Singh, and acknowledges that relationship. On the other hand, Paul Twitchell, founder of Ekanar, though he was initiated by Kirpal Singh, would not be included under the rubric of Radhaswami because he does not acknowledge his link, rather disclaims his connection to Kirpal Singh, and does not work within that line. This type of categorization, far from being artificial, is natural and organic to the movement. But the collating title Radhaswamis, though highly useful, must be accepted only provisionally. In each instance where the name is not used by the particular guru or group, as in the case of Kirpal Singh, the variances must be explained. In this way, it serves a function similar to the descriptive headings common in the world's religions: Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Sikhism, etc. The academic impediment, an overview of English scholarship. The second impediment that confronts our study is a surprising one: the English scholarship on Radhaswami. It is not an exaggeration to say that most studies done on the tradition suffer from two perturbing maladies. One, biased and partial information, and 2, gaudy myopicism, a one-angle perspective caused by unbending dogmatism. The former is particularly misleading because of the Christian filter and prejudice that has flavored most of the preliminary investigations performed on this curious and strange Hindu sect. J. N. Farquhar and James Bissett Pratt are particularly noteworthy in this regard. Although the history of Radhasoami has been comprehensively explored in Urdu, Punjabi, and Hindi, there has also been some substantial work done in English. Apparently, the very first English text by any Radhasoami guru was Rai Salig Ram's Radhasoami Mat Prakash, 1896, that was followed several years later by Brahm Shankar Misra's Discourses on Radhasoami Faith. The book, though, is incomplete due to the author's death in 1907. Scholarly attention was first paid to the Radhasoami movement indirectly when Max Muller included a small section on Rai Salig Ram in his often quoted Ramakrishna, His Life and Work, 1899. Prior to this time, however, Salig Ram and Radhasoami were mentioned in passing in several theosophical books. Due to the diligent research of Daniel Caldwell of Tucson, Arizona, an authority on the early days of theosophy, a number of references to Salig Ram and his teachings have been located. First, there is a paragraph on Salig Ram on page 151 of the appendix of 4th edition in The Occult World by A. P. Sinnett, London, Trubner and Company, 1884. Second, there is a brief mention of him in Esoteric Buddhism by A. P. Sinnett in 1885, San Diego Wizard's Bookshelf, 1981, on pages 9 and 10. Third, there is a short description of Salig Ram and his guru in a letter allegedly received around February 1882, on page 251 of the Mahatma Letters, Adyar Madras, The Theosophical Publishing House, 1979. And fourth, Salig Ram's name appears as a subscriber in the December 1880 issue of Theosophist magazine. The first exclusive treatment given to Radhasoami itself comes from H. G. Griswold, whose pamphlet Radhasoami Sect, 1907, published by Kanpur Mission Press, appears to be the first of its kind in English. Notable expansion on the history and tenets of the movement were added by J. N. Farquhar, who in early 1914 visited Swami Bagh in Agra. His book, Modern Religious Movements in India, 1915, and his revised yet condensed version of the same as an article in James Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, 1928, were perhaps the most cited scholarly sources on the historical roots of Radhasoami up until the mid-1970s, an occurrence which has created, and we will shortly see, a reservoir for misinformation and misunderstanding. The next significant essay was James Bissett Pratt's India and Its Faiths, A Traveler's Record, 1916, which, despite containing some first-hand observations, relies heavily on Farquhar's exposition. Early in the next decade, Sir Charles Eliot briefly noted the Radhaswamis, claiming they were a combination of Kabir Panth and Christian ideas, in the second volume of his Hinduism and Buddhism, an Historical Sketch, 1921. Not until the 1930s, though, did information on the Radhaswamis become extensively available. In this 10-year span alone, 1930 to 1940, more material was produced than in all the previous decades combined. With this rapid increase came the works of Nicholas McNichol, The Living Religions of the Indian People, 1934, H. D. Griswold, Insights into Modern Hinduism, 1934, Paul Brunton, A Search in Secret India, 1934, and L. S. S. O'Malley's Popular Hinduism, The Religion of the Masses, 1935. All of which, with the exception of McNichol's, contained lengthy sections on the Radhasoami faith. Coupled with this scholarly infusion were several books published by the satsangs themselves. Maharishi Shiv Brat Lal's Light on Anand Yog, December 1931, a Beas translation of Shiv Dayal Singh's Sar Bakhan Radhaswami, Prose, 1933. Several books by Dr. Julian P. Johnson, With a Great Master in India, Call of the East, The Unquenchable Flame, The Path of the Masters, and an unpublished manuscript, More Light on the Path, and a large volume, later divided into two, by Lekh Raj Puri, Mysticism, The Spiritual Path, 1938. Since the 1930s, a number of works, both popular and academic, have been published. These range from Raji Maharaj's One Truth, One People, 1945, S.D. Maheshwari's Radhasoami Faith, History and Tenets, 1954, and Marshall's Hunting the Guru in India, 1963. Kushwant Singh's History of the Sikhs, Volume 2, 1966, and Gurus, Godmen, and Good People, to Philip Ashby's Modern Trends in Hinduism, 1974, and Agam Prasad Mathur's groundbreaking overview, Radhasoami Faith, a Historical Study, 1974. All of these texts, in shorter or greater detail, describe some facet of Radhasoami. By the 1970s, scholars in North America and Europe showed tremendous interest in the Sant tradition of North India, the spiritual basis for both Sikhism and Radhasoami. In 1978, an international conference was held at the University of California, Berkeley, on the Sant tradition. This was important for a number of reasons, not the least of which was an increased interest in the Radhasoami movement. Leading this contingency was Mark Juergensmeyer, a professor of religious studies at the Graduate Theological Union and the University of California, Berkeley, who published several articles on the movement, including Radhasoami as Transnational Religion, in Understanding the New Religions, 1978. Following in Juergensmeyer's footsteps, Lawrence Babb authored an important analysis of Radhasoami beliefs, particularly Swami Boggs, in the first section of his book, Redemptive Encounters, 1986. Daniel Gold himself, an initiate of the late Radhasoami master K.S. Man Singh, wrote his Ph.D. dissertation on the notion of the Guru as Lord in the Sant and Radhasoami traditions for the University of Chicago. His dissertation was later published by Oxford University under the title Lord as Guru, 1987. A number of other academic works were also written during this time, including Brian Walsh's The Sant Guru in the Sant Tradition, 1980, first defended as an M.A. thesis for John F. Kennedy University in Orinda, California, and later published as a monograph by Mount St. Antonio College Press, 1992. This author's M.A. thesis, Radhasoami Mat, 1981, and Aaron Talsky's senior thesis, The Radhasoami Tradition, 1986, for the University of Michigan. Although the works of Juergensmeyer, Walsh, Talsky, Gold, and Babb are of exceptionally high quality, such cannot be said about most works on Radhasoami. Most of them suffer measurably from lack of accurate and untampered information concerning the early history of Radhasoami. A few examples of this are necessary. 1. Max Mueller writes that Shiv Dayal Singh died in 1897, when in fact he died in 1878. 36 years later, O'Malley carried the error, untouched, in his popular study of Hinduism. 2. Farquhar, mistaking Santism for Vaishnavism, an error which we will see continually repeated, wrote that Shiv Dayal Singh and his wife dressed up as Krishna and Radha to reenact the divine drama for their devotees. However, as Mathur and others point out, there is no evidence that Shiv Dayal Singh and his wife related the name Radhasoami to pious Vaishnava devotion, dramatically or otherwise. In fact, Shiv Dayal Singh goes to great length to show that Krishna and other incarnations of Vishnu are Kal, the negative power in the terminology of the Sants. Nevertheless, this type of misleading information has found its way through historical surveys up to as late as 1970. 3. Even the name Shiv Dayal Singh has been a source of confusion. J. N. Farquhar believed that Tulsi Ram was Shiv Dayal's real name, an error he included in his 1915 study and repeated in 1928. Griswold, the authority for much of the early history of Radhasoami, prints the same mistake in 1934, and in 1971, Parinder's A Dictionary of Non-Christian Religions retains the error in unquestioned form. Parasoram Chaturvedi, however, does not accept the name Tulsi Ram in his landmark book, Uttari Bharat Ki Sant Parampara, nor does Shiv Dayal Singh's own brother, Partap Singh, record the name anywhere in his biography, Jivan Charita Swami Ji Maharaj. Along with this perpetuation of unreliable information, early Western scholars, mostly Christian missionaries, have also implanted much of their own cultural conceits. Take, for example, Pratt's following comment. Sad is it not that in their search for an ideal who shall lift them above themselves, in their longing for an incarnation of the divine, they, Radhaswamis, can see no further than the self-deluded clerk in the government office at Agra. Farquhar and Griswold have been noteworthy in this regard, exhibiting a strong Christian bias in their studies. It is only the current work of Ashby, Gold, Walsh, Talsky, Babb, and most notably Mark Juergensmeyer, that has relooked at the sect and called into question some of the assumed historical observations and purviews. The last of the major obstacles in understanding Gaudiya Nashin lineages is one that is the most difficult to do away with: convoluted perception. Today there exist at least 30 different groups related to Shiv Dayal Singh. Most of these are small and relatively unknown. With such an expansion, there have been and continue to be tremendous disagreements over questions of successorship, property rights, and the doctrines themselves. The memory of Radhasoami history faces several formidable burdens. Many satsangis, for instance, believe that in Shiv Dayal Singh's time, it was a more serene era, an age not complicated by litigation or bitter disputes. But such was not the case, and, as I will show, never has such a situation existed. In order to overcome the linear perceptions that exist both within and without many of the Radhasoami satsangs, I will employ a non-committal stance, which instead of viewing successorship in terms of true or false, right or wrong, claims encompass any guru or gadi that is linked via parampara to Shiv Dayal Singh. This stance is based upon the reality that although there are many separate and conflicting groups in Radhasoami, each in their own way share a common heritage. Cautiously, then, our genealogical study of Radhasoami proceeds along a very fine path of assessing new material and information, careful examination of previous studies, and an introspective understanding of our own cultural limits. The Radhasoami Tradition. Surat Shabad Yoga and the Sant Tradition. Surat Shabad Yoga is designed to enable the soul or consciousness to ascend beyond the physical body to higher spiritual regions by means of an internal sound or life current, known variously in the literature as Shabad, Nad, Logos, audible life stream, or ringing radiance. It is through this union of the soul with the primordial music of the universe that the practice derives its name, Surat, soul or attention, Shabad, sound current, Yoga, union. The masters of this path, honorifically given titles such as Satguru, Param, Sant, and Perfect Master, describe a number of subtle planes through which a neophyte must pass to reach the highest realm, Anami Lak, nameless abode, where all sound, light, and creation have their transcendental source. It appears that Surat Shabad Yoga, in one form or another, was prevalent in the Upanishadic period of India. However, the yogic practice has become clearly articulated and well known only in the last 500 years. This is primarily due to a distinctive medieval school of Nirguna Bhakti poets, mystical lyricists, who sang of one supreme and unfathomable God. Known today as Sants or Saints, the chief exponents of Nirguna Bhakti, such as Kabir, Nanak, Dedu, and Paltu Sahib, have written in detail about the path of Surat Shabad Yoga. These Sants, whose eclectic tradition is now popularly called Sant Mat, literally the doctrine or way of the saints, can be distinguished from other followers of Indian spirituality by the importance and emphasis they give to three cardinal precepts. 1. Satguru, the absolute Lord, and his manifestation, the living human master. The Satguru represents the human link between God and man, and is therefore considered to be the cornerstone of spirituality. 2. Shabad, the inner sound current or life stream. The Shabad is made manifest by the Satguru to the devotee by a process known as Namdan, or initiation, whereby the initiate is taught the secret of how to listen to the internal sound reverberating at the eye center. 3. Satsang, externally the congregation of earnest devotees of the truth, and internally the communion of the soul with God. Satsang serves as the formal meeting place of the Satguru and his followers. As such, it is usually viewed in the Sant tradition as a special holy service, where the living human master imparts the teachings of Surat Shabad Yoga. The Radhasoami Tradition. One of the most significant manifestations of the Sant tradition today is the Radhasoami movement, founded by Shiv Dayal Singh, 1818 to 1878, in the mid-19th century in Agra, India. Radhasoami, defined as Lord of the Soul, has many branches, each of which has a presiding guru or master who is believed to have traversed all the higher stages of consciousness and become one with the Lord. Kirpal Singh was part of this Radhasoami movement, as he was personally initiated by Sawan Singh, 1858 to 1948, former Gaudiya Nashin of Radhasoami Satsang Beas at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh in the Punjab. Central to the teachings of Radhasoami and Surat Shabad Yoga is the necessity of a living human master who is competent in initiating disciples into the practice and technique of listening to the inner sound, bhajan, contemplating the inner light, dhyan, and leaving the human body at will, dying while living. Although there are theological differences and some minor technical variances in the different Radhasoami groups, the basic tenets of the tradition are as follows. 1. The practice of Surat Shabad Yoga, between 2 and 3 hours of meditation daily. 2. Obedience to the living master who initiates the disciple into the path. 3. A pure moral life, which includes abstinence from meat, fish, eggs, alcohol, drugs, and sex outside of marriage. 4. The firm conviction that Jivan Mukti, liberation or enlightenment while living, is possible under the guidance of a realized saint or mystic. The origins of Radhasoami successorship history. The tremendous importance given to a living master in the Radhasoami tradition has led to several bitter successorship controversies. In fact, the first Gaudiya Nashin controversy occurred right after the death of Shiv Dayal Singh, the acknowledged founder of Radhasoami. Several followers, and not just one, acted as gurus that resulted in a proliferation of satsangs. The 6 main successors to Shiv Dayal Singh were Rai Salig Ram, who started his ministry in Pipal Mandi, Agra; Seth Partap Singh, who held his satsangs in Swami Bagh, about 3 miles from Agra city proper; Garib Das, sometimes spelled Garib, who settled in Delhi near Sarai Rohila; Jaimal Singh, who established his satsang at Beas in the Punjab; Narayan Dai Radhaji, Shiv Dayal Singh's wife, who reportedly initiated women into the path in Agra; and Sonmukh Das, who initiated sadhus into the path at Swami Bagh. Although Shiv Dayal Singh preached at length about the need for a living guru, there was disagreement among his immediate followers over whom he designated to be his spiritual successor. Even the last words of Shiv Dayal Singh before his death, reputedly taken down by his brother Seth Partap Singh, stirred debate among his devotees over the nature of his teachings and his appointed heir. Addressing Lala Partap Singh, Swamiji Maharaj, Shiv Dayal Singh observed, "The faith that I have given out was that of Sat Nam and Anami. Radhasoami faith has been introduced by Salig Ram, Hozor Maharaj. You should let it also continue. Satsang must go on. Satsang shall spread far and wide in future." What Shiv Dayal Singh's comment to his brother, Partap Singh, actually means is the subject of the argument amongst various Radhasoami factions. Today, those satsangs affiliated with Jaimal Singh and Garib Das of Sarai Rohila have generally taken the stand that Radhasoami Mat, as introduced by Rai Salig Ram, is a different path than what Shiv Dayal Singh himself preached. The faith I had given out was that of Sat Nam and Anami, whereas those satsangs linked with Rai Salig Ram, except Manavta Mandir, Hoshiarpur, believe that Radhasoami Mat represents the highest expression of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings. Rai Salig Ram, according to this perspective, did not start the Radhasoami faith as such, but was rather the first disciple and the only true gurumukh to have the mere grace to recognize the unique stature of his guru. Subsequently, Shiv Dayal Singh was pleased to reveal the Nij Mat, original doctrine or path, of Radhasoami Purush, the absolute Supreme Lord, to his beloved disciple that he had not done previously to anyone. Sant Das Maheshwari, personal assistant to Madhav Prasad Sinha and Swami Bagh's most vocal spokesman, explains Shiv Dayal Singh's paradoxical last statement by alleging that the founder of Radhasoami had manifested 2 teachings, one lower and one higher. The lower path, argues Maheshwari, was given out by Shiv Dayal Singh for the first part of his ministry, up until the arrival of his chief disciple, Rai Salig Ram. This lower teaching was the Sant Mat of Kabir, Nanak, and Tulsi Sahib, and inculcated the worship of Sant Nam, literally true name. On the arrival of Rai Salig Ram, however, Shiv Dayal Singh could reveal the higher path of Radhasoami. Before that time, no one was spiritually capable of understanding or accepting the divine message. Thus this revelation, Radhasoami as the highest Lord, is regarded by Maheshwari and others in the Swami Bhag Satsang to be the greatest teaching ever expounded. All other paths, even the lower Mat doctrine which Shiv Dayal Singh first preached, worship of Sant Nam, were outdated and outmodeled when Shiv Dayal Singh manifested his real mission. Hence the advent of Shiv Dayal Singh and Rai Salig Ram was the start of a unique and supreme incarnational religion, one which held exclusive rights to the Supreme Lord and the highest region. The satsangs which have held that Radhasoami is the supreme incarnational religion uphold two fundamental dogmas. 1. The name Radhasoami is the only true means for salvation, and 2. Shiv Dayal Singh was the first absolute embodiment of the highest Lord, Radhasoami. Before his descent, the path to the absolute abode was never fully or openly revealed. Those satsangs and gurus connected with Jaimal Singh, also included under this heading would be the Sarai Rohilla and Dara Sindhu Pratap satsangs, however have usually held that Shiv Dayal Singh taught only one spiritual path during his lifetime, namely Sant Mat. When these satsangs use the name Radhasoami as a description of their practices, it is in contradistinction to what Rai Salig Ram and his followers believe. The term Radhasoami is used by Jaimal Singh and those linked with him to mean Sant Mat, that is, the difference between Radhasoami and Sant Mat is in name only. Essentially, this view holds that Shiv Dayal Singh had a guru, Tulsi Sahib of Hathras, and was not unique, save the fact that he simplified the method of Surat Shabad Yoga and the way it was taught. These satsangs, with the exception of Dara Sindhu Pratap, teach the repetition of Panch Nam, 5 names, instead of the one name, Radhasoami, and do not believe in the preclusive aspect of Shiv Dayal Singh's ministry. The debate over the real nature of Shiv Dayal Singh's ministry illustrates how easily different factions can form just months after Gadi Nashin's death. Indeed, such factionalization may even occur during the life of a guru. Thus, it is not surprising that there was confusion in the early days of Radhasoami over to whom, if anyone, Shiv Dayal Singh bequeathed his spiritual mission. Hence it is clear that in the early days of Radhasoami there was no single universally accepted account of spiritual succession. Rather, there were several competing episodes concerning the transmission of initiatory power, each of which made recourse to a specific interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's writings and teachings. All subsequent Gadi Nashin successions, no matter of what lineage, therefore, could not fall back upon the primacy of a unified prototypical successorship account and expect Sangat-wide acceptance, since none existed. What did exist inherently in the beginning of Radhasoami was a tendency towards diffusion, both in terms of guru claimants and doctrinal opinions. This tendency, though acknowledged by various Radhasoami sub-factions, has never been overcome, despite the gallant efforts of Brahm Shankar Misra and others to unify Radhaswamis under the Central Administrative Council and other organizing pacts. In light of Radhasoami's predisposition for proliferation, Gadi Nashin succession must be studied in the context of its own particular Parampara lineage. Precisely, reference has to be made to the specific satsang branch, which contextualizes and frames the respective succession. This historical framing, as it were, enables us to properly understand the significance of early Radhasoami history on Gadi Nashin succession, as it is reified by the particular sect. In our case, this means looking at the succession accounts within Kirpal Singh's immediate lineage. 1. Jaimal Singh's succession of Shiv Dayal Singh, Sawan Singh's succession of Jaimal Singh, and Kirpal Singh's succession of Sawan Singh. These historical precedents will help ground our examination of Gadi Nashin's succession after the death of Kirpal Singh. Our purpose here is not so much to explain why certain guru claimants arise, but to better understand the discourse that is collectively available to would-be successors and their constituencies. However, before we turn our attention to Kirpal Singh's immediate predecessors, we will want to further explore the relationship between the founder of Radhasoami, Shiv Dayal Singh, and the earlier gurus in the Sant tradition. As we will see, it is an issue charged with political and theological consequences. The Sant Mat and Radhasoami connection. Guru succession, like all forms of authority transference, has always been a controversial problem. Rarely does a spiritual master bequeath his mantleship without there being some kind of infighting and squabbling among his disciples. This is even more evident in cases where a religious group elevates the guru's status to that of a living god. Thus, succession disputes in the Sant and Radhasoami traditions are often viewed as cosmic battles between right and wrong, light and dark, Sant Purush, true Lord, and Kal, negative power. The political consequences are profound. For instance, even during the lifetime of Guru Nanak, the founder of Sikhism, there was a disagreement between him and one of his sons, Sri Chand, over how to attain salvation. Although the majority of Nanak's disciples sided with Bhai Lahina, later known as Guru Angad, a number of them left and rallied around Sri Chand, thereby establishing the Udasi Panth. As W. H. MacLeod points out, it appears that even within the lifetime of Guru Nanak, divergent emphases had appeared within the emergent panths. According to Sikh tradition, one of his sons, Sri Chand, rejected Nanak's insistence upon the futility of asceticism as a necessary means of salvation. The ascetic path of celibacy and austerities was, it seems, the motive of salvation affirmed by Sri Chand, and those of the Nanak Panth who accepted this view eventually took the form of the Udasi Panth, without wholly renouncing their connection with the Nanak Panth. The real crux of the problem in all guru succession disputes is that more than one disciple usually claims to be the rightful heir. Thus, the remaining Sangat is faced with an epistemological crisis. Whom did the guru appoint? And more importantly, how does one know that the successor is genuine? Turning to the connection between Shiv Dayal Singh and Tulsi Sahib, this issue of guru recognition and multiple successions becomes highlighted. Tulsi Sahib and Shiv Dayal Singh. Although the early Sants, particularly Kabir, Nanak, Jagjiwan Sahib, and the Sufi mystics, Shams of Tabriz, Rumi, and Hafiz, have had a substantial impact through their writings on the founder of Radhasoami, Shiv Dayal Singh, and on the movement in general, Tulsi Sahib of Hathras appears to have had the most direct influence. Most of the information, however, concerning Tulsi Sahib is sketchy, scattered, and in some parts unreliable. Indian scholars such as Kashit Mohan Sen, Ram Kumar Varma, P.D. Barthwal, Parasuram Chaturvedi, and J.R. Puri have based their narratives of the sage on either the biographical outline given in the introduction to Tulsi Sahib's Ratan Ragar, 1909, or the prefatory note in his Gat Ramayana, 1911. From these texts, we find the following salient points about his life. 1. Tulsi Sahib had noble ancestry, and he belonged to the royal lineage of the Peshwas. 2. He was born in the latter half of the 18th century, 1763 A.D., according to the introduction in Gant Ramayana. 3. He had an inclination to renounce the world for attaining spiritual realization. 4. He fled from his native place and may have kept himself in disguise to escape recognition. It is possible that he might have adopted the name Shyam Rao to remain incognito. Sri Vithal R. Thakkar believes that Tulsi Sahib may have been Amrit Rao, the grandson on the daughter's side of Peshwa Baji Rao I. 5. He traveled extensively, ultimately settling at Hathras in the Aligarh district of Uttar Pradesh. 6. He came from South India and was popularly known as Dakkani Baba, the sage from the south. There is heated discussion on who may have been Tulsi Sahib's guru. As Puri observes, no information is available as to when Tulsi Sahib met a master, nor is it known whether he was initiated into the path of the sound current, Surat Shabad Yoga, while he was still a prince, or later, when leaving everything, he adopted an itinerant life. He does not give the name of his master in his writings. Although there is no direct indication on whom Tulsi Sahib's master may have been, there has been some pointed discussions on the question. Pandit Pandurang Sharma, a Marathi scholar, in the June 1931 issue of Vivid Gyan Vistar, writes, Tulsi Sahib was initiated by a guru in the town of Hathras, and under the instructions of his guru in the town of Hathras did intensive meditation. Kirpal Singh, in his book A Great Saint, Baba Jaimal Singh, His Life and Teachings, 1960, believes that Tulsi Sahib was in direct lineage with Guru Gobind Singh, the 10th and last Sikh guru. Writes Kirpal Singh, Guru Gobind Singh traveled widely, penetrating the Himalayas to the north and going to Deccan in the south. During his extensive travels, he met and lived with the ruling family of the Peshwas and initiated some of its members into the inner science. It is said that one Ratnagar Rao of the Peshwa family was initiated and authorized to carry on the work by Guru Gobind Singh. Sham Rao Peshwa, the elder brother of Baji Rao Peshwa, the then ruling chief who must have contacted Ratnagar Rao, showed a remarkable aptitude for the spiritual path and made rapid headway. In course of time, this young scion of the royal family settled in Hathras, a town 33 miles away from Agra in Uttar Pradesh, and came to be known as Tulsi Sahib. Kirpal's theory rests on the debated assertion that Guru Gobind Singh did not die at Nanded in the Decca, now in Maharashtra, in 1708 as previously thought. This opinion is also held by the Namdari Sikhs, who have founded their lineage on Guru Gobind Singh's reputed human successor, Agam Prasad Mathur and S.D. Maheshwari. However, do not accept this heterodox proposition, primarily on the grounds that it is not historically true, because the 1708 date for Gobind Singh's death is accurate. Whether or not Tulsi Sahib had a guru, if it was Ratnagar Rao, a local guru in Hathras, or somebody unnamed, or not, depends largely on one's own theological framework. One thing that all factions agree upon, though, is that Tulsi Sahib consolidated the teachings of Nirguna Bhakti, expounded the path of Surat Shabad Yoga, and was largely responsible for the popular usage of the term Sant Mat. His teachings are embodied in Gat Ramayana, Ratan Sagar, and Shabdavali. Tulsi's writings, in the tradition of earlier Sant poets, denounce idol worship, tantric excesses, sectarianism, and ritualism, prevalent in several of the popular religious movements of his time. He centered his discourses on the interior aspect of spiritual sadhana, calling for a purification of the soul, surat, by means of Surat Shabad Yoga, so that moksha, or liberation, could be secured. Describing the ultimate realization, Tulsi Sahib writes, The soul hears a wave of sound and rhythm that becomes visible from the west. It opens the door, unspeakable, indescribable. Going beyond rhythm and sight, one enters the gate of the Tower of Emptiness, where by means of the two doors of sight and sound, one finds the level of highest reality, Prabrahma. Then one sees the sound current, Sabda, issuing forth hundreds of universes, literally heaven eggs, and sound, Surat, penetrates to the middle of them all, their crown jewel, which is tiny as an insect. Slowly, the saint of Hathras gathered a devoted following around him. The most prominent disciples included Ram Krishna, a shepherd, Girdhari Das, or Lal, and Sir Swami, who became the chief successor, Mahant, at Tulsi Sahib's Samad after the saint's death in 1842 or 1843. But the most important associate of Tulsi Sahib's, at least in terms of historical impact, was Shiv Dayal Singh, who was a mere boy when he first met the saint of Hathras. It would be Shiv Dayal Singh's life and teachings that were destined to spread rapidly throughout India and across the world. Shiv Dayal Singh, the founder of Radhasoami. Lala Diwali Singh and his family, which included his mother, mother-in-law, sister, and his wife Mahamaya, were ardent disciples of Tulsi Sahib. Frequently they went to Hathras to attend the satsangs of the esteemed Sant. It is recorded by Partap Singh, the youngest son of Diwali, that Tulsi Sahib would also occasionally visit their home at Panigali, Agra. On one such visit, Tulsi Sahib announced that a saint would be born to Mahamaya. Puri recounts the incident. Seeing her devotion, Seth Diwali's mother, Tulsi Sahib said, I am very pleased with you. Ask for anything, and I shall be happy to give it. At this, Seth Diwali Singh's mother replied, I have everything through your grace and need nothing. But pointing to her daughter-in-law, she submitted, Mahamaya wants something. Mahamaya, the wife of Seth Diwali Singh, had no son. Tulsi Sahib, in the same vein of compassion and kindness, said, "Yes, she will have son. But do not look upon the child as a mere human being." Shiv Dayal Singh, born in August of 1818, was an unusual child. At the young age of 6, he began to expound on the nature of true religion, as well as engage himself in deep meditation. As Shiv Dayal observed shortly before his death, "You know that ever since I was only 6 years old, I have been devoting myself to Paramarth, and then alone, this abhayas, practice, has become perfect." There is controversy over whether or not Shiv Dayal Singh was initiated by Tulsi Sahib at a young age. As with the question over Tulsi Sahib's master, or his need for one, the arguments pro and con are largely based on theological, and not necessarily historical, grounds. The Agra schools, Swami Bagh, Dayal Bagh, and People Mandi, argue that Shiv Dayal Singh was not initiated by any guru. The reasoning behind this is essentially simple. Shiv Dayal Singh, otherwise known as Swamiji Maharaj, was the incarnation of Radhasoami, the Supreme Lord, and as such did not need to take any human being as his spiritual guide. In the preface to Sar Bakan Radhasoami Chand Band, Rai Saligram comments on this very point. Swamiji Maharaj had no guru, nor did he receive instructions in Paramarth from anyone. On the other hand, he explained Paramarth to his parents and a number of sadhus who came to him. Saligram's categorical statement that Shiv Dayal Singh did not have a guru is highly unusual for both theological and historical reasons. First, the cardinal tenet of both Sant Mat and Radhasoami philosophy is the absolute necessity of having a living guru. Every bona fide saint in Sant Mat history, without exception, has stressed the primacy of guru bhakti. Even Kabir, the most popular and revered of the sants, is reported to have adopted a guru. Second, Shiv Dayal Singh's immediate family, including his mother, were personal followers of Tulsi Sahib. The former Mahant of Tulsi Sahib's Samad, Sant Prakash Das, claims that Shiv Dayal Singh was indeed initiated by Tulsi Sahib, but later broke off and started his own path. There are even historical accounts that suggest that Shiv Dayal Singh treated Gurdari Das, a prominent successor of Tulsi Sahib, as a guru. By claiming that Shiv Dayal Singh was a Swata, born Sant, Rai Saligram elevates his guru to an almost unparalleled degree in the history of Sant Mat, and thus ensures him a status not equaled by any previous master, not even Kabir. The implications of this one statement on future developments in Radhasoami are not to be underestimated, for Saligram's claim in itself contributes to an incarnational and by implication unique interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's life and work. This becomes even more evident in passage number 7, wherein Saligram writes, "No one had, in the past, introduced such an easy mode of spiritual practices. For this reason, the internal practices of all extant religions of the world have lost their importance, and their followers are now simply engaged in outward worships, rituals, and observances. They are wholly ignorant of the true Supreme Being, the abhayas, by which he could be attained, and the secrets of the path and intermediary stages." The preceding passage is crucial in understanding Saligram's perspective on Radhasoami. Not only does he unilaterally assert that no one before Shiv Dayal Singh had given out such an easy mode of spiritual practice, namely Surat Shabad Yoga, but that the internal, spiritual practices of all existing religions of the world, including, presumably, other Sant Mat paths, have lost their importance. The point is fairly obvious. Shiv Dayal Singh is one of a kind, and unless a spiritual seeker follows his method of abhayas, he or she is lost. Saligram is preaching an unqualified exclusive, incarnationalist interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings. As Saligram further explains in passages 12 and 17. 12. The importance of Shabad has been stressed in every religion, but a detailed description of Shabad is nowhere found. For this reason, people are ignorant of Shabad. Now Radhasoami Sahib, Swamiji Maharaj, has given out in clear terms the details and secrets of Shabads, or sounds, of different heavenly spheres in this scripture. 17. Radhasoami Nam was revealed by the Supreme Being himself. When the humble devotees of Swamiji Maharaj, as a result of their successful abhayas, or devotional practices, and satsang came to realize his exalted position and immense spiritual powers, and when he too, in his grace and mercy, gave them his recognition, they started addressing him by the appellation of Radhasoami, the name of the original abode from where he came down to this earth, for showering his grace on jivas in this Kali Yuga. According to Salig Ram's view, Shiv Dayal Singh revealed the original name of the Supreme Being, Radhasoami, for the first time in the annals of religious history. Further, his select disciples were allowed to realize the secrets of this Nam and given direct access to the highest transcendental region of consciousness. Turning to Sar Bhakan Radhasoami Bartik, we find a letter written by Rai Salig Ram on behalf of his guru to Sudarshan Singh, the nephew of Shiv Dayal Singh. This letter, which has been the basis for much controversy and confusion between the Swami Bhag and Beas satsangs, reveals another crucial element in Salig Ram's interpretation of Radhasoami. 250. If a person has met with the perfect Satguru, performs his service, attends his satsang, and has love and faith in him, but before he fully achieves his object, for example, gets any inner realization, the Satguru departs, then he should, if he is keen to attain the goal, cultivate the same love and faith in the succeeding Satguru, that is, the one appointed by his departed Satguru, and should perform his service, attend his satsang, and consider the departed Guru to be present in him. He should know that Shabad forms of the Satguru and the Sant are one, though outwardly in bodily forms they appear to be two. When the Satguru of the time departs, he appoints some one of his successor, in whom he reincarnates and thus continues the work of regeneration of jivas as before. When, however, such is not the Mauj, he returns to his original abode. Therefore, an earnest devotee should make no distinction between the previous Satguru and his successor. But those who are bigoted devotees will not come under the allegiance of the succeeding Satguru. For this reason, their progress will also stop at the stage they had reached during the time of the former Satguru, and there will be no further progress and improvement. The impetus here is to recognize the Satguru's successor and imbibe the same love and devotion for him. If this is not done, and no love is engendered for the succeeding master, the disciple's inner progress for all intents and purposes is stopped. Thus, the process of guru succession not only becomes historically important to satsangis, but spiritually vital as well. To serve a false master or the wrong successor is equivalent to falling off the path. S.T. Maheshwari, writing some 70 years later, elaborates more on this view. The true test of the identity of the Radhasoami religion is and must be whether or not the followers follow and worship the true Satguru and not a pseudo-guru. The pseudo-gurus are pretenders and fallen satsangis, and as such, they and their followers are treated as heretics and outcasts. As there can be one and only one Sant Satguru at a time, the recognition of someone else as Sant Satguru implies adoption of a pseudo-guru. The service and devotion to such a person are not only not conducive to spiritual advancement, but are calculated to retard the attainment of salvation, because during the period a person worships a pseudo-guru, he worships Kal, who is always on the lookout for such persons, and due to his influence and under whose impulse, the pseudo-guru acts as such. Salig Ram's theological perspective, as we have seen textually, was quite well developed by 1886. Let us recapitulate in brief the salient features of his theology, particularly as it relates to the life of Shiv Dayal Singh. 1. Shiv Dayal Singh had no guru. 2. Shiv Dayal Singh was the first incarnation of the Supreme Being, Radhasoami. 3. With the advent of Shiv Dayal Singh and his simple method of Surat Shabad Yoga, all other internal spiritual practices, of whatever creed anywhere in the world, lost their importance and efficacy. 4. Shiv Dayal Singh revealed the name of the Supreme Being to a select following of satsangis. That name was Radhasoami. 5. Unless full spiritual realization has been attained, disciples of a Satguru must seek the guidance of his 1. Gurumic successor. Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings, clear and succinct as they were, lend themselves to several different interpretations, one of which is an absolutist, or what Barthwal terms ultraist viewpoint about the nature of spiritual realization. As such, Shiv Dayal Singh's philosophy must be seen as the primary, independent variable influencing Salig Ram's outlook. This is not to suggest that Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings were not themselves socially influenced. They undoubtedly were to some degree, but only that his theology was well enough developed by the time he met Salig Ram to be fundamentally instrumental in Salig Ram's later views. Even though Shiv Dayal Singh connects himself with previous Nirguna Bhakti mystics, nowhere does he state that he was a follower of a previous Sant Mat master, including Tulsi Sahib. The fact that Shiv Dayal Singh does not mention his guru by name in any of his writings naturally leads the reader to assume that his life history is not that important. For instance, if Shiv Dayal Singh was duly initiated by Tulsi Sahib, and there are suggestive accounts by other non-Agra parties that he was, then why does he not refer to his discipleship under him? This absence in Shiv Dayal Singh's writings suggests at least that Salig Ram may not be creating the story that his master had no guru. Rather, it may well be that Shiv Dayal Singh, for whatever reasons, distanced himself from any parampara connection. Speculatively speaking, there are several reasons why Shiv Dayal Singh may have distanced himself, at least genealogically, from Tulsi Sahib, if he was indeed initiated by him. First, Shiv Dayal Singh may not have been accepted as the majority successor to Tulsi Sahib. Sir Swami, a blind master, assumed the Gadi at Hathras after Tulsi Sahib's death, and therefore had to start his own ministry in Agra. Second, given Shiv Dayal Singh's relatively young age, 25, when Tulsi Sahib died in 1843, and the fact that he did not come out publicly with his teachings until 1861, some 17 years later, a long gap for any would-be guru successor, indicates that Shiv Dayal Singh's following was composed of mostly new followers, most of whom would not have had any connection whatsoever with Tulsi Sahib. Hence, Shiv Dayal Singh apparently founded his ministry on his own and did not attempt to connect it in any formal way with his alleged guru. A more controversial speculation along these same lines, if we accept the preceding inferences, and one argued by some Tulsi Sahibis, a small religious sect which follows the precepts of Tulsi Sahib of Hathras, suggests that Shiv Dayal Singh was a break-off successor from Gadari Das, one of the chief disciples of Tulsi Sahib, who Shiv Dayal Singh at one time revered as a guru. Even Madhav Prasad Sinha, the last guru at Swami Bagh, and a staunch advocate of the belief that Shiv Dayal Singh was a swata, sant, concedes that the founder of Radhasoami did revere Gadari Das more or less as a guru. Madhav Prasad Sinha elucidates. Swamiji Maharaj had no guru, in conformity with the established convention. He used to treat Baba Gadari Das Ji, who was one of the chief disciples of Sahabji or Tulsi Sahib of Hathras, and who used to reside in Agra, as a guru, more or less in the same way as Kabir Sahib had treated Ramanand Ji. Historically, it would be interesting to find out when Gadari Das passed away. If his death coincides with the commencement of Shiv Dayal Singh's satsang and initiation, it would lend support to the Tulsi Sahibis' claim that Shiv Dayal Singh was a breakaway successor. Genealogical disassociation and the development of new panths. Although historians are not absolutely sure if Shiv Dayal Singh was duly initiated by Tulsi Sahib of Hathras, there is something a bit curious about Partap Singh's silence on his brother's relationship with Tulsi Sahib, or any other Sant-related gurus. Historically speaking, something looks amiss. I have encountered a similar kind of reticence among the successors of Paul Twitchell, founder of the New Age-styled religious movement called Ekanar. Despite the fact that Paul Twitchell was initiated by Kirpal Singh in 1955 in the United States, the founder of Ekankar later denied that he was ever associated with the Indian guru, even to the point of devising an elaborate cover-up. Indeed, Twitchell went so far as to actually delete printed references to Kirpal Singh in his numerous writings and replace them with fictional gurus, such as Rebazar Tars, Sudar Singh, and Phubi Quants. What prompted this shift of allegiance? The answer is perhaps simpler than we might expect: the growing popularity of Ekanar. When Twitchell came to grasp the significance of his new religious movement, the fact that it could draw in thousands of followers, he decided to subvert anything that would hinder Ekenar's progression and potential popularity among the masses. He wanted his group to be self-determining, marking its own future course as a viable spiritual tradition. And the most serious threat to this much-desired autonomy, at least to Twitchell's purview, was his past. For instance, if spiritual seekers discover that most of Ekankar's teachings were borrowed from Radhasoami and Rouhani satsang, they may, in turn, join those movements instead of Twitchell's, especially when they consider that Ekankar charges a yearly membership fee, and the Indian groups do not. Hence, Twitchell invented a new mythology, one that intertwined fact, fiction, legend, and imagination into a confused complex that exhibited only one truly consistent theme: the living Ekmaster as hero. I have described Twitchell's actions as genealogical dissociation, a useful term in that it clearly illustrates what happened in the evolution of Ekanar in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Twitchell attempted to sever his past by not only denying his genuine religious heritage, but also by implanting a new spiritual genealogy, one which allegedly traces back millions of years to the master Gakko, who brought the true teachings of Ekanar from the planet Venus. Turning to Shiv Dayal Singh and his relationship with Tulsi Sahib, we can see a concerted effort on the part of several Radhasoami followers in Agra to squelch any talk of who may have been Swamiji's guru, in a phrase, genealogical dissociation. Given Shiv Dayal Singh's repeated emphasis on following a living human master, it is particularly odd that no mention is made of who may have instructed him in meditation and other spiritual matters. And when references are made from those outside of the predominant Agra branches, they are dismissed under the pretext that Shiv Dayal Singh only acted deferential to the guru in question because he was following Hindu customs. This much has already been stated by Madhav Prasad Sinha, one of Shiv Dayal Singh's nephews. Yet, why do at least two branches of the Tulsi Sahibis claim that Shiv Dayal Singh was once initiated by their guru or by one of his successors? Moreover, what was it that prompted Pratap Singh to dump precious documents relating to his brother's life and work into a well? The answers, as we have noted, lay buried in the recesses of oral history, since we lacked the primary written documents to resolve the matter. But, despite such a lack of documentary materials, one thing is certain: connecting Shiv Dayal Singh formally to a sant somehow maligns the origins and sacred history of Radhasoami, at least to Orthodox Agra members. What is most telling about this reaction, a reaction I should point out that may have been evident in other disciples besides Rai Salig Ram during the latter part of Swamiji's ministry, is that it coincides in many ways with the early controversies in Christianity surrounding Jesus Christ's relationship with John the Baptist. Orthodox Christianity admits that Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, but holds that Jesus was much greater than his predecessor, indeed was the Son of God. What is not admitted, though, at least by Orthodox Christian churches, is that Jesus was perceived by a number of John the Baptist's disciples as a break-off successor, not worthy to carry on the tradition of the great Baptist. Jesus, in this interpretation, was not even the foremost disciple of John the Baptist, much less the long-awaited Messiah of the Jewish people. Even among those followers of the Baptist, who did finally follow Christ, a number of them only accepted Jesus in a limited fashion, for example, as John's appointed heir to continue the baptizing ministry. What is most telling about the Orthodox version of Jesus' relationship with the Baptist is the clearly stated position that Christ, not the Baptist, was the Son of God. In other words, Jesus was unique in every way, physically, historically, and spiritually. In fact, the very basis of Christian orthodoxy rests on the assertion of Jesus' ultimate uniqueness. Swamiji's parallel to Jesus is not that far-fetched, at least not in terms of the theological implications. For whatever reasons, Salig Ram and others held to the unremitting belief that Shiv Dayal Singh was the greatest spiritual master in the history of mankind. In truth, the supreme incarnation of the very highest Lord, Radhasoami Anami Purush. And one of the features that made him unique was that he had no guru. He was self-made, so to say, without any exterior guidance. It may have been precisely for this reason Shiv Dayal Singh's unique mission that Saligram and others denied that their master had a guru. How could he, since he was himself the supreme incarnation? To be sure, he may have had teachers. He may have, in fact, been initiated by Tulsi Sahib. But none of these can be considered gurus in the true sense, since Shiv Dayal Singh revealed secrets hitherto unknown to the rest of humankind. Yes, Shiv Dayal Singh had no guru, just like Jesus Christ had no ordinary birth. What we have here is the beginning of hagiography, and it began during Shiv Dayal Singh's lifetime. Now in Jesus' case, we know that a number of the Gospels were not historically accurate. Indeed, a number of biographical episodes appear to be fictional, since their intention was to convey faith in the risen Lord, not biographical truth. For instance, the story concerning the virgin birth of Jesus Christ appears to be an interpolation by interested followers some years after Jesus' death to make sense of his humble origins. For example, how it is that the Son of God was conceived outside of wedlock, and the lack of response among his fellow neighbors. Thus, the virgin birth story is designed to convey the heroic aspects surrounding Jesus Christ, a common practice, it should be noted, among religious writers attempting to divinize their particular teacher. Yet what remains the most powerful force behind such hagiography, both in Christian and Gnostic sects, is the drive to become distinct and autonomous, to establish a new revelation. Although the early Christian church wanted to retain much of its Jewish heritage, it also wanted to distinguish itself as a unique revelation in history. By making miraculous claims concerning Jesus' birth, early years, teaching ministry, and death, the Gospel writers accomplished exactly that. Early Radhasoami writers, especially those aligned with Saligram's theological outlook, though writing some 18 centuries later than their Christian counterparts, also tried to establish the superiority of their guru by making claims about his historical uniqueness. And in so doing, these writers were clearly distinguishing Shiv Dayal Singh's ministry from the early Sant tradition. Although Saligram acknowledges the Sant tradition as the Camino Royale of spiritual practice prior to Swami Ji, he also wants to make it clear that his guru should not be equated with other sants. Shiv Dayal Singh is far greater. Since Shiv Dayal Singh did not inherit the ashram of his alleged guru, nor controlling rights over his samad, Tulsi Sahibis generally contend that the founder of Radhaswami was an offshoot, not by design, but by circumstance. If, for instance, Shiv Dayal Singh had established his ministerial base in Hathras right after his guru's death, then there would have been a clear link between him and Tulsi Sahib. Indeed, in such a context, it may have been difficult, if nay impossible, for an incarnationalist interpretation like Saligram's to have developed, since linkage, not newness, would have been a guiding imperative. Property, for better or worse, has a tendency to constrain versus unstrain theological revelations. As such, mobility or a new satsang home allows for easier disconnections, like the one apparently evident in Shiv Dayal Singh's founding of Radhaswami. The brother connection, a family of gurus. Another interesting twist to the hagiographical origins of Radhaswami is that all three sons of Diwali Singh and Mahamaya, Shiv Dayal, Rai Bindraban, and Pratap Singh, acted as gurus. Moreover, each served as sources for new religious movements. Rai Bindraban founded the Bindrabani sect in Oudh. Shiv Dayal Singh founded Radhaswami in Agra, and Seth Pratap Singh's disciple, Shyam Lal, established the Dara Sindhu Pratap branch in his guru's honor. Although all three share a common heritage in the Sant tradition, it appears that Shiv Dayal and Rai Bindraban may have had slightly different interpretations of it. What little information in English we have about Bindraban comes from S.D. Maheshwari's books, particularly Bhaktmal of the Radhaswami faith. The following provides us with a gist of Bindraban's life and work. It was in Faizabad that he promulgated his new faith called Bindrabani Panth, religion styled after his own name, and started initiating people into Sat Guru Ram and propagating it amongst sadhus, ascetics, mendicants, and householders. People in the thousands became his disciples. He used to be regarded as the incarnation of Jesus Christ, the reason perhaps being that he was well versed in English and dressed like a European, and with a hat on he used to preach his religion. He used to be addressed as Sarkar Sahib by his disciples. Rai Bindraban Sahib passed away in 1876. His disciples had his samadhi built in Ayodhya, which is still there. There are a number of intriguing parallels between Rai Bindraban and his brother Shiv Dayal Singh concerning the origins of their respective movements. First, Bindraban and Shiv Dayal started their public ministries within the same decade, the 1860s, the former in Faizabad and the latter in Agra. Second, each were responsible for religious teaching bearing either their real name or honorific title, Bindrabani sect and the Radhasoami faith. Shiv Dayal was referred to both as Swami and as Radhasoami, the ultimate Lord. Third, both emphasized the practice of Surat-Shabad Yoga. And fourth, both left wives who were regarded as enlightened beings, Bibo and Narayan D. Why Bindraban would have desired to start his own religion is not clear. That it was based primarily on Sant Mat is certain, though, as Bindraban's book, Bihar Bindraban, emphasizes devotion to Sant Guru and Shabad. I salute and pay obeisance to my beloved Nanak Sahib. He pervades everywhere, all land, water, and grass. Bindraban says that Sat Guru Nanak Sahib has himself incarnated in him. Because of his being merged in Shabad, he has been able to accomplish his task easily. He who performs Sat Guru Ram's Dhyan is sure to achieve four precious things. He who has met Sat Guru Ram and cherishes no worldly desire has attained salvation and will find abode in the true home. This world is transitory, and one has to leave it in a few days. Rai Bindraban died in 1876. A samadhi, burial tomb, in Ayodhya was built by his chief disciples and successors, Guru Saran Das and Sat Guru Saran Das. According to Maheshwari's account, Bindraban also allocated money before his death to be used for advancing the cause of his religion, the Bindrabani Panth. Bindrabani's wife, Bibo, affectionately termed Jyoti Mataji, survived her husband's death and was given a high place of honor in the Radhasoami faith. Elaborates Maheshwari, she, Bibo, was held in high esteem in Radhasoami satsang, along with Radhaji Maharaj. Her arti also used to be performed. In the course of his utterances, made on the last day of his life just prior to his departure from this world, Swamiji Maharaj was pleased to observe, "You should treat Radhaji and Jyoti Mataji alike." A small shrine has been built in her memory in Radha Bagh near Radhaji's samadhi. Thus, in the early days of Radhasoami, 1861 to 1871, both Rai Bindraban and Shiv Dayal Singh were openly advocating Surat-Shabad Yoga and Guru Bhakti, albeit in different towns and with different focuses. Apparently, Bindraban received more publicity than his older brother and was more outgoing in spreading his message. In the Awad Akhbar Lucknow newspaper of March 1870, Bindraban and his new religion received a glowing write-up after he made a spectacular entrance at the famous Kumbh Mela, riding on an elephant with a decorated umbrella over his head and with someone fanning him with a whisk. And in front of him were 10 to 12 elephants carrying beautiful flags. Wherever one went, one heard people saying, "Bindraban Ji is a holy man, perfect in knowledge, absorbed in meditation, and the very personification of internal illumination." All should respect such a great and gifted soul. By Bindraban Ji's grace and mercy, many sadhus are engaged in the contemplation of Shabad, practice of Shabad Yoga. All the time one can find in his presence men of position, kings, respected members of the public and government officers who are interested in parmarth, spiritual welfare. The number of gurus arising from Diwali Singh's family is considerable. Each of his sons and their surviving wives acted as spiritual leaders. And after their deaths, some satsangis followed Pratap Singh's son, Sudarshan Singh, while a large number paid homage to one of Shiv Dayal Singh's nephews, Madhav Prasad Sinha. With such a plurality of gurus arising from one household, the family connection in the early history of Radhasoami cannot be overlooked. Although one may be generalizing too much to ascribe the finding of new religions in the mid and late 19th century to the spirit of the age, like the proliferation of spirit channelers in Los Angeles in the 1980s, it cannot be overlooked that when three new religious revelations originate out of the same family, something more than coincidence seems to be operating. Arguably, Shiv Dayal Singh and his brothers were part of a larger movement spreading throughout India at that time, religious renaissance. As Agam Prasad Mathur argues, it cannot be denied that during the 600 years of Islamic suppression, Hinduism, as the religion of a vanquished people, suffered significant setbacks. It was during British rule that Hinduism could stand on a plane of equality with Islam, with the state policy of non-interference in socio-religious matters. An era of freedom was experienced by religious leaders. It may have been precisely this new era of openness which allowed for spiritual visionaries like Bindraban and Shiv Dayal Singh to establish new movements which revitalized ancient truths by placing them in a more modern and accessible context. In any case, the family connection played a decisive role in the early history of Radhasoami, and for those would-be successors of Shiv Dayal Singh who lacked blood connection, the authorization and legitimacy of their ministries depended in large part on the support of the Holy Family. This was especially true, as we will see shortly, in the case of Jaimal Singh, who kept in close contact with his guru's family. The ideology of enlightenment, Radhasoami theology and its social context. Theological perspectives and debates, which are delineated by such terms as orthodox and heterodox, not only focus philosophical differences, but also actually reflect more fundamental social circumstances and conflicts. Indeed, conflicts in theology often represent, in an idealized fashion, social relations between particular religious groups. For example, the 2nd century AD dispute between Gnostic sects and emerging Pauline Christianity was not simply an argument over mysticism versus revelation, but a genuine political fight over centralized control and unification. Thus, the use of such terms as orthodox and heterodox by religious leaders and movements can be utilized by sociologists as indicative signposts underlying societal tensions that are often the main causes or catalysts behind theological debates. The importance of this kind of approach is twofold. 1. Religious ideas are seen as important indicators or crystallizations of underlying social differences. And 2. Theological or philosophical knowledge is viewed in a connective and not an abstracted way with culture. As such, this kind of methodology sheds light on the formation, process, and culmination of theological thinking. Furthermore, it should be understood that philosophical positions are in many cases indices of social relationships. The very idea of orthodoxy implies that there is another school of thought that is contrary to it, hence the pejoratively used term heterodox, and its sister, heretical. Although it is strikingly obvious, it is important to remind us that heresies do not exist in a literary vacuum, but are directly related to established and oftentimes mainstream cultural institutions. In this way, therefore, the study of theological disputes offers a fruitful context whereby the sociologist can better understand the social relationship between connected, if battling, religious movements. Robin Gill, in a groundbreaking work, Theology and Social Structure, elaborates on the importance and utility of this kind of endeavor. Despite the obvious dangers of theological relativism, the task of carefully uncovering the social determinants of theology remains an important one. Far from being an attempt to reduce theology to a series of affirmations about society, the charge that is often leveled at Feuerbach, or to relativize it by exposing its obvious dependence upon transitory social contexts, this task of uncovering social determinants becomes an essential step in theological self-awareness. Just as it is widely acknowledged that theological statements carry numerous philosophical and historical connotations and presuppositions, so theologians might eventually assume that an awareness of social context and determinants is a prerequisite of an adequate theology. In light of this, the following section, which focuses on the continuing controversy among the various branches of Radhasoami over what constitutes ultimate truth or enlightenment, will examine how theological disputes codify underlying social relationships and tensions. Specifically, I want to address this one major question. How do social circumstances, such as geographic location, property rights, status or caste, and succession transference, influence theological perspectives on enlightenment? To properly examine and answer this query, however, it is necessary to study Radhasoami theology in a developmental fashion, since theology, like other intellectual disciplines, progresses through a series of stages. Thus, to identify the social determinants of Radhasoami thought, attention must be paid to its historical development as well. For instance, what may begin as a dependent variable, such as Radhasoami's lack of strict rules or guidelines governing Gadi Nashin succession in its beginning stages, may in time develop into an independent variable, such as Sawan Singh's use of a registered will to document the appointment of his successor, Jagat Singh, at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh, which can significantly influence by itself the future strategies of guru legitimation. Hence, a fully comprehensive sociology of Radhasoami doctrines needs to take into account how theology is both a product and a producer in the social construction of philosophical thought. To carry out this task, though, the sociologist is forced by methodological considerations to study dependent and independent variables separately, despite the obvious fact that they are not mutually exclusive and are in constant interaction. As Robin Gill explains, the main justification for focusing separately on the social determinants and the social significance of theology is that such focus presents the sociologist with an empirically manageable area of study. Swami Bhag, Orthodox, Objective, Closed System, Orthodoxy, and its Social Roots. Although religious leaders and followers tend to dismiss social circumstances and relationships as having a major impact on the development of their beliefs, teachings, and practices, it appears obvious societal context plays a tremendous role in shaping theological viewpoints. The problematic issue, though, is how to measure the social influence. Given the wide array of contributing influences, I think it is impossible at this stage to accurately gauge the impact, but it is possible to identify certain general social factors that have helped mold philosophical outlooks. What were the social circumstances that contributed to Swami Bhag's establishment of an orthodox and exclusive interpretation of Radhasoami teachings? To accurately answer that question, however, we must first realize that Swami Bhag's orthodoxy did not develop overnight. Rather, it developed in progressive stages, demarcated most graphically by each new guru succession crisis. Thus, we will want to identify the social determinants of Swami Bhag's theology by taking a close look at various phases in its history. By starting with Rai Salig Ram, the first guru in Radhasoami history to define a specific orthodox interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings, it will enable us to identify the various social factors that contributed to the solidification of orthodoxy. Although, as I have previously stated, it is not possible at this time to know the exact reasons behind Rai Salig Ram's theology, we will at least have a general idea of which social factors may have played a significant role. After this, we can then turn to Rai Salig Ram's theology and see which ideas may have a social impact on the continuing development of Swami Bhag. The social context of Rai Salig Ram's theological perspective. Even during the lifetime of Shiv Dayal Singh, the founder of Radhasoami, there were divergent interpretations over the nature of his teachings. Apparently, Shiv Dayal Singh was well aware of the problem and advised his brother Seth Partap Singh, just prior to his death, not to interfere with their respective development. Addressing Lala Partap Singh, Swamiji observed, "The faith I had given out was that of Sat Nam and Anami. Radhasoami faith has been introduced by Salig Ram, who's our Maharaj. You should let it also continue. Satsang must go on. Satsang shall spread far and wide in future." By Shiv Dayal Singh's own admission, Rai Salig Ram introduced Radhasoami Mat in contradistinction with his own Mat, Sat Nam and Anami Nam. What is not at all clear, though, is why. Why, for instance, did Rai Salig Ram introduce Radhasoami Mat during the lifetime of his teacher? Moreover, what were the social determinants at the time that prompted Salig Ram to do so? Although our inquiry lacks several key historical documents, such as Rai Salig Ram's notebooks, which have yet to be released by his great-grandson, Agam Prasad Mathur, There are enough original writings of both Shiv Dayal Singh and Rai Saligram to give us a clear idea about their respective theologies. Rai Saligram's unique relationship with Shiv Dayal Singh. By all accounts, including those of rival successors, Rai Saligram was the chief and most well-known disciple of Shiv Dayal Singh. Seth Partap Singh, in his biography of Swamiji Mahariji, referred to Saligram as the chief and most beloved disciple of Radhasoami Sahib. This unique personal relationship between Saligram and his guru should not be underestimated. If anything, it presents us with a social context in which to understand why Saligram would eventually claim that Shiv Dayal Singh was the supreme incarnation. Saligram would often serve his guru up to 15 hours a day, performing personal tasks ranging from drawing water from a well 1 mile away to cutting twigs from trees to be used as a toothbrush. Saligram's devotion was unique, as evidenced by Seth Partap Singh's high praise of his services. Huzur Maharaj, Rai Saligram, would never miss attendance on Swamiji Maharaj. Even while attending on Swamiji Maharaj for about 15 hours every day, he was extremely eager for darshan. As soon as he would come in his presence, he would feel at ease and imbibe the nectar of his discourses. He was, in fact, singular in his devotion to Swamiji Maharaj. There can be no question that Saligram's intensely close physical proximity to his guru, day in and day out, contributed to his devotional ideas about guru bhakti in general. We know from historical records that Rai Saligram and other close devotees partook of Shiv Dayal Singh's charanamrit, water, which has been personally sanctified by the immersion of the guru's physical feet, and prasad, blessed food which was apparently sanctified by Shiv Dayal Singh's own saliva. These kinds of practices, however, are not unique to Radhaswami. What is not typical, though, is Saligram's extreme devotion to the bodily form of his guru. An excerpt from one of Rai Saligram's letters to his guru reveals the nature of his devotion. It is also prayed that Brother Partap Singh, or Brother Gauri Shankar, be directed to collect and send a small packet of dust, which may have been besmeared on Huzur's feet. Huzur's footprint on the paper which has been sent to me had very little dust. So this slave of yours prays for the favor of being supplied with a special dust from off your sacred feet. Charanamrit and prasad may also graciously be sent to this slave soon. Although it is not possible to draw a cause and effect connection between Saligram's unique personal relationship with Shiv Dayal Singh and his subsequent theological views, they are nevertheless consistent with one another. At the very least, this supports why Saligram, and not other successors who were not as physically close to the guru, would have adopted a univocal interpretation of his master's teachings. In other words, Saligram's singular devotion is reflected in his singular and exclusive interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings. Another factor at play here is a psychological one: transference inflation. By elevating his guru to the greatest incarnation of all time, Saligram, in turn, elevates his own status, since he was by all accounts one of the closest, if not the closest, disciple of Shiv Dayal Singh. Although such a projection may indeed be unconscious, it does nevertheless have a very visible social effect. The successor of the greatest incarnation of all time naturally engenders an almost unparalleled amount of respect and adulation, thus solidifying an emerging guru's ministry. Saligram's univocal interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh is also a categorical pronouncement about his own ministry. It is not surprising, therefore, to learn that Saligram's actions after the death of his guru caused some envy and dissension among his fellow satsangis. Partap Singh, Shiv Dayal Singh's brother, in particular, was incensed by Saligram's airs of grandeur. He was especially outraged by the extreme devotion displayed towards Saligram during and after his satsangis in People Mandi. Thus, Saligram's exclusive interpretation of his guru's message must also be seen as personal testimony about his own functional status as a viable successor. In other words, Saligram is not only revealing something about his guru when he speaks of an unqualified incarnationalism, he is also speaking categorically about his own perceived role in the history of spirituality. The socio-religious influences of the British Raj, Vaishnavism, and biblical Christianity. Since Salagram had a long and fruitful career in the office of Postmaster General in the northwestern provinces, he was the first Indian to be appointed to the position. He had close contact with the British and their ways of administrating government. Even though the British did not always respect the various manifestations of Indian religion, such as Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism, their rule was generally much more tolerant of differing religious practices than were India's previous rulers, the Muslim Mughals. In such a climate, modern Hindu revivalist movements, such as Swami Dayananda's Arya Samaj and Blavatsky's pro-Indian thought theosophy, flourished. The importance of this kind of religious freedom should not be overlooked. As Mathur explains, it cannot be denied that during the 600 years of Islamic suppression, Hinduism as the religion of a vanquished people suffered significant setbacks. It was during British rule that Hinduism could stand on a plane of equality with Islam. With the state policy of non-interference in socio-religious matters, an era of freedom was experienced by religious leaders. Even though Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings were not oriented towards bettering the world, overthrowing British rule, or re-establishing the supremacy of Hinduism, there was undoubtedly an element of absolutism that evoked a sense of pride in its members. For, even though the British may have been the temporal rulers of India and its people, they had no jurisdiction whatsoever in the higher spheres of spiritual existence. Hence, a devout Hindu or Sikh could still retain a sense of self-pride by realizing his religious views were beyond the scope of British Raj politics. Despite their transmundane aspirations, modern Indian religious movements served a vital social function in allowing their practitioners to retain a sense of community and historical continuity, even in the midst of foreign rule. Thus, Salagram is one of a series of Indian revivalists who sought to re-establish the supremacy of religion in everyday life. The unique twist in Salagram's venture, though, was that he advocated Radhasoami as the supreme religion of all time. In doing so, he criticized all other forms of worship. As such, Salagram was simply extending Shiv Dayal Singh's own exclusive views on the nature of spiritual evolution into a historically unique occasion. Bakan 3 of Sar Bakan Chand Band reveals in a nutshell Salagram's spiritual appraisal of other religions and their leaders. Neither Ram nor Krishna knew thee, O my beloved Radhasoami. Neither Sita nor Rukman and Patrani heard about my beloved Radhasoami. Christ, Moses, Mary, and Mani failed to find out my beloved Radhasoami. What could Hindus and Muslims know about my beloved Radhasoami? Salagram's orthodoxy, especially his elevation of Shiv Dayal Singh as the supreme incarnation of God, has some interesting parallels with Christianity, where the central emphasis, especially in fundamentalist sects, is on the historical uniqueness of Jesus Christ. We know that Salagram was familiar with Christian doctrine, owning a number of books on the subject, including a complete collection of Emanuel Swedenborg's mystical texts. Couple this with Salagram's Vaishnava background, his family were staunch devotees of Krishna, one of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, and it appears certainly obvious, but not yet scientifically ascertainable, that Salagram's incarnational views owe much to both Orthodox Hinduism and Christianity. The former because they were the context of his early youth, the latter because they represented the status religion of the ruling class. Salagram was also highly affected by the 1857 Indian Mutiny. As Agam Prasad Mathur remarks, the horrors and aftermath of the freedom movement in 1857 left a sad mark on his impressionable mind and increased his desire for meeting a true guide. To what extent such a tragedy influenced his religious views remains uncertain, except that it increased Salagram's longing for spiritual fulfillment. The religious and social impact of Salagram's ministry. Although it is nearly impossible to precisely gauge the socio-historical influences on Salagram's extreme philosophical positions, we do know that his legacy left a huge imprint on the growth of Radhasoami in Agra and elsewhere, especially through his two main followers, Ram Shankar Misra and Madhav Prasad Sinha. Salagram was responsible for several key developments in Radhasoami theology and organization, including 1. Publishing Shiv Dayal Singh's writings in 1886 for the first time. 2. Drawing a significant increase of followers to Radhasoami. 3. articulating in a clear and systematic fashion various abstruse points in Radhasoami theology. 4. Spreading the teachings of Radhasoami outside of Agra. And 5. Establishing a new ministerial base at People Mandi, outside of Swami Bagh. But Saligram's greatest legacy occurred when he died. Instead of clearly appointing one successor to carry on the work, Saligram died without nominating anyone as his heir apparent. The result was an interregnum, where no one for a couple of years emerged as a guru. This singular event, perhaps more than any other thing in Saligram's career, altered the course of future Radhasoami history. Luckily for scholars, unlike the death of Shiv Dayal Singh, there are a number of important written documents that reveal the uncertainty and tension that accompanied Rai Saligram's death. A particularly insightful commentary comes from Brahm Shankar Misra, Saligram's eventual majority successor, who wrote a number of letters to satsangis during this time period. Below are some pertinent excerpts. The sudden departure of Huzur Maharaj, Rai Saligram, has no doubt been a great shock to all of us, and taken away the apparent prop we were resting on. But he has not totally severed his connection with us. On the other hand, he is now watching our spiritual welfare more keenly than before, and giving us also greater help inwardly. The question of allegiance to another Sad, or Sant, does not therefore arise for the present. Nothing definite can be said yet about Huzur Maharaj's successor. Eventually, no doubt the necessity of a Sant Sadguru is indispensable for the continuance of Radhasoami faith, but some spiritual benefit is intended even until his appearance, the object being that all followers of Radhasoami faith should exert themselves internally for spiritual advancement. As long as another Satguru does not appear, there is no question of altering the contemplation of the last Satguru's image, who was the latest incarnation of the Supreme Being. What is clear from Misra's letters is that no successor to Saligram emerged for at least 2 years. Even Misra himself, who would later assume the role, appears not to be aware of his own spiritual status during this period. Hence the importance of the interregnum should not be overlooked. In many ways, it serves as a period in which Saligram's theology gets solidified, and Gaudiya Nashin's succession takes on a new political twist. The Central Administrative Council, when orthodoxy gets entrenched. With the proliferation of gurus and satsangs, after Shiv Dayal Singh's death, there were at least 6 different disciples working as gurus. There arises an overriding impetus, both for individuals and organizations, to establish some kind of outward criterion for legitimation. In the case of Shiv Dayal Singh, there was no unanimity on who was his male successor. Even though Radhaji was accepted as his chief female heir, and general guardian of the entire Sangat, it appears that Sanmukh Das, Rai Saligram, Seth Partap Singh, Jaimal Singh, Garib Das, and others, perhaps, commenced their own satsangs and gathered their own particular followings. The consequences of this split in the Sangat were tremendous, and until this day have been a major source for the continued proliferation of new breakaway groups. In Agra, after the death of Shiv Dayal Singh, there were 4 satsangs that were held. 1. The Sadhu Satsang, headed by Samukh Das. 2. The Women's Satsang, headed by Radhaji. 3. Seth Partap Singh's satsang at Swami Bagh. And 4. Rai Saligram satsang in People Mandi. Apparently there was some disharmony among the 3 of these satsangs, almost from the outset. For example, Seth Partap Singh, Shiv Dayal Singh's younger brother, did not always approve of Rai Saligram's satsang in People Mandi, because he had introduced some changes that were not to his liking. Despite whatever theological differences Saligram and Partap Singh had, it appears that one of the major points of their dispute was over who gave satsang and where. The Partap-Saligram dispute illustrates graphically that the atmosphere in Agra after Shiv Dayal Singh's death was anything but serene. Apparently, when Saligram moved back to Agra in the mid-1880s, he had been posted outside of the city for some time after the death of his guru. His satsang caused a rift of jealousy among devotees who had previously been associated with Radhaji, Shiv Dayal Singh's wife and chief heir. As Saligram himself noted on July 16, 1887, to Brahm Shankar Misra, his eventual successor, "Troubles constantly arise from my holding satsang, and I have a mind to modify present procedure so as to avoid giving cause to jealousy on the part of others, as well as the great want of respect hitherto shown towards our Supreme Mother Radhaji Sahib, by the members of the congregation. It appears that the animosity reached a peak in 1889 when Saligram began solidifying his constituencies and drawing seekers and satsangis away from Pratap Singh's satsangs. The following correspondence between Saligram and Madhav Prasad Sinha at that time reveals the intensity of the dispute. For the last week or 10 days, Lala Pratap Singh Sahib, is very much displeased with the satsang. Although it so happens once in a month or two, this time he is overexcited. Yesterday, in the satsang and the general congregation at his house, he vehemently used very intemperate language and harsh words about this satsang, satsangis, satsangins, and sadhus. As far as possible, I do not like to give the least cause of annoyance and displeasure to the members of the Holy Family. For the last few days, Lala Pratap Singh has been holding his separate satsang. In order that his satsang may flourish, I wish to stop for some time the satsang held at my place. This would remove the cause of his displeasure and annoyance. Besides, there are quarrels and differences among satsangis and satsangins, due to which I feel very much vexed and annoyed. It therefore seems advisable to stop the satsang for the time being. Sadhus would attend satsang in Swami Bagh. Householders would join the satsang held at Radhaji Maharaj's, and sadhus, if they so wish, may come to the town and join the satsang arranged by Chachiji Sahib and held under the benign presidency of Radhaji Maharaj. In a later letter, this time to Prem Anand, Saligram elaborates on the controversy. I have never trusted his, Pratap Singh, external respectful conduct, for I always noticed a strong spirit of jealousy and venomous rancor harbored in his breast. But my endeavor has been to give way and to take no notice of his words, and on the other hand, for the sake of my beloved Supreme Father, to give this queer gentleman no cause for offense or in any way lower his dignity amongst the members of the satsang. Thus, by the time of Saligram's death, there were a number of factions in Radhaswami, and the disputes mostly concerning succession and property rights were increasing. To remedy this factionalization, Brahm Shankar Misra and other prominent People Mandi Swami Bagh Satsangis created a central administrative council to unify the divergent Radhaswami groups under one collective umbrella. Even though the result was disastrous, the Central Administrative Council was a coup of sorts for Brahm Shankar Misra and Orthodox Radhaswami. For, by its very inception, Misra was able to legally establish a system whereby an elite inner circle could determine the future of Radhaswami doctrines, initiations, membership, and in turn control the satsang properties associated with Shiv Dayal Singh and Rai Saligram. S.D. Maheshwari explains the guiding principle of the CAC. It had been observed that after the departure of Sant Guru, certain persons had seceded from the main satsang and formed into separate groups. They asserted their right of interest in the above properties, so it was necessary to take measures to protect these properties, and the council was established, a. to consolidate the properties presented or acquired during the time of Swamiji Maharaj and Huzur Maharaj, which were in possession of the members of the families of Sant Gurus. B. To settle once for all the question that the property belongs to the Sant Guru as such and to no one else. C. To safeguard against the properties passing into the family of a Sant Guru or another person. D. To help the Sant Guru in the management of the properties. E. To administer the properties during interregnum. And F. To prevent the formation of cliques as far as possible. Geographical location, where the sacred and the profane intersect. The importance of geographic location and property in establishing and maintaining a religious orthodoxy should not be underestimated. Religious orthodoxies in general are much more likely to develop in the geographical location where the charismatic founder established his mission. Not only does the land lend historical significance to the fledgling movement, but it provides visible proof of where the sacred touches the profane. As such, the founder's spiritual gadi, literally seat of the guru, represents a primordial hierophany, a divine axis mundi where the numinous coincides with the mundane. Such a sacred spot becomes an historical repository of the initial divine manifestation in the world. A comparative look at the world's great religions attests to this as a transcultural phenomenon. Witness the Jewish-Christian Jerusalem, the Sikhs' Amritsar, the Hindus' Benares, and the Muslims' Mecca. Moreover, these holy places by their very nature are oriented towards a nostalgic remembrance of the religion's beginnings. Although they may inspire pilgrims to transform their lives in the future, they do so by presenting an ideal from the past. Hence, it is natural and consistent with the spirit of religious devotion that the place where the spiritual leader made significant advances, commandments, or miracles should become the focal point of pilgrimage and worship. The Central Administrative Council, working out of Swami Bagh, therefore, by its entitled position, was more predisposed toward orthodoxy than any other satsang group connected with Shiv Dayal Singh, since it retained what other branches did not: historical legitimacy and the sacred memory via geographic location, personal artifacts, and relics, etc. Thus, one of CAC's, Swami Bagh's, chief sources for legitimacy in the face of rival claims was its geographic location. Whatever else may be said against the presiding gurus at Swami Bagh, nobody could dispute its singular claim for being the place where Radhasoami started. Hence, despite whatever controversies it engendered, the Central Administrative Council was key in cementing an orthodox viewpoint in Radhasoami. By retaining the vital satsang properties of the first two gurus and restricting voting to a selected elite, the CAC was able to establish its sacred base, as well as wield political control over its membership. Even though the CAC came under heavy attack just 5 years after its inception and suffered a drastic loss of membership due to the rebellion of Kamta Prasad Sinha and other disaffected satsangis, it clearly established itself as the orthodox branch of Radhasoami. But much of this orthodoxy has to do with the reaction to growing schisms within the movement and the need for centralizing the control of satsang properties. The very idea of orthodoxy arises only when there is a contest over centralized control, and usually such contests hover around material interests like property rights, membership privileges, and doctrinal interpretations. With the increase of properties and members and monies, it is little wonder that internal disputes would prompt a push for some kind of centralized order. Who determines that order, however, has more to do with politics than mysticism. And it is precisely the politics of property and economic self-interest that determines to a large measure how theology gets transformed to fit the needs of a given time and circumstance. For this reason, the Central Administrative Council must be seen for what it is: a political body interested in preserving economic interests. Why else would such a spiritual institution pursue a decades-long legal battle with Dayal Bagh over worship rights at Swami Bagh and elsewhere? To be sure, the pretext is one of doctrinal purity, but underlying such a pretext is an economic reality, wherein the CAC stands to lose exclusive rights to its property holdings, as well as to its incoming donations from outlying sister satsangs. Hence, the CAC's development of a doctrinal orthodoxy is intimately related to its own economic self-interest in retaining control over sacred properties and the worship rights to those holy places. In later years, after the death of Madhav Prasad Sinha, the last guru at Swami Bagh, it became imperative for the Central Administrative Council to assume a more active role in controlling satsang-related activities, such as building the holy samad, processing new applicants for initiation, collecting bent donations, conducting regular satsangs, printing Radhasoami literature, and maintaining satsang properties. Indeed, with the demise of Madhav Prasad and his personal charisma, Swami Bagh's orthodoxy became entrenched. With the apparently interminable interregnum started by Madhav Prasad, Sinha's death, the routinization of Radhasoami doctrines finally reached its pinnacle. No longer subject to the unpredictable ideas of a new guru, and or the controversies that would inevitably follow his or her death, the Central Administrative Council, without a recognized living master at its helm, emerged as the sole governing force at Swami Bagh. A development which will undoubtedly ensure that a doctrinal orthodoxy reigns supreme for many more years to come. Manavta Mandir, heterodox, subjective, counter-system social position, and the evolution of heterodoxy. The antithesis of Swami Bagh's interpretation of ultimate truth and enlightenment is the viewpoint held by Manavta Mandir, founded by the late Baba Fakir Chand, 1886 to 1981. Although arising from the same genealogical roots, Fakir Chand's guru, Shiv Brat Lal, was an initiate of Rai Saligram. Manavta Mandir does not hold to any exclusive dogmas or doctrines. Rather, due to its founder's penetrating insights and frank autobiographical admissions, this satsang sees every religious expression from Radhasoami to Advaita Vedanta as being subjective and partial manifestations of the total reality. In fact, truth is not objective as a cognitive capability, but is wholly transcendent, beyond the capacity of any individual to attain to it or understand it. What man knows is only a small part of the larger universe, like a germ in the human body, circumvented by its very existence to a remote region of inquiry. As Fakir Chand once wrote, who can say authentically that God is unnamed, Anami, or unseen, Alak? Man is in search of truth. When his attention, Surat, reaches or merges in its own self, he feels himself to be unnamed, Anami. He loses his self into a state of limitlessness, and there ends his struggle of research. Who can know what man is? So man, none has known anything about God. All these propounders of different religious philosophies have no right to say that they have become something. If anyone makes this claim, he is still ignorant of the truth. See the end of those saints who made claims of their so-called greatness and immortality. Where did the immortality of Paltu Sahib go when he was thrown in the boiling oil pan? My guru, Datta Dayal, could not do anything against his God's will and save his ashram, Radhaswami Dham. Swami Param, Hans Dev, whose prasad had a power for curing incurable diseases, himself died of cancer. Interestingly, Fakir Chand's radicalization of absolute truth came about only after he had embraced the accepted doctrines of Radhaswami, as outlined by Shiv Dayal Singh in his book, Sar Bakan, both the prose and poetry volumes. Fakir Chand, like many satsangis in the faith, believed he had been led to the highest path available to mankind. However, since there were many different schools of Radhaswami, each with their own presiding master, Fakir quickly learned that he was not alone in his pride of spiritual superiority. Yet, unlike many of his counterparts, Fakir underwent a remarkable transformation in his religious views near the end of World War I. In a battle in Iraq in 1919, Fakir Chand had two extraordinary experiences that convinced him that no path or guru was necessarily closer to God. First, he beheld a vision of his master, Shiv Brat Lal, while he was in grave danger, which on further inspection occurred without any knowledge on behalf of his guru. And second, close associates of Fakir Chand claimed that he was appearing to them during their meditation sittings, but all the while Fakir himself, when questioned about such appearances, stated that he had absolutely no knowledge of the manifestations. These unusual events confirmed to Fakir that all inner visions, miracles, etc., were products of the devotee's own faith and concentration, and had nothing to do, per se, with any particular religious master or system. Fakir Chand comments on this critical insight. Dayal's mother, whom you see within, and whom you love within, is your own creation, your own child. You yourself create the image of Shiv Brat Lal in your center of Trikuti, while other devotees create ideals such as Krishna, Rama, or other gods at the same center, and enjoy their vision. Man is basically ignorant about the reality. When you create my image for the fulfillment of your worldly desires, and get many works done from my form, I remain unaware about such happenings. I daily receive a heavy mail about such miraculous incidents from satsangis. Such cases have convinced me that the manifestation of the Guru's form within me was not from without. It was the creation of my own mind. I do not go anywhere, but my form does manifest at many places at the same time. It proves that it is one's own creation, one's own faith, belief, and devotion. An individual enjoys visions within according to his intentions and convictions. True spiritual enlightenment, according to Fakir Chand, is not the apprehension of inner visions, the listening to celestial sounds, or out-of-body experiences, but is rather the realization that every conception of the divine is ultimately unreal. Truth or reality is, in essence, absolutely unknowable. Liberation is the tacit awareness of that mysterious fact on every level of life. Thus, Fakir Chand and his B-man philosophy represent a devastating subjectivity, which no matter how profound, can never be completely objectivized. Divine ignorance from beginning to end. Obviously, this radical purview did not sit well with other Radhasoami groups, especially the Agra sects, since it relativizes even the most exceptional of religious revelations. Fakir Chand's heterodox views have not won him a wide following, though they have clearly distinguished his teachings as the chief countersystem to mainstream orthodox Radhasoami theology. As Fakir Chand once observed, this is a hard fact. The plain truth does not help in establishing centers. It does not increase the number of followers. But how is anyone to understand it, truth? Only after this realization that he is a bubble of consciousness. A bubble of consciousness would not claim himself to be a yogi, sadhu, or jnani. Had I not realized this truth, I might have made claims of my greatness and got myself worshipped from you and exploited you. Today, Manavta Mandir, under the direction of Fakir Chand's chief spiritual successor, Dr. I.C. Sharma, preaches an unqualified B-manism, an ecumenical humanism that stresses the need for human interaction and upliftment. Dialogue with a variety of different religious traditions is invited and welcomed. Unlike Swami Bhag, which shuns any type of publicity or formal communication with splinter satsang groups, Manavta Mandir seeks out platforms with other spiritual gurus and masters. In fact, the B-Man temple in Hoshiarpur contains not only pictures of the late Baba Fakir Chand, Shiv Brat Lal, and Rai Salig Ram, which is expected in such an institution, but also houses photographs of almost every other Radhasoami leader from various branches. Where Swami Bhag's orthodox or objective or closed system leans towards exclusivity, Fakir Chand's heterodox or subjective or counter system tends toward inclusivity. Manavta Mandir was quite inclusive and tolerant of opposing perspectives during the reign of its founder Fakir Chand. As Fakir Chand himself has stated on several occasions, I do not know whether my realizations are right or wrong. I do not make any claim that my realization is final. Fakir Chand's successor, Dr. I.C. Sharma, though retaining much of his guru's ecumenical spirit, has not been as tolerant as Fakir Chand, of disciples who have started their own satsangs in Fakir's name. In fact, Sharma has met with some sharp resistance from old-time Fakir devotees who feel that he has put too much of his personality into Manavta Mandir politics. Fakir Chand's heterodoxal viewpoint was not simply the product of deep mystical insight, though its value should not be underestimated, but rather was the outcome of a complex series of personal and social events. Fakir Chand's guru, Shiv Brat Lal, for example, was never accepted by the majority of satsangis in or outside of Agra as the true successor of Rai Salig Ram. Indeed, by his own admission, Shiv Brat Lal had only visited his guru 3 times, and then never for more than a week. Shiv Brat Lal's personal contact with Rai Salig Ram was minimal when compared with other fledgling successors. Thus, Shiv Brat Lal did not have any established formal ties with Rai Salig Ram's Sangat, much less with his ashram or property. It is not surprising, therefore, that Shiv Brat Lal was never considered a serious Gaudiya Nashin candidate. In fact, Shiv Brat Lal did not start his own satsang in earnest until around 1904 or 1905, some 6 years after the death of his guru. When Fakir Chand first met his master in 1905, Shiv Brat Lal's Sangat was extremely small and was not regarded as a major Radhasoami branch. Only later, with Shiv Brat Lal's numerous publications on Sant Mat, did Shiv Brat Lal's Radhasoami group emerge in Gopagnaj as a major force in Sant Mat circles. Shiv Brat Lal's philosophy was marked at each turn with a liberality of expression that contrasted drastically with Saligram's orthodoxy. This is most evident perhaps in Shiv Brat Lal's popular Light on Ananda Yoga, which postulates a clearly delineated but not exclusive path to God. Although Shiv Brat Lal did establish a Radhasoami center named Radhasoami Dham and preached the cardinal principles of Surat Shabad Yoga, he did not invoke the unbending orthodoxy of his predecessor, Rai Salig Ram, who claimed that there was only one true religion in the world, now existing, namely Radhasoami Satsang in Agra. On the contrary, Shiv Brat Lal expressed a keen desire to connect the teachings of the saints with the mystical essence of other world religions. Shiv Brat Lal was widely educated and published in a number of literary magazines. It is roughly estimated that he published over 3,000 separate articles, pamphlets, and books in his lifetime. Shiv Brat Lal was also an editor for a number of magazines, including the Arya Gazette, an Arya Samaj publication, and Sadhu. In each of these publications, Shiv Bhat Lal stressed the need for toleration and respect of differing religious leaders and ideas. Shiv Bhat Lal was also on quite friendly terms with other spiritual leaders from other paths, particularly Sawan Singh of Beas, for whom he had very high regard. Bhemanism, a humanistic interpretation of Radhasoami teaching. The development of an extreme heterodox position in Radhasoami theology did not commence, however, with Shiv Bhat Lal. Rather, it was Shiv Bhat Lal's chief successor, Fakir Chand, who developed what is now considered the most radical interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings, Manavism, or Bhemanism. Fortunately, the socio-historical events leading up to this development are clearly outlined by Fakir Chand in his frank autobiography, The Unknowing Sage. Fakir Chand, due to his strict Brahmin upbringing, did not appreciate the dogmatic and unsparing criticism of his religion that was made by the founder of Radhasoami, Shiv Dayal Singh, in his book Sarbakhan. Fakir Chand recollects, "I reached the ashram of Hazrat Dada Dayal Ji, Maharishi Shiv Bhat Lal, and prostrated my humble self at his holy feet. He gave me an exceptionally affectionate welcome and initiated me into Radhasoami Mat. His Holiness gave me a book and asked me to go through it. The work was Sarbakhan, written by Swamiji Maharaj, Shiv Dayal Singh, the founder of Radhasoami. I went through some pages of the book in the very presence of Hazrat Dada Dayal Ji, but I could not pursue it any further, though, because Swamiji Maharaj had most vehemently criticized almost every religion, including Vedanta, Sufism, Islam, Jainism, and Buddhism. He declared them all to be Kal and Maya. It was too much for me. I felt hurt and tears rolled down my eyes. His Holiness noticed my reaction and inquired for the reason. I broke out, Hazur, God is one. I have failed to understand the justification for condemning all other religions as incomplete. This is a direct attack on the religion of my ancestors. Hazur very lovingly advised me, keep aside this book and never read it till I ask you to read it. Thus Fakir's first contact with Radhasoami doctrines was not a pleasant experience. He did not appreciate Shiv Dayal Singh's criticism of other religions and their leaders, nor his exclusive claims on the efficacy of Surat Shabad Yoga. Fakir's distaste for dogmatic Radhasoami doctrines was further exacerbated when he learned that other Radhasoami devotees, particularly those who paid allegiance to Kamta Prasad Sinha, did not accept Fakir's guru Shiv Bhat Lal as genuine. An incident from Fakir's early life exemplifies the social tensions that existed between various Radhasoami factions at that time, and I should add, still persist. On my way back from Lahore, I used to stay at Malkway railway station. There a bookstall agent used to give discourses on Radhasoami Mat. Once the agent refused to share his hookah, an Indian smoking pipe used for tobacco, with me. We are both Brahmin by caste. Why have you refused to share your hookah with me? He surprised me by responding, Babu Kamta Prasad Sinha, alias Sarkar Sahib, is the only true incarnation of Radhasoami Dayal. Babu Kamta Prasad Sinha was at that time the head of the Radhasoami Satsang at Ghazipur in Uttar Pradesh. He meant thereby that I had not been initiated by a true guru, and thus was not a true satsangi. I very politely said to him, Dear brother, God is one. He belongs to all, and all belong to him. He may manifest to his devotees in different forms at different places and different times. But if you do not agree with me, then let me write a letter. You mail this letter to your guru. His reply in any form shall be accepted as final, and I shall abide by it. There and then I wrote the letter, shedding tears of love and devotion for the Supreme Lord, and handed it over to the gentleman to post it to his guru. After 15 days, I was told that Babu Kamta Prasad Sinha had breathed his last, and should wait for a reply until a successor was chosen. From this incident, I concluded that followers of Radhasoami Mat, Ghazipur, were not impartial and true seekers of the ultimate reality. Their approach towards the all-embracing truth was narrow and very sectarian. Hence, I gave up their company and avoided all blind followers thereafter. Even if anybody wished me Radhasoami, I responded with Ram Ram. It is almost impossible not to take the preceding incident as a turning point in the development of Fakir's philosophical outlook. First, Fakir receives a significant social insult when his friend refuses to share the hookah with him, even though they are both of the Brahmin caste. Second, Fakir realizes that his guru is not accepted by a major Radhasoami group as legitimate. And third, Fakir senses that satsangis are not necessarily biased free seekers after the truth, but may be just as sectarian and prejudiced as other religious zealots. However, the real turning point in Fakir's outlook occurred shortly after World War I, when he underwent a remarkable mystical experience, the consequences of which forever changed Fakir's notion of spiritual enlightenment. Fakir recalls, "After about 3 months, the fighting came to an end, and the Jawans retired to their barracks. I returned to Baghdad, where there were many satsangis. When they learned of my arrival, they all came together to see me. They made me sit on a raised platform, offered flowers, and worshipped me. It was all very unexpected, and a surprising scene for me. I asked them, 'Our Guru Maharaj is at Lahore. I am not your Guru. Why do you worship me?' They replied in unison, 'On the battlefield we were in danger. Death lurked over our heads. You appeared before us in those moments of danger and gave us directions for our safety. We followed your instructions and thus were saved.' I was wonderstruck by the surprising explanation of theirs. I had no knowledge of their trouble. I myself, being in danger during those days of combat, had not even remembered them. This incident caused me to question within myself, who appeared to them. Was it Fakir Chand? My faith was strengthened, and I concluded, whosoever remembers God in whatever form, in that very form, he helps his devotee. This gave a new turn to my conception of the spiritual master. Henceforth, I came to believe that the master is no separate entity. Rather, he is the disciple's real self and resides within. Happy with this conclusion, I came to India on annual leave in 1921. Fakir Chand's experience, though mystically interpreted, was also sociologically profound. Man projects his own image of God due to the religious and cultural environment he or she is brought up in. In religious visions, Sikhs see Guru Nanak, not the Virgin Mary. Catholics see Jesus, not the multiple arms of Vishnu. And Hindus see Krishna, or other gods or goddesses, but not the angel Gabriel. Because Satsangi saw Fakir Chand's radiant form without any conscious manipulation or knowledge on his part, Fakir concluded that religion was radically subjective and, by extension, particularly relativistic. Theoretically, God could assume the form of anybody, provided the devotee engendered enough faith and love for him or her or it. Yet, according to Fakir, almost all religious people are ignorant of this fact, since they tend to believe that their cherished gurus, gods, and holy figures bilocate specially to them. The social bedding of radicalness. At first glance, it may appear that Fakir's insight on the nature of religious visions has nothing to do, per se, with his social standing with other Radhasoami groups. However, on closer inspection, it becomes clear that Fakir's mystical interpretations of Radhasoami doctrines are consistent with his social standing with other more mainstream Radhasoami centers. Fakir and his guru, almost from the outset, were regarded as outsiders by orthodox Radhasoami satsangis, especially those who paid allegiance to the Central Administrative Council. Thus, Fakir was driven both by his strict Hindu Brahmin upbringing and his steadfast devotion to Shiv Brat Lal, a minority guru claimant, to seek an alternative understanding of Radhasoami doctrines. If he did not, Fakir had to then face a crisis of legitimacy, since neither he or his guru had any rightful claim to the legacy of Shiv Dayal Singh, the founder of Radhasoami. Hence, it is not surprising, given Fakir's peculiar social position, that Fakir Chand and his group would develop a heterodoxical, read opposite, interpretation of Radhasoami from that of the Central Administrative Council. What is not so clearly evident, though, is exactly what kind of interpretation that would turn out to be. In other words, it may be sociologically possible to predict the direction or context of a vying guru's theological viewpoint, but not necessarily the content or substance of his or her philosophy. So, given the formation of the Central Administrative Council and its strict bylaws governing the development of non-Agra satsangs, it is reasonable to assume that fledgling minority candidates must engage in ideological work, which explains their existence. That is, they must legitimize themselves in ways that are contrary to the status quo. Whether or not this is consciously done, it is difficult to determine. One thing seems certain, though. If Fakir was the successor of a mainstream, widely accepted Radhasoami guru in Agra, there would be no overriding reasons, socially or otherwise, for him to break with precedent. Fakir's radical philosophy, in sum, is not so radical when one considers the social context out of which he was operating. Due to his association with Shiv Brat Lal, Fakir was already on the outskirts of conventional Radhaswami, and thus was never involved in the institutional policies, property disputes, or doctrinal purification debates which occurred in Agra. Fakir was for all intents and purposes an outsider, a marginal character in Radhaswami politics, a fact that Fakir realized early on with his run-in with the shopkeeper. This is not to suggest that Fakir's own mystical revelations did not contribute or drastically inform his heterodoxical views, but that his viewpoint was consistent, not contrary, to his social position in the Radhaswami hierarchy. Unlike other rival Radhaswami branches, like Dayal Bagh, which attempted to gain legitimacy by contesting successorship or property rights, Shiv Brat Lal and Fakir Chand avoided such disputes and attempted to establish their missions on a different footing, one which took issue with orthodox ideologies. Whereas other fledgling successors and their satsangs avoided doctrinal disputes in general, Fakir Chand attacked the problem head-on, and in so doing, both ostracized and lionized himself in a way that is to this day unique in Radhaswami. Fakir was ostracized quite simply because he upturned what is perhaps the most cherished idea in Radhaswami orthodox literature, the historical and spiritual uniqueness of Shiv Dayal Singh and his teachings, and Fakir was lionized because he dared to reveal the secrets surrounding miracles and inner visions. However, Fakir's views have not been accepted by any of the major Radhaswami groups. Indeed, when I interviewed some of the principal leaders of the various Agra, Beas, and Delhi factions of Radhaswami, each of them without exception claimed that Fakir was simply wrong in his interpretations, or misguided. Thakkar Singh, one of the more popular successors to Kirpal Singh, even claimed that Fakir Chand was crazy and not to be taken seriously due to his old age. The routinization of heterodoxy, when radical views become orthodox. When Dr. I.C. Sharma was appointed Fakir Chand's spiritual successor in Hoshiarpur in 1981, a curious thing happened. Fakir's views became solidified and dogmatized. What was once seen as a novel and alternative interpretation of Radhaswami doctrines soon became accepted as the only correct purview on the nature of enlightenment. Fakir Chand's flexible, relativistic views on spirituality became frozen, so to say, with his death, and the clear Gadi Nashin transference which occurred in Hoshiarpur. Since there was no major dispute over whom Fakir Chand had appointed as his heir, and since Fakir's ashram was relatively well established by his death, contrary to Shiv Brat Lal's, Fakir's guru, whose ashram disintegrated, Sharma enjoyed what his two previous predecessors did not: social and legal legitimacy. Hence, Sharma's charismatic control depended to a large degree on the continued success of Madhavta Mandir as an influential Radhaswami branch. The differences between Sharma and his predecessors are striking. Neither Shiv Brat Lal nor Fakir Chand had access to a residentially empowered Gadi under their jurisdiction that was bequeathed to them by their guru. Hence, they were both socially and philosophically mobile, whereas Sharma, on the other hand, was and is constricted by the very nature of his appointment to ensure maintenance of a large ashram and a cherished tradition and lineage. Thus, by the very nature of Sharma's appointment, charisma finally became routinized in an institutional fashion. It is no wonder, therefore, that Sharma's policies contrast starkly with his predecessors, since he was prompted to be more concerned with maintaining and preserving his lineage than with legitimizing it through new doctrinal interpretations. Sharma's departure with his predecessors is perhaps most graphically illustrated by the way he treats rival successors. Unlike Fakir and Shiv Brat Lal, who never contested succession or engaged in legal battles to determine successorship, Sharma has been quite pronounced in declaring his guru status, even to the point of threatening lawsuits against writers who claim that Fakir Chand appointed other successors besides Sharma. For example, when it was printed in Fate magazine in October of 1984 that Fakir Chand had appointed a number of gurus to carry on his ministry, including a middle-aged woman affectionately known as Mataji, Sharma and his group claimed that the information was defamatory and inaccurate. Indeed, the secretary of Manavta Mandir, under direct orders of Dr. I.C. Sharma, wrote a letter to the writer, alleging that Fakir Chand had only appointed one successor, and that unless the writer retracted his error, he and the magazine would face a defamation suit. What is most intriguing about Sharma's vigilance in this regard, besides the fact that he was ultimately incorrect in his defense, Fakir Chand had appointed several gurus before his death, is that it is so unlike the actions of his predecessors. The dramatic change had much to do, as we have seen, with how Sharma assumed control of Manavta Mandir. Moreover, Sharma had to deal with internal politics within the ashram, which were causing cliques and infighting. Hence, to firmly establish his ministerial base, Sharma had to make it clear who was the chief successor of Fakir Chand, not only to his satsangis within India, but to the public at large in North America and England. And Sharma did this, even though it ran completely contrary to the spirit of Bhemanism. Such an incongruity, however, did not go by unnoticed, and there has been a significant exodus of satsangis from Sharma's camp, particularly long-time satsangis who held positions of power within Fakir's Charitable Library Trust and other related institutions. Prominent administrators and workers in the ashram left when Sharma finally moved from the United States back to India in the early part of 1982 and assumed managerial control of Manavta Mandir, some 6 months after Fakir Chand's death. 3. Beas Satsang. Paradox or elective or partially open system. The paradox of transmission. Perhaps the real reason there are so many different Radhasoami branches today, each with a presiding guru, is that the process of succession was not formally outlined by the founder of Radhasoami. Rather, Shiv Dayal Singh only gave general hints about it, elaborating more about the nature and the necessity of a living guru. A good example of Shiv Dayal Singh's views on the subject of succession comes in a letter written on his behalf by Rai Saligram to Sudarshan Singh. When the Sat Guru of the time departs, he appoints someone as his successor, in whom he reincarnates, and thus continues the work of regeneration of jivas, as before. The problem here, though, is that Shiv Dayal Singh does not elaborate on exactly how the Sat Guru appoints his successor. It is that very process, which is not given any binding shape in the writings of Shiv Dayal Singh, that led to a major crisis in succession following the death of Radhasoami's founder. That crisis, it should be added, has never been fully resolved in Radhasoami history, and is the major factor behind the tremendous proliferation of satsangs and gurus in the movement. Even Shiv Dayal Singh's last commandments, which appear to indicate that the founder of Radhasoami intended for his wife, Narayan Day, Radhaji, to succeed him, have not been interpreted the same by his followers. Concerning this succession confusion, Aaron Talsky argues that it stems from a paradoxical tension within Shiv Dayal Singh's very teachings, which allowed for a successorship crisis after his death. Writes Talsky, in the early history of the Radhasoami movement, we have before us then a complex maze of ambiguous historical evidence, which was interpreted in support of a number of reputed gurus, each with his own understanding of the true interpretation of Swamiji's teachings. The unprecedented growth of this sampradaya, side by side with an incredible systemic predilection towards bifurcation and schism, is in part due to this growth of putative successors, each of whom attracted a sizable following. There can be no question that the teachings of Sant Mat and Shiv Dayal Singh in particular lend themselves to a wide range of possible personal interpretations. Since the basis of Surat Shabad Yoga necessitates inward practice and attainment, it is consistent with the philosophy that there would be several initiates claiming access to higher regions of awareness. The crucial debate arises when those same gifted mediators, alleged to be genuine spiritual masters or designated successors. Outside of external verification, it is literally impossible for the Radhasoami initiate to know who, if any, among the emerging claimants are authentic, unless he or she too is enlightened, which, if such were the case, would collapse the utility of this type of discussion. Jaimal Singh and the founding of Beas Satsang. Jaimal Singh, 1838 to 1903, was a devoted follower of Shiv Dayal Singh, having received initiation from the Agra master in 1856, at the age of 17. Accordingly, Jaimal Singh worked as one of Shiv Dayal Singh's spiritual successors, giving satsang and initiation in the Punjab. In the history of the Beas Satsang, Spiritual Letters, Jaimal Singh's commission is explained. Baba Jaimal Singh Ji Maharaj was one of the foremost disciples of Swami Ji Maharaj, Shiv Dayal Singh. Whenever Baba Ji would get any time, he would spend it in the satsang of Swami Ji Maharaj and his darshan. In October 1877, when Baba Ji came on leave, Swami Ji Maharaj said to him, "This is our last meeting. Now I shall go away to Param Dham, eternal home, after completing my life's pilgrimage. I have made you my beloved and my own rup, self or form." Bhai Chanda Singh then requested that satsang be started in the Punjab. Swami Ji Maharaj replied, "This request has been accepted by Akal Purush, and this task has been allotted to Baba Jaimal Singh." Then Swami Ji Maharaj gave his own turban to Baba Ji as prashad and ordered him to go and preach Nam in the Punjab. Further substantiation of Jaimal Singh's succession is given in the same text with references to Shiv Dayal Singh's wife, Radhaji, Narayan Day, and younger brother, Chachaji, Seth Partap Singh, both of whom reportedly supported Jaimal Singh's ministry. Bibi Ruko used to reside in Agra in the service of Mata Radha Ji. One day, some time after Swami Ji Maharajji's death, Mataji asked Bibi Ruko to return to the Punjab. Bibi Ruko replied that she had no work there, and she did not want to give up her satsang and go to the Punjab. She further suggested that some sadhu may be sent there who should preach Swamiji's bakans, words or teachings. Mataji replied that for satsang and the spreading of Nam in the Punjab, Swamiji's orders had already been given. Next morning, Mataji asked Bibi Ruko to go to the railway station and receive the Satguru who had been appointed by Swami Ji Maharaj for the Punjab. He is our beloved son, and Swami Ji Maharaj has to take both Swarath and Parmath, worldly and spiritual, work from him. Mataji further said, Then Mataji reminded Babaji that Swami Ji Maharaj had left orders for him to spread Nam in the Punjab. So now, according to his orders, he should hold satsang and give Nam. Thereafter, Baba Jaimal Singh Ji came and settled down on the banks of the river Beas, between the villages of Balsari and Warek, and started satsang there. Seth Partap Singh's support of Jaimal Singh is evident in a series of letters he wrote to both the Beas Guru and his eventual successor, Sawan Singh. One excerpt, for instance, reads, "It is my great desire that after Baba Ji, Jaimal Singh, and myself, there should be 2 or 3 saints, Nadi Purush, who should spread Radhasoami Mat and Nam Bhakti." Although these testimonies from Shiv Dayal Singh's family, attesting to Jaimal Singh's succession, are undoubtedly provided by the Beas Satsang as external verification for their particular branch, it would be misleading to just cite outward evidence for Jaimal Singh, when so much emphasis is placed in Radhaswami on internal, spiritual achievement. What makes a saint is not simply the exterior rituals associated with Dastarbandi, formal succession, but rather his inner attainment. Specifically, what region has he reached? Is he selfless? What was his relationship with his guru? In the case of Jaimal Singh, the Beas Satsang points to his lifelong dedication to meditation, pure moral life. He was celibate his entire life, and strict obedience to his master. As Kripal Singh illustrates in his biography of Jaimal Singh, a great saint, the light army duties left Jaimal Singh ample time for meditation. If he had no night duty, he would get up at 2 a.m., bathe, and sit down for meditation. During the day, as soon as the parade and other normal duties were over, he would engage himself in like manner or hasten to the home of Swami Ji. He was known for not wasting a single moment on pastimes popular among his fellow soldiers. He visited Punigali with great regularity and often acted there as Swamiji's patti, or reciter. Thus we can see that there are both internal and external stories about Jaimal Singh's authenticity as a spiritual successor to Shiv Dayal Singh. This is not to say, of course, that such testimony is accepted as legitimate evidence by other Radhasoami factions, but only that Jaimal Singh's followers, direct or secondary, do invoke a variety of accounts to buttress their guru's succession. Below are the 4 major forms of verification provided. 1. Verbal confirmation by the departing master Shiv Dayal Singh to Jaimal Singh. 2. Verbal confirmation by the departing master Shiv Dayal Singh to other satsangis, including his wife, Narayan Dey, and his brother Seth Partap Singh. 3. Personal artifacts of Shiv Dayal Singh bequeathed to Jaimal Singh, such as a turban and an asan, prayer mat. 4. Assorted narratives by satsangis and other interested parties about the marriage of Jaimal Singh, including accounts of inner experiences and special social interactions. The above is not an exhaustive list, but it does provide a general outline to the kinds of evidence provided on behalf of Jaimal Singh. As we will see, how this information is used and interpreted by various factions depends upon the specific time period and circumstance. For example, in the 2 decades following Swamiji's death, Jaimal Singh did not attract the majority of his guru's disciples to his side. Rather, he limited his activities to the Punjab, and even there mostly attracted a new following, such as Shiv Dayal Singh himself had done in Agra. Hence, Jaimal Singh was not involved in competing with other guru claimants in Agra, Rai Saligram, Sanmukh Das, Partap Singh, et al., as his entire ministry was focused in a region where almost nobody had even heard of Shiv Dayal Singh or Radhaswami. There is almost no mention of Jaimal Singh in any of the written records or books in those days. Jaimal Singh's ministry appears to have met with little, if no opposition, for over 20 years after Shiv Dayal Singh's death. This was due to a number of factors, not the least of which were the smallness of his sangat, the remoteness of his ashram, and the limited scope of his satsang activities. It was not until the founding of the Central Administrative Council in 1902 in Agra, under the prompting hand of Brahm Shankar Misra, that Jaimal Singh's guruship came under harsh criticism. The council, an indissoluble body whose purpose was to unite all the different factions into a unified whole, objected to Jaimal Singh's lack of cooperation with their policies. Although Jaimal Singh had close connections with the Agra satsang, Partap Singh was particularly fond of him, as was Radhaji. He did not agree with the formation of the Central Administrative Council. In a letter to his closest disciple and successor, Sawan Singh, Jaimal Singh explains his reasons against the organization. Chachaji, Shiv Dayal Singh's brother, desires that we should all cooperate with the Agra Committee. Although I have given my formal consent, it is not possible for me to agree with the committee, because the updesh, initiation, of, name deleted, it is Brahm Shankar Misra, is not in accordance with Swamiji's updesh. On account of this, I cannot agree with the committee. If they are prepared to satisfy my 3 conditions, I shall fully cooperate with them. The 3 conditions are: 1. The updesh, namely the system and method of initiation and bhajan, should be the same as practiced and taught by Swamiji Maharaj, and not as, name deleted, it is Brahm Shankar Misra. 2. We should have the option of nominating 3 members from the Beah Satsang, but you and I should not become members. We shall select our own members. 3. Offerings will not be solicited from our satsangis, because they are all poor, and we do not wish to take anything from them. Here we give updesh, initiation, only for bhajan and simran. Jaimal Singh's eventual break with the CAC over principles demonstrates his adamancy in not accepting Agra's interpretation of succession via Rai Saligram and Brahm Shankar Misra. Because he would not give the names of his satsangis to the council, his official permission to initiate new seekers, which was granted by the council to police the activities of all Radhaswami-related gurus, was revoked. The break between the council and the Beah Satsang has never been mended. Jaimal Singh's position in relation to the Agra satsangs raises an important issue in the politics of guru successorship. How does one know if a guru or successor is authentic? Should the evidence be outward signs, inner experiences, or a combination of both? We know that in Jaimal Singh's case, he did not have the outward evidences that Rai Saligram, Radhaji, and Partap Singh possessed, all of whom resided in Agra. Jaimal Singh even lacked written confirmation of his role. as he was not mentioned once in the last utterances of Shiv Dayal Singh. Yet none of these factors significantly interfered with Jaimal Singh's work, since he did not contest the Gadi at Agra, nor did he allege that he was Shiv Dayal Singh's sole successor. Unlike other minority guru claimants, Jaimal Singh had several things working in his favor. Good relations with the Holy Family. Jaimal Singh almost always deferred to Radhaji and Pratap Singh. General acknowledgement from the Agra Sangat that he was appointed to conduct satsang and grant initiation in the Punjab by his guru. And finally, a growing reputation as a steadfast meditator. Although he lacked the overwhelming outward evidence to make him Shiv Dayal Singh's chief successor, Rai Salig-Ram eventually assumed that role. Jaimal Singh did not have to resort to legitimizing his role in Agra, because his function did not conflict with the rival claims of other Shiv Dayal Singh disciples. In the politics of guru successorship, it is important to note that ideological battle does not commence or develop unless there is a priori contest over something, be it property status, followers, or doctrinal interpretation. Jaimal Singh apparently didn't contest anything, except perhaps theology and spiritual techniques, until the Central Administrative Council prompted him to in 1902, some 25 years after his guru's death. The social context of Jaimal Singh's theology. Jaimal Singh was only a teenager when he met his master, Shiv Dayal Singh, in Agra in 1856. He had traveled throughout the Punjab and Uttar Pradesh for almost 5 years in quest of a guru conversant in the path of Surat Shabad Yoga. Thus it was with great joy when Jaimal finally heard about Shiv Dayal Singh and his teachings from an old sage in Rishikesh. However, two things immediately bothered Jaimal about his would-be master. He was not a Sikh, and he smoked a hookah, a tobacco water pipe. Although Shiv Dayal Singh qualified as a spiritual master, Jaimal's social upbringing was such that it was quite difficult for him to accept a guru who went against his religious background. Indeed, it was only after Shiv Dayal Singh demonstrated his mystical knowledge that Jaimal Singh resolved the discrepancy and fully accepted him as his teacher. This initial hesitancy on Jaimal's part should not be overlooked, for it provides us with a clue to how and why Jaimal Singh's theological outlook was fundamentally different from Rai Salig-Ram's, even though both were initiates of the same master. For Jaimal Singh, almost from the outset, connected Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings with the underlying spiritual message of the Guru's Granth Sahib, the holy book of the Sikhs, and the guiding text of Jaimal's early spiritual quest. By his own testimony, Jaimal was not looking for a new path, but an old and apparently forgotten one. Thus, Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings are more of a confirmation than a revelation for the young Jaimal. Although Jaimal Singh's Sikh heritage undoubtedly played a major part in shaping his interpretations of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings, it should not be overestimated, since a number of dependent factors came into play. Of these contingent social factors, the following three appear to be central. 1. Shiv Dayal Singh's theology as an independent variable. 2. Sikh Sant Mat connection. 3. Geographical location. Radhasoami as Sant Mat. Jaimal Singh's theology, like Rai Salig-Ram's, appears to have much of its basis in the teachings and writings of Shiv Dayal Singh. Unlike Rai Salig-Ram, though, Jaimal Singh did not find his guru's teachings advocating a new and exclusive religion. Rather, Jaimal Singh saw a continuous and consistent link between the saints of old, like Kabir, Nanak, and Dadu, and his present guru at Agra. Shiv Dayal Singh also saw the same link, as evidenced in Sar Bhakan Radhasoami Bartik, where he writes, "Observing this sorry state of affairs of the present times, Sants were moved to pity. Although there were very few real seekers and spiritually minded, yet out of sheer grace and mercy they gave out the secrets of the highest regions, through discourses and writings. The names of some of the perfect and true Sants, Sads, and Fakirs, who manifested themselves during the last 700 years, are Kabir Sahib, Tulsi Sahib, Jaji Jiwan Sahib, Garib Das, Paltu Sahib, Guru Nanak." A perusal of their writings would give an idea of their spiritual attainments. Hence for Jaimal, his guru represented a living manifestation of his ancestors' religion. In terms of Sikhism, Shiv Dayal Singh was like Guru Nanak come alive again, albeit within a different cultural milieu. In contrast, Rai Salagram did not perceive Shiv Dayal Singh as a recurring manifestation of something traditional, but of something radically new, historically and spiritually. Although Jaimal Singh undoubtedly held his guru in the highest regard, as one with the Supreme Being, he did not differentiate his teacher's mission from the saints of old. And it is precisely here that the key difference between Salagram and Jaimal Singh emerges. Jaimal's relationship with the Holy Family. Jaimal Singh's views were also influenced to some degree by his close relations with Shiv Dayal Singh's family, who supported Jaimal Singh and his ministry. Without their encouragement, particularly Seth Pratap Singh's, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Jaimal Singh to break with the Central Administrative Council over a doctrinal dispute. However, since Pratap Singh apparently sided with Jaimal Singh on theological matters, if not organizational ones, it allowed Jaimal and his Sangat the opportunity to run their satsang outside of the CAC's legislative jurisdiction. A bold move, no doubt, for the young satsang, but one that would eventually turn out to be to their benefit politically. Jaimal's association with Shiv Dayal Singh's family also proved to be a key legitimizing factor later on, since the Beas satsang could point to Seth Pratap Singh's obvious patronship of them as validation of their development. Sawan Singh, for instance, went to Seth Pratap Singh after Jaimal's death to receive consolation, only to be told that he had to work as a guru. Sawan Singh recollects, "When I appeared before Chacha Ji Maharaj, Seth Pratap Singh Ji Maharaj, he inquired who was working at Beas in place of Bhai Sahib, Babaji Maharaj, and who had been instructed to initiate after him. My companions replied, Babaji Maharaj has appointed him, but he does not give initiation." "Why?" Chachaji Maharaj inquired. At this, I submitted that I did not possess sufficient power, and said to Chachaji Maharaj, "You better send some sadhu from here who should initiate people." Chachaji Maharaj replied, "You will have to give nam, initiate. I hold myself responsible. Swamiji Maharaj will be responsible." Jaimal Singh's theology was also influenced to some degree by his geographical surroundings. Since Jaimal centered most of his mission in the Punjab, far away from the political and doctrinal infighting going on in Agra, he was able to develop his views without interference from rival successors. He also did not receive any major monetary support from Agra, although Seth Pratap Singh and his sons used to send small amounts of money from time to time, because most of his initiates were from outlying villages like Guman and Gurdaspur. This relative solitude undoubtedly contributed greatly to Jaimal Singh's ministry, because he was mostly concerned with attracting new initiates, not converting old satsangis to his fold. As Aaron Talsky notes, Jaimal Singh, on the other hand, was sent to preach in the Punjab. In an era before mass communication and transportation, we can presume that this institutional or tradition-derived authority, that is, recognition by the Agra satsangis, was of negligible importance to his potential followers in the Punjab. Precisely because of the absence of this potential foundation, however, Babaji and his followers did not have to concern themselves with the sanction, or absence of such, of those same satsangis. By the same token, it was necessary for Jaimal to attract followers through his own charisma. In this sense, we can assert that Jaimal Singh, for the Beas Upa Paramparas, was a sort of second exemplar. The affirmation of his disciples was premised primarily upon their perception of their guru as a Sat Guru, rather than a successor. The strained relationship between Agra and Beas. Almost from the outset of his ministry, but most dramatically after the formation of the Central Administrative Council in 1902, Jaimal Singh had a strained relationship with Agra. This tentative fellowship with Agra has been the basis, I would suggest, for much of Beas's seemingly paradoxical theology. For it is historically quite evident that Jaimal Singh was not regarded as a chief successor of Shiv Dayal Singh. His following was nowhere near that of Rai Salagram, nor did he inherit any of his guru's property. Although Jaimal Singh was not simply a breakaway candidate, he did enjoy the backing of Shiv Dayal Singh's family. It must be recognized that his ministry is significantly different from other fledgling successors in Agra. From its commencement, the Beas Satsang has had only minor links with Agra, links which would be later severely damaged by the formation of the CAC. It is little wonder, therefore, that Beas does not subscribe to the unbending orthodoxy of the CAC, since if it did, it would undermine its own legitimacy. But let us not go too far. because despite Beas's disconnection with the CAC, it still did not try to disavow its Agra origins. The reason for this is fairly obvious. Jaimal Singh and Sawan Singh, notwithstanding their severance from Agra's orthodox elite, remained on good terms with Shiv Dayal Singh's immediate family, so much so that they even built an apartment inside of Swami Bagh for their personal use. In his thesis, The Radhasoami Tradition, Aaron Tolsky elaborates on why Beas retained cordial relations with the Agra satsangs. The relationships Jaimal Singh had with the other gurus who emerged after Shiv Dayal's death, it has already been noted, are contentious issues. More than this, however, the Beas group itself seems to adhere to very vague beliefs, as is evidenced by the conflicting information provided in their own literature. In contrast with Swami Bagh, then, there is a much more preliminary epistemological difficulty encountered when one attempts to simply cognize precisely how this group assumes that Babaji perceived those contemporaries who were also reputed to be successors to the Gadi. The only apparent consensus which we can easily delineate is the contention that Jaimal Singh retained very cordial relations with all of them. Thus, other reputed gurus may also be considered true and perfect successors. There is no reason to deny the validity of another lineage, as the existence of other paramparas neither substantiates nor precludes the authenticity of one's own, unless, of course, these other lineages, by deed or doctrine, deny your validity, in which case one must demonstrate the inaccuracy of the competing claims. Selecting Truth, the origins of Beas's theology. The elective or selective nature of Beas's theology is directly connected to its founder's discriminating interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings. For instance, when Jaimal Singh republished Sarbakhan at Beas, he edited portions of the volume that were not in keeping with his understanding of Shiv Dayal Singh's instructions. Although Beas has since received heavy criticism for altering Bakhan 250 and deleting references to smoking hookah, such editing clearly demonstrates Jaimal Singh's distinctive interpretation of Radhaswami. It also partially explains why later gurus at Beas were not historically bound to a literalistic interpretation of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings. As Radha Krishna Khanna explains, Baba Jaimal Singhji was convinced of the error and therefore replaced Bakhan 250 by one that is wholly in accord with the rest of Swamiji's many statements on the subject. The error might have escaped the eye of others, but it did not escape the eye of one well-versed in Swamiji's spiritual message, and knowing that it did violence to it, not only as taught by Swamiji, but also as taught by all the other past sants. He therefore had it altered when publishing the volume at Beas, and informed Chacha Pratap Singh, who raised no objection. Is it a mere accident that he should have been chosen to alter only that one Bakhan, which in all the collection jars with the harmony of the other Bakhans? If ever any proof of his full mastery of the science taught by Swamiji was needed, the example of this change would be enough, for it rescues it by a single stroke from the irreconcilable contradictions and confusion that must have been introduced by a satsangi's misconstruction of Swamiji's words and meaning. Moreover, since Jaimal Singh did not inherit his guru's Gadi, he was not bound by the traditions started at Agra. Because his followers were mostly Sikh and had no formal connection with the Radhaswami groups at People Mandi or Swami Bagh, it enabled Jaimal Singh to emphasize those aspects of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings which tallied with Sant Mat and Sikhism, and downplay the sectarian or incarnational aspects, which were sure to cause controversy and misunderstanding. Jaimal Singh's traditional and geographic freedom was undoubtedly instrumental in allowing him to delete references in Sarbakhan Radhaswami Chand Band, which would anger his mostly Sikh Sangat, especially references which clearly show that Shiv Dayal Singh smoked tobacco, a serious moral offense to Orthodox Sikhs. If Jaimal Singh had centered his mission in Agra, where the majority of the population is comprised of Hindus, many of whom enjoy smoking and partaking of pan, there would have been no need for him to edit Shiv Dayal Singh's use of the term hookah. Therefore, almost from the beginning of Jaimal Singh's ministry, we can see a diplomatic tendency that is concerned with not offending religious sensibilities, including both the Orthodox Radhaswamis and the Orthodox Sikhs. This diplomatic sensibility has continued to persist at Beas. All three gurus after Jaimal Singh, Sawan Singh, Jagat Singh, Charan Singh, have remained on fairly good terms with Swami Bagh and Dayal Bagh, and have also maintained cordial relations with their Sikh neighbors. For instance, Sawan Singh even signed a pact with Anand Sarup, leader of the Dial Bog satsang in the early 1930s, that expressed the desire for unity and friendship between the two groups, even though they have divergent opinions over the nature of Shiv Dayal Singh's teachings. The late leader at Beas, Sharan Singh, had also kept friendly contacts with Dial Bog, having visited the current head, Dr. Lal Sahab, in Agra in 1978. However, to fully understand Beas's theology and how it in turn influenced Kirpal Singh, it is necessary to explore in detail the succession history after Jaimal Singh's death. For by framing our analysis within the narrow purview of the Beas Parampara, we will be better able to identify those social circumstances that helped shape the origins of Dara's biggest offshoot and competitor, Ruhani Satsang. Chapter 3. The Transmission of Spiritual Authority. Gaudiya Nachin Succession in the Beas Lineage. 1. Jaimal Singh to Sawan Singh, 1903. The succession of Jaimal Singh, unlike that of Shiv Dayal Singh, was relatively clear. Several months before his death, Jaimal Singh informed his followers that Sawan Singh would take his place, holding satsangs and conducting initiations. Additionally, it was generally well known in the Sangat that Jaimal Singh and Sawan Singh were very close. There exists a fairly large number of letters written in Punjabi and Urdu by Jaimal Singh to Sawan Singh, which document the Guru's predisposition towards his disciple as his spiritual heir. Also, there are letters from Seth Partap Singh, which confirm that Jaimal Singh had intended Sawan Singh to succeed him at Beas. Since there was tremendous agreement among Jaimal Singh's followers that Sawan Singh was the legitimate successor, the accounts about the transference are succinct and to the point. This is primarily because successorship stories are more developed when there is some significant controversy involved. Below are the major forms of verification provided for Sawan Singh's succession of Jaimal Singh at Beas. 1. Extensive verbal confirmation by the departing master, Jaimal Singh, to Sawan Singh. 2. Extensive verbal confirmation by the departing master, Jaimal Singh, to his followers. 3. Indicative written records, including letters by Jaimal Singh to Sawan Singh and Seth Partap Singh. 4. Transference of satsang properties and assorted material possessions, including personal clothing and Shiv Dayal Singh's turban, to Sawan Singh. 5. Assorted narratives by satsangis and other interested parties about the spiritual capabilities of Sawan Singh, including accounts of inner experiences and special social interactions. Sawan Singh and the founding of Dera Baba Jaimal Singh. As can be gleaned from a review of the suggestive historical evidence, the transference of the guruship from Jaimal Singh to Sawan Singh was perhaps the clearest and smoothest in the history of Radhasoami. For Sawan Singh not only inherited Jaimal Singh's established Gaudiya at Beas and the numerous artifacts that went along with it, but he also had the nearly unanimous support of the Sangat. Moreover, Sawan Singh was appointed by Jaimal Singh several months before the Guru's departure. Sawan Singh also enjoyed the backing of Seth Partap Singh of Agra, who insisted that Sawan Singh assume the role of Gaudiya Nachin at Beas and initiate new seekers into the path of Sant Mat and Garib Das of Sarai Rohila. The Tarn of Firozpur Satsangs. Due to the smoothness of transition after Jaimal Singh's death, Sawan Singh was free from the political ramifications that result from a hotly contested succession. Sawan Singh's only main rival to Jaimal Singh's spiritual ministry was Bhaga Singh of Tarn, and they were both on very good terms, often conducting satsangs together. The relationship between Sawan Singh and Bhaga Singh was rather unique, since most rival successors do not, as a rule, develop intimate friendships. There is some debate over the nature of Bhaga Singh's commission. Tarn satsangis claim that he was appointed several years before Jaimal Singh's death to work as a guru, whereas Darshan Singh and other Beas satsangis allege that Bhagat Singh was not authorized to do so. Comments Darshan Singh, the late head of Sawan Kirpal mission, about the controversy. There was a disciple of Baba Jaimal Singh from Tarn Tarn, named Baba Bhagat Singh. He began initiating without authorization. After some time, he realized his mistake and invited Baba Sawan Singh to his place. When he met Sawan, he bowed down to Sawan's feet and repented. In his grace, the master told him to carry on with his work, and Sawan took on his burden. Close initiates of Bhagat Singh, however, tell another story concerning succession and infer that it was Sawan Singh who held a junior position to their guru. In either scenario, however, one thing is agreed: Bhagat Singh and Sawan Singh worked together. The uniqueness of their relationship in the history of Radhasoami should not be overlooked. Aaron Tulsky argues that their cordiality stems from a lack of confusion after Sawan Singh's appointment at Beas. Writes Tulsky, after Babaji's death, we see for the first time in our investigation an instance in which the transmission of guruship conformed to the ideal method of routinization outlined by Swamiji. Because Jaimal's appointment of Sawan Singh to the Gadi was precise, unambiguous, and public, there was no need for any interpretation. The period of indeterminacy, the succession crisis, was precluded by this immediacy. The extent to which this method succeeded can be witnessed in the interactions of Sawan Singh with another initiate of Babaji named Bhagat Singh. After the death of Deva Singh, who was formally installed as Bhagat Singh's successor by Sawan Singh in 1944 at Tarn Tarn, the lineage split into several factions. The two largest groups are Tarn Tarn, now headed by the son of Pratap Singh, and the Firozpur Satsang, established by Sadhu Singh after Deva Singh's death, and now headed by Teja Singh. According to the eldest Chawla, who conducted the Dastarbandi ceremony for Pratap Singh, Sadhu Singh, and Teja Singh, Sharan Singh of Radhasoami Satsang, Beas, originally ordered Sadhu Singh to carry on the ministry at Tarn Tarn. However, due to political infighting, particularly amongst the committee members at Tarn Tarn, Sadhu Singh was forced to relinquish the Gadi, eventually founding his satsang in Firozpur. Subsequently, Sharan Singh installed Pratap Singh to be head of the Tarn Tarn satsang. It is not clear whether or not Pratap Singh was authorized to initiate new seekers. Before Sadhu Singh died in the early 1970s, he appointed Teja Singh to succeed him. To ensure that there would be no major dispute over succession, Sadhu Singh made out a will in favor of Teja Singh, outlining his responsibilities. A unique aspect about the Firozpur line is that from Jaimal Singh onwards, each of the masters has been celibate. Apparently, Sadhu Singh left orders for Teja Singh to meditate for 5 years after his death before initiating new seekers. Teja Singh instead waited 10 years. Aaron Tulsky, who visited Firozpur in March of 1989, reports that Teja Singh has a substantial following, numbering in the tens of thousands. In the summer of 1986, Teja Singh visited the United States for the first time, staying for several weeks at the Chawla residence in Orange County. The overwhelming majority of Teja Singh's initiates, however, are from North India. After Pratap Singh's death, the relationship between the Tarn Tarn and Beas satsangs has undergone some tension. Allegedly, Sharan Singh did not formally install anyone to succeed Pratap Singh at Tarn Tarn. However, the Radhasoami Association Committee at Tarn Tarn reportedly appointed Pratap Singh's son to assume the Gadi. Concerning Teja Singh and the Firozpur Satsang, it is not clear what kind of relationship they have with Sharan Singh and Beas, except one of cordiality and mutual respect. There is still some debate over whether or not Sharan Singh did indeed commission the founder of the Firozpur line, Sadhu Singh, to initiate new seekers. It can be argued that the Beas satsang flourished during the years of Sawan Singh, precisely because it did not have to spend time trying to solidify its foundation with other rival claimants, as did, for example, Dayal Bagh and Swami Bagh. The lack of animosity between Beas and Tarn Tarn Firozpur, though rare in guru politics, illustrates an important point. How a guru receives his appointment can have a direct effect on the success of his ministry. Sawan Singh attracted over 125,000 initiates to Sant Mat, the highest number in history up to that time. Charan Singh, Sawan Singh's grandson and eventual successor at Beas, dramatically eclipsed a previous record by initiating well over 1,200,000 disciples. Spiritual diplomacy. Similar in many ways to his Gopiganj counterpart Shiv Brat Lal, Sawan Singh fostered a friendly and cooperative spirit with other Radhasoami gurus. Indeed, Sawan Singh was on close terms with each of the leaders of the major satsangs, developing a sense of goodwill and amiability with the likes of Partap Singh and his son Sudarshan Singh, Madhav Prasad Sinha and the Swami Bhag Satsang, and Anand Sarup and the Dayal Bhag Satsang. Although the Central Administrative Council did not officially sanction Sawan Singh's ministry, its first president, Partap Singh, nevertheless supported the Dera and Sawan Singh's assumption of the Gadi, as evidenced in a series of letters published under the title Spiritual Letters. Below are a few pertinent excerpts. Letter number 4. Your, Sawan Singh's, letter has been received, and we are all very sad over Baba Jaimal Singh Maharaj Sahib's giving up the chola, garment which in this case means the human body. He was responsible for the uplift of many a soul, but his will was such that no one can interfere. All those who came under the Sharan, protection, of Babaji Maharaj will continue to be protected by him, and one day he will certainly manifest himself to them. Tell all of them that, in accordance with his instructions, Simran, Dhyan, Bhajan, and daily practice should be carried out by everyone with love, devotion, and faith. He is with every one of them at all times, and whoever has love and faith in him will continue to be protected by him. Letter 9. I have received a letter written by Milky Ram and Bibi Ruko, in which they have mentioned that you are practicing Bhajan and Simran continuously and do not come out of your room even after 4 days until Bibi Ruko compels you to come out. I append a copy of my letter, written to them. It is my great desire that after Babaji and myself there should be 2 or 3 saints, Nadi Purush, who should spread Radhasoami Mat and Nam Bhakti. You should not, therefore, expect any worldly activity from Babu Sawan Singh, but let him do his bhajan and parmarth. You should all treat him as a guru and respect him as your elder, and let him do the work of parmarth. Sawan Singh strenuously avoided causing a political rift with any of the Radhasoami satsangs. This was especially evident in his dealings with Anand Sarup and Dayal Bhag in the early 1930s. To avoid feelings of animosity among the 2 large sangats, Sawan Singh and Anand Sarup signed a pact enjoining their membership to eschew controversy and meet on a mutual ground of respect and fellowship. The pact was announced publicly at a special meeting held on December 25, 1932. The English translation of the pact reads as follows. The Satsangi brethren are aware that Baba Jaimal Singh Maharaj started his satsang at Beas in the province, state of the Punjab, sometime after the departure of Param Purush, Puran Dani Swamiji Maharaj. The management of this satsang has been separate from the very beginning. The satsangis belonging to the Radhasoami Satsang, Sabha, Dayal Bhag, Agra, and those belonging to the Beas Satsang have kept aloof from one another on account of differences over certain principles. Satsangi brethren will be pleased to learn that these differences have been removed by means of personal discussion during the last few days, and it has been made clear that the Dayal Bhag and Beas Satsangis both accept Param Purush Puran Dani Swamiji Maharaj as the incarnation of Radhaswami Dayal, and the Radhaswami Nam as the Nij Nam, true name, of the Supreme Father, and the secret of this Nij Nam is explained at the time of initiation in both satsangs. On account of agreement, these matters the satsangis of Radhaswami Satsang Sabha, Dayal Bhag, Agra, and of the Beas Satsang will be able to behave towards one another in a spirit of brotherly affection. The 2 satsangs will have their own separate managements as heretofore, Every satsangi will be at liberty to join and accept the leaders of the adhisthata, leader, of whichever satsang he likes, and no satsangi should use unbecoming language, either in speech or in writing, against either satsang. Satsangi brethren knew very well that the mission of the satsang is to spread true paramarth, peace and contentment, in the world, and draw people towards the holy feet of Radhasoami, and this object can be best achieved by mutual love and regard amongst different centers of the satsangs. It is therefore proper that all the satsangi brethren should try to strengthen the ties of brotherly affection and abstain from forcing their ideas and feelings on others. It is hoped that this advice will be liked by the satsangis of both satsangs. There were a number of factors which precipitated this unusual agreement between Dayal and Beas, not the least of which was that Radhasoami in general was coming under heavy attack from both fundamentalist Sikh groups in the Punjab and Arya Samajist in Uttar Pradesh. Thus, it was in each satsang's mutual self-interest to display a show of unity, something that was not occurring with Dayal and the Central Administrative Council because of their court dispute over property and worship rights at Swami Bagh. Anand Sarup's diary entry of June 10, 1931, records a revealing glimpse of the tension between the Sikhs and the Radhaswamis. A letter has been received from Lahore. It describes the quarrel that the Sikhs picked up in the beginning of this month with Sardar Bhagat Singh and Sardar Sawan Singh at Bhagwanpura and Lahore. Two posters, which had been published by the Sikhs against Sardar Sawan Singh, have also been received with this letter. From one poster, it appears that the Sikhs have organized a battalion known as Radhasoami Mat Daman Jatha, i.e., battalion to crush the Radhasoami religion. The Sikhs are in the wrong. Just as the Mohammedans, by maltreating the Sikhs in this manner, made the Sikh community grow and prosper, similarly, Sikh brothers are helping Sardar Sawan Singh's community to grow and prosper. Another factor behind the pact was Beas's growing popularity in the Punjab. Before the late 1920s and early 1930s, Sawan Singh's Sangat was relatively small in comparison with Dayal Bagh and the CAC group. Yet by 1931, Beas began attracting thousands of seekers and satsangis to its monthly satsangs. Apparently, this caused a bit of jealousy amongst the Agra satsangis, particularly Dayal Bagh's, as Anand Sarup devotes more than one page of his personal diary to Beas's growing popularity. Excerpts from the June 30, 1931 entry read, Yesterday evening, a satsangi who had come to Dayal Bagh from Gujranwala said with great uneasiness that the satsang of Beas was making great progress, and that many people of Gujranwal, Wazirabad, etc., had begun to go to Beas, and he suggested that I should immediately proceed on a tour of the Punjab. Yesterday, I did not pay much attention to his statement and avoided giving a reply. However, as the feeling of jealousy is an extremely undesirable attitude of mind, I therefore discussed the matter in detail today in order to remove that feeling. It is evident from a close reading of Anand Sarup's diaries that Sawan Singh and the Beas Satsang opened channels with Dayal Bagh by offering their leader assistance whenever he needed it. This appears to have greatly impressed Anand Sarup, as he speaks cordially of his relations with Sawan Singh and the Beas Satsang. Sawan Singh also kept in contact with minor Radhaswami groups and their leaders. For instance, Sawan Singh developed a friendly relationship with Shiv Brat Lal, one of the minor successors to Rai Salig Ram. In fact, their relationship was so close that Shiv Brat Lal instructed his successor, Fakir Chand, to seek Sawan Singh's guidance after his death. Concerning Sawan Singh's relationship with Shiv Brat Lal, Kirpal Singh writes, The first condition, I would say, of a master, when he meets another master, is that he will embrace him. He will rejoice. There's no question of high and low. There was one instance in my life in which my master Baba Sawan Singh met one follower of Rai Salig Ram named Shiv Brat Lal. He was a very advanced soul. At the first meeting, when they met, I was there along with them. He was bowing down to my master, and my master was bowing down to him. They were embracing. Why should not those who are on the way embrace? Why should they not feel joy? Sawan Singh's spiritual diplomacy would later be advocated by his future successors, both at the Dera and elsewhere, particularly Kirpal Singh and his son, Darshan Singh. 2. Sawan Singh to Jagat Singh, 1948. When Sawan Singh died on April 2, 1948, he was succeeded at his ashram, Dera Baba Jaimal Singh, by Jagat Singh, a retired chemistry professor. The transference of power, which included control of all the satsang properties held in trust by Sawan Singh, as well as the authority to serve as Sat Guru and initiate future disciples, was codified by Sawan Singh to Jagat Singh in the form of several notarized wills. The first of these wills, dated September 20, 1947, and entitled Scheme of Management and Administration, appointed Jagat Singh the ruling officer in charge of all the Radhasoami Beas assets after Sawan Singh's demise. The last line of this will reads, Jagat Singh shall be the president of all the 3 committees, and all the immovable property, everywhere, shall stand in his name, as religious and spiritual property, and shall not be regarded as his private and personal property. The second will, Codicil of the Great Master, dated September 24, 1947, further clarified Jagat Singh's position and role with regards to the extensive satsang properties. The third and last will, dated March 20, 1948, and signed by members of Sawan Singh's family and his personal doctor, officially commissioned Jagat Singh to serve as the Gadi Nashin, spiritual head, of Dera Baba Jaimal Singh, and carry on Sawan Singh's spiritual work. An excerpt from this will, translated into English, reads as follows. So now, in my full senses and with my free will, I, Sawan Singh, do hereby appoint Sardar Bahudar Jagat Singh, M.A., retired professor, Agricultural College, Lialpur, as my successor at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh, and all the satsangs connected with it. After me, he will perform all the acts and duties I have been performing so far. Office entitlement and spiritual authority, the routinization of charisma. As is clearly discernible, the transmission of initiatory power from Sawan Singh to Jagat Singh at the Dera was given legal shape and force by written and witnessed documents. Such lineage succession is characteristic of Max Weber's notion of the routinization of charisma by office. The office in question here is the role of Sadguru as he functions in the Radhasoami Beas movement. Given jurisdiction over worldly and spiritual matters, as well as an established residence, the Sadguru at Beas, indeed any Sadguru who assumes a residentially empowered Gadi, is an official designation, replete with all the power that goes with any office entitlement. Hence, regardless of Jagat Singh's personal spiritual attainment, Sawan Singh's successor received automatic spiritual authority and justification by the very nature of his appointment, i.e., given the significance of the office, any office holder wields tremendous influence. A limited but perhaps apt comparison can be made between the office of the Satguru at Beas, or any established Gadi, and the office of the President in the United States. The latter derives his authority not only from the election wherein the population at large has chosen him, but also from the prestige previously given to the office of presidency. The President shares in the charismatic power of the former national leaders, simply by assuming the appointed position. Likewise, the Satguru at Beas gains much of his temporal authority from the respect given by the Sangat to his predecessors. When the departing master transfers his mantle or office, the Gadi, as it is termed in India, to his successor, the latter partakes of his guru's charismatic power just by accepting his social role. Obviously, office magnetism decreases or increases with the personal influence of the seat holder. An especially charismatic and well-regarded leader, for instance, will elevate the stature of the particular office, whereas an ineffective leader will generate a more critical attitude toward the established position. The important point, however, in office magnetism is that because of its already esteemed function, the newly chosen office holder has immediately available to him an influential organizational structure in which to solidify his position and wield his power. In light of this, it is therefore not unexpected that the process of legitimation follows a different route than one would see in a successor claimant who lacks such office entitlement. Jagat Singh, therefore, by virtue of his official spiritual authority, did not need to substantiate his role as Sat Guru to the congregation by referring to his own personal attainments. There was no need to. Rather, given the social fact of his office, he simply pointed to the written wills by Sawan Singh and to the whole organizational structure bequeathed to him as sufficient verification of his current position. Interestingly, this depersonalization of charisma, as Weber has termed lineage succession and office entitlement, allowed Jagat Singh the option to remain modest and private about his own spiritual attainment. Since the transition of mastership from Sawan Singh to Jagat Singh was relatively smooth, given the abundance of documented materials, etc., the overwhelming majority of Beas Satsangis accepted Jagat Singh as their master's rightful heir, and subsequently, after his demise, Charan Singh. 3. Jagat Singh to Charan Singh, 1951. Shortly before his death, just 3 years after his assumption of mastership, Jagat Singh, 1884 to 1951, appointed Charan Singh, 1916 to 1990, via a registered will, to be the spiritual master, Gadi Nashin, at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh, transferring all property rights, etc. to him, besides the right to conduct satsangs and grant initiations. The will was executed on October 22, 1951, and witnessed by several satsangis. An excerpt pertaining to succession reads as follows. After me, Jagat Singh, Sardar Charan Singh Grewal, Sardar Harbans Singh Grewal, caste Jat Sikh, will be the spiritual head of Dera Baba Jaimal Singh. I also declare that Sardar Charan Singh will also hold satsangs and bestow initiation, as I had been doing. By most accounts, it appears that Charan Singh did not expect to be appointed as the spiritual head of the Dera. Due to a number of reasons, including his young age and relatively clear transference of office entitlement, Charan Singh, like his predecessor Jagat Singh, chose to downplay his personal spiritual attainment and exhibit an exceptionally modest attitude toward his position. This is most apparent in Charan Singh's acceptance speech at Dastarbandi, where he said, "When I look upon myself and my shortcomings, I feel very perplexed and find myself unable to decide whether I am really fit for these onerous duties. This struggle has prevented me so far from meeting the Sangat, for which I ask your forgiveness. I wish to tell the Sangat quite frankly, however, that I do not make any claims whatsoever to any spiritual attainments. Perhaps I lack even those excellences which a good satsangi should possess." It is apparent from Charan Singh's previous statements and others that he made from time to time that he sees his own role as Sadguru as primarily being one of designation. It is not Charan Singh per se, but the orders of the previous guru and the continued devotion of the congregation which propelled him to work as a Sadguru. Hence, Charan Singh's disavowal of personal inward attainment is consistent with established office authority. The more established the office, the less need there is to stress inward, spiritual development. The very fact that the person is appointed to the position by the previous master is sufficient to validate the new guru's role. This hesitancy to proclaim one's spiritual heights, however, should not be construed as indicating a lack of competence. As Maharaj Charan Singh told me in a question and answer session at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh in December of 1983, humility should not be mistaken for a lack of power. Comparatively speaking, the more established the office, the more likely it is that the office holder moves from personal charismatic claims to impersonal position pronouncements. This is especially the case in guru successorship, where crises in legitimacy usually stem from lack of majority consensus or residentially empowered seats. The Pope in the Roman Catholic Church, for example, spends relatively little, if any, time trying to legitimize his particular role after he is chosen. Of course, there may be a lot of political positioning before the election between the College of Cardinals. In the case of the Radhasoami Satsang at Beas, Jagat Singh and Charan Singh, due to their office entitlement, did not need to continually legitimize their positions, as their respective roles were apparently more assigned than chosen. At this juncture, a key question arises with regard to how office-empowered leaders, such as Charan Singh and Jagat Singh, deal with counter-succession claimants. What direction does their critical response take? Personal or inward? Or official and outward? The answer, not surprisingly, is the latter. Office-empowered gurus, as we have seen already, have at their disposal what the merely personal charismatic does not: an established network of followers and properties that buttress the very idea and position of the sought guru. Thus Jagat Singh and Charan Singh repeatedly supported their roles by referring to the written documents surrounding their assumption of power. Politically speaking, they had, and have, no need to resort to subjective criteria, which by its very nature is unstable and liable to misinterpretation. Jagat Singh, for instance, in letters 35 and 97 of Science of the Soul, does not refer at all to his spiritual capabilities, but only to the written and expressed commands of his guru, Sawan Singh. Letter 35. Our great master, Baba Sawan Singh Ji, who initiated you, shook off his mortal coil on April 2, 1948, as you have already been informed, and since, then according to his express command as embodied in his last will, I am carrying on his work. Letter 97. Huzar Sawan Singh, however, teaches us that in Sant Mat, greatness lies in surrender to the will of the Master. I am powerless by myself to carry out his commands, and it is his benign grace alone that enables me to do his bidding. I did not grant initiation for 9 months, though Huzur Maharaj Ji himself, while in this mortal frame, bade me to do so, and even left the command in writing. The reason for this had better be left unexplained. The significance of Jagat Singh's omission concerning details of his inner development can only be properly appreciated when they are contrasted with the statements of other gurus who lack office entitlement. For example, the rhetorical differences, both stylistically and otherwise, between Jagat Singh's claim for mastership and Kirpal Singh's claim for mastership are drastic. Charan Singh and the rhetoric of official succession. According to Charan Singh, there was only one genuine successor of Sawan Singh, and that was Jagat Singh. Having been in very close proximity to his guru and grandfather for all of his life, but particularly so during Sawan Singh's last 6 months on earth, Charan Singh personally witnessed the transference of the Gadi and all it entailed to Jagat Singh. Charan Singh even put his signature on the last will of his guru, designating Jagat Singh to be his spiritual successor. However, Kirpal Singh, a prominent disciple of Sawan Singh, disputed the succession, claiming instead that he was the true heir of his guru's spiritual authority. In dealing with Kirpal Singh's claims, Charan Singh, in a number of letters and documents, simply pointed to the written evidence on behalf of Jagat Singh. Charan Singh's official substantiation of his predecessor's legitimacy is consistent with the office entitlement rhetoric in general. That is, the emphasis on external criteria is the hallmark of majority guru successors, particularly ones like Jagat Singh and Charan Singh, who have established Gadis. The ideological work of office-empowered gurus with regard to leadership succession tends primarily to be concordant with how they themselves were appointed, namely through official, legal, and socially accepted channels. Perhaps the epitome of this kind of official rhetoric can be best seen in a series of letters Charan Singh wrote to European and American seekers and satsangis in the late 1950s and early 1960s concerning the claims of Kirpal Singh. Letter 200. I do not like to say anything about the activities of Sardar Kirpal Singh's group, called Ruhani Satsang. Since you have inquired, you are entitled to an answer, so I will simply add that the great master, Sawan Singh, never did appoint him as his successor. He appointed Sardar Bahudar Maharaj Jagat Singh Ji in a witnessed and recorded will to carry on all his spiritual work. If anybody else is bold enough to assert himself as the great master's successor, then I can simply leave it to the sagacity of the seekers to judge his claim. The great master's representatives in the foreign countries also have photostatic copies of the documents proving successorship, and the one nearest you will be glad to show them to you on request. Letter 152. As regards S. Kirpal Singh, let him say or do anything he likes. Sooner or later he will have to render account for his actions. You have been given the key at the time of initiation, and can satisfy yourself as to whether or not he is a true master. It would not be in good taste for me to go into detail, but I will say this much, that the great master Maharaj Sawan Singh Ji never gave him permission to initiate anyone, and duly appointed Sardar Bahudar Maharaj Jagat Singh Ji as his successor by a legally executed will in writing and duly witnessed, so as to leave no doubt about this matter. If you care to have more information, you may contact your representative, who has a photostatic copy of the documents concerned and can explain the whole situation to you. If you like, you may also contact Dr. Pierre Schmidt in Geneva, Switzerland, as he was one of the witnesses to the will, along with me and others, and was daily with the Great Master during the last 4 months of his life on this earth. What is most revealing about the previous excerpts is what is absent. Nowhere does Charan Singh state that Jagat Singh was the true heir to Sawan Singh because of his inward spiritual attainment, though it is clearly implied. Rather, he only mentions evidence that is official and outwardly verifiable. And even when Charan Singh refers to an inner test, the key, as he does in letter 152, he's writing about Kirpal Singh's claim to be a genuine master, not his claim for rightful succession. The dispute between Kirpal Singh and the Dara successors of Sawan Singh reached a critical turning point in the early 1950s, when Kirpal Singh alleged that Dara was corrupted by internal politics. In fact, Kirpal Singh went so far as to state in a private letter to an initiate of Sawan Singh that Bachint Singh, Sawan Singh's eldest son, tried to sell the Gadi to a family member. However, since the initiate did not believe the accusations, he forwarded the letter to Radhasoami Satsang Beas. Prompted by Radha Krishna Khanna, Charan Singh requested Kirpal Singh to apologize for the accusation or face a defamation suit. The issue was finally resolved when Kirpal Singh met with Charan Singh at R.K. Khanna's house and signed a legally certified apology, stating that he, Kirpal Singh, was in error and had based his allegations on incorrect information. He further stated that he hoped Charan Singh would forgive him on this matter. Concerning this episode, Charan Singh writes, "Pertaining to the libelous and slanderous remarks made about my illustrious predecessor and me by S. Kirpal Singh and some of his associates, I am glad that you are now aware of the true state of affairs. Please do not bother about taking any action against S. Kirpal Singh and his associates, as he has himself signed a legally witnessed apology for these false statements, a photostatic copy of which is also with your representatives. He will be glad to show it to you if you will ask to see it." As we have seen, Charan Singh has dealt with each case pertaining to Kirpal Singh's claims and allegations in a legal and official manner, pointing either to notarized wills or documents. Since Charan Singh worked as a lawyer for a number of years, it may not be surprising that he has gravitated towards a legal posture in defending Jagat Singh's succession. However, such a legalistic stance can only work in favor of those who already have what the opposing claimants, like Kirpal Singh, do not: external evidence. 3a. Charan Singh to Gurinder Singh, 1990. Charan Singh died on June 1, 1990, of a heart condition. 2 days prior to his death, Charan Singh dictated his last will, designating his nephew, Gurinder Singh, Dilan, to succeed him as both the spiritual master of the Dara and the patron of its many activities. The will, dated May 30, 1990, which was witnessed by several close associates of Charan Singh, including his personal physician, Dr. Joshi, reads as follows: I, S. Charan Singh Gruwal, S. Harbans Singh Gruwal, aged 74 years, am making this will in regard to the spiritual affairs of the Society Radhasoami Satsang Beas, while in full possession of my wits. I am making this will in accordance with the wishes of Hazur Maharaj Baba Sawan Singh Ji Maharaj and my predecessor. I have served the Sangat wholeheartedly to the best of my ability for nearly 40 years. I have received in great measure the love, faith, and esteem of the entire Sangat, of Suadars, and my staff members, of which it would be difficult to find a parallel in this world. I am deeply grateful for their cooperation and support. I appoint S.H. Gurinder Singh Dilan, S.H. Gurumukh Singh Dilan of Moga as my spiritual successor, as ordered by Hazur Maharaj Baba Sawan Singh Ji Maharaj. He will be the Sant Satguru, as well as the patron of Radhasoami Satsang Beas, and will have the authority of giving initiation, Nam. He will also be the patron of Maharaj Jagat Singh Medical Relief Society. I have made this will in accordance with the wishes of Hazur Maharaj Baba Sawan Singh Ji Maharaj, and I have every hope that my wishes as expressed in this will be duly honored by the entire Sangat, all my family members, and members of the society. Signed, Sharan Singh. Witnessed by Siva Singh, S.L. Sandhi, Dr. Joshi, and V.K. Sethi. Dated 30/5/90, May 30th, 1990. Although Sharan Singh's death was not too surprising given his previous heart condition, his appointment of Gurinder Singh as his successor was generally unexpected. For most satsangis in India and abroad, Gurinder Singh's name was unfamiliar. Moreover, he had been living in Spain for the latter part of the 1980s as a businessman, essentially removed from the Dera administrative affairs. Further, Gurinder Singh was only 35 years old, and his wife had given birth to their second child just a few days before Sharan Singh's passing. Even Gurinder Singh himself was caught off guard by his appointment, having no idea that he was to succeed his master at the Dera. However, within days, the acceptance of Gurinder Singh by satsangis around the world was overwhelming. There are a number of factors for the ease of Gurinder Singh's assumption of the mantleship, including 1. The clarity of Sharan Singh's last will. 2. Gurinder's blood relations with the Beas masters. Besides being the nephew of Sharan Singh, Gurinder is also the great-grandson of Sawan Singh. And 3. The general acceptance worldwide that Sharan Singh would appoint his successor by a will. In the first year after Sharan Singh's death, Gurinder Singh has solidified his support both within and outside the Dera, with an unexpected swiftness. He plans to visit countries like the United States and England on a regular basis, and wants to ensure harmony among the various sangats around the world. Since Sharan Singh had initiated over 1,200,000 initiates during his tenure, an extremely large figure when compared to other Radhasoami groups, Gurinder Singh's task is a formidable one. As the Beas Satsang enters into the 21st century, it must cope with increasing internationalization and its attendant consequences, which include schisms between various factions over how to rightly present the teachings of Radhasoami, and the almost invariable movement among some for increased power and status, both regionally and nationally. How Gurinder Singh and his increased following deal with these and other issues will determine, to a large degree, whether or not Radhasoami will emerge as a bona fide world religion along the ranks of Jainism or Sikhism. 4. Sawan Singh to Kirpal Singh, 1948. The founding of Ruhani Satsang. Although Jagat Singh was appointed via a will to succeed Sawan Singh at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh, Beas, in 1948, Kirpal Singh felt that he alone was duly commissioned to carry on his guru's spiritual work. In a small booklet entitled A Brief Life Sketch of Baba Sawan Singh Ji Maharaj, published in 1949, Kirpal Singh explained how he received the mantleship from his master. On the morning of 12th October 1947, at 7 o'clock, he, Sawan Singh, called me. When I was in his august presence, he said, "Kirpal Singh, I have allotted all other work, but have not entrusted my task of Nam initiation and spiritual work to anyone. That I confer on you today, so that this holy and sacred science may flourish." After this, whenever I had the honor to be in seclusion with Hazur, he talked about the interior affairs of Dera, and instructed me how to act when he departed forever. During the last days of his confinement on the bed of sickness, in last days of February 1948, one day Hazur inquired, "How many souls have been initiated by me?" Registers were consulted, and after counting was finished, Hazur replied, "Up till now, about 150,000 souls have been awakened by Hazur." Hazur said, "All right." Same day in the evening, when I was with him, Hazur said, "Kirpal Singh, I have done half of your work, and have given Nam to over 1.5 lakh persons, and the rest you have to accomplish." Kirpal Singh alleged that there were internal politics at the Dera that resulted in him leaving and founding his own satsang. In his biography of Sawan Singh, Kirpal Singh claims that Sawan Singh had instructed him on what to do after his death. Recounts Kirpal Singh, "On another occasion, Hazur, Sawan Singh, said, 'Kirpal Singh, the people will flock to the place where they would find the riches of Nam. What have you to gain from Dera? You better leave Dera.' When Babaji came from Agra, he brought with him neither money nor followers. He fetched within him only his guru, and through his blessing, the present Dera came into existence. Thereafter, whenever during Hazur's lifetime I had an opportunity to go to him, he talked on the subject of propagating spirituality and gave necessary instructions regarding its real shape significance, and basic fundamental problems. Since over 90% of Sawan Singh's initiates accepted Jagat Singh as his legitimate heir, Kirpal Singh's claim as successor met with severe opposition. It is not surprising, therefore, that Kirpal Singh utilized substantiating accounts for his claim that criticized several outward conventions supporting Jagat Singh. Specifically, Kirpal Singh and his associates questioned the legitimacy of Sawan Singh's last will designating Jagat Singh as his spiritual successor. Furthermore, Kirpal Singh argued that inner experience, and not wills, documents, or committees, was the trademark of a guru's authenticity. Although this requirement has always been stressed in Sant Mat and Radhasoami, Kirpal Singh elevated it to an unparalleled degree. He insisted that experiences of light and sound should be perceived during the time of initiation, and that this criterion is one of the chief ways of determining whether or not a guru is competent. This is not to suggest that Kirpal Singh did not employ historical accounts to back up his claims, but only that he de-emphasized them in contrast to inner experiences. Hence, in this purview, contradictory evidence like wills that are outwardly presented is junior to personal, revelatory encounters in the higher realms, which may or may not be in agreement with consensus data. Generally, Kirpal Singh and his initiates have identified the following as significant factors in favor of his succession of Sawan Singh. 1. Direct personal testimony by Sawan Singh to Kirpal Singh about his role as a guru, giving initiation and satsang. 2. The transmission of initiatory power by Sawan Singh to Kirpal Singh through the eyes. 3. Testimonies by highly regarded Sawan Singh initiates verifying Kirpal Singh's spiritual status. 4. Suggestive historical events, such as Kirpal Singh giving satsang and initiation under Sawan Singh's jurisdiction. 5. Experiential confirmation by interested persons who received inner confirmation in meditation of Sawan Singh's transference of power to Kirpal Singh. Kirpal Singh's relationship with Sawan Singh. Kirpal Singh was born on February 6, 1894, in Syed Khashran district of Rawalpindi. He was the youngest brother of 3. Brought up in a Sikh household, he was educated at the Edwards Church Mission High School in Peshawar, graduating in 1910. That same year, he was married to Krishnawanti. They had 2 sons, Darshan Singh, who was born in 1921, and Jaswant Singh, who was born in 1927. Kirpal Singh worked in the Military Engineering Service and Military Accounts Department in Lahore. At the age of 23, he began having visions in his meditations of a figure whom he believed was Guru Nanak. 7 years later, in 1924, Kirpal Singh realized that it was Sawan Singh of Beas, not Guru Nanak, whom he saw repeatedly within. Convinced of the divinity of his master, Kirpal Singh received initiation from Sawan Singh into the Radhasoami path that same year. Both of Kirpal Singh's brothers, Jodh Singh and Prem Singh, were also disciples of the great master. Jodh Singh, the middle brother of the family in particular, was held in high regard by Sawan Singh. He died on September 5. Prem Singh, who came late in life to the path, apparently he was a meat-eater for a number of years, died on July 22, 1946. During the 1930s and 1940s, Kirpal Singh became a prominent sevadar at his guru's ashram, known simply as the Dera, literally tent or camp, often giving satsang in the presence of Sawan Singh. He was also apparently involved in the publication of Sawan Singh's magnus opus, Gurmat Siddhant. Originally published in a much smaller version in 1919, Gurmat Siddhant was enormously expanded in the mid-1930s. It presently consists of 2 volumes totaling approximately 2,000 pages. There is some controversy concerning Kirpal's contribution to the work. Kirpal Singh claims outright that he was the author of the book, but out of humility asked Sawan Singh to put his name on the text, since he was the guiding hand and inspiration behind it. Elaborates Kirpal Singh, "Master, I tell you these things come of themselves. I have experience of that. Look at the Gurmat Siddhant, the philosophy of the masters, the work I wrote in 2 volumes, one 900 pages, the other 1,100 pages. I used to write at about 8 or 9 at night. I sat and was writing. One day some writer was there watching me. From where are you writing, and so fast? At about midnight he said, "Look here, you're writing so fast, you're not copying anything. But how do you write?" I said, "Someone is dictating to me. I cannot follow him." Question, you were writing that in Urdu? Master, in Punjabi. I have written books in English that way, under the shelter of this tree. There were some sitting arrangements then. Question, that was dictated by Sawan Singh? Master, it was intuition, the same. Question, of course you have put his name on the book. Master, it's all due to him. How can one be ungrateful? My books are dedicated to God and to all in whom he manifested and Baba Sawan Singh, at whose feet I have imbibed the truth. Yet historically it appears that Kirpal Singh was not the sole author of Gurmat Siddhant, because even his own son, Darshan Singh, claims that he collected the majority of quotations from Persian used in the book. This is significant because Gurmat Siddhant is replete with citations, especially from the Sikh holy book, Guru Granth Sahib. Approximately one-half of Gurmat Siddhant is quotations from other mystics, particularly those from the Sant tradition. There may well have been a series of satsangis, including Lek Raj Puri and Jagat Singh among others, who helped compile the unabridged edition. Moreover, the Beas Satsang disputes Kirpal Singh's claim for sole authorship by pointing to the earlier 1919 edition as documented evidence that Sawan Singh was the real author, since Kirpal Singh did not meet his guru at Beas until 1924, some 5 years after the initial edition. Indeed, Kirpal Singh's claim also met with some legal resistance. As Kirpal Singh explains, yesterday, I, Kirpal Singh, replied to some letter. They said Gurmat Siddhant was not your sayings. I replied that the book was issued in the name of Baba Sawan Singh. It was his graciousness. He did it. Well, how is it issued in their name at Beas? They have got reserved rights because on paper the properties are in their name. I cannot issue it, print those things here legally, I mean. Legally I am not allowed to print it. Regardless of the controversy surrounding Gurmat Siddhant, it is clearly evident that Kirpal Singh was involved in some capacity with the literary work at Beas, as even Lek Raj Puri acknowledges his assistance in gathering information about Islamic spiritual practices in the preface of his book, Mysticism, the Spiritual Path, which was publicized in the latter part of the 1930s. In 1939, Kirpal Singh is reported to have conducted initiation of over 200 people at the Dera in the presence of his guru Sawan Singh. According to Kirpal Singh's several references to this occasion, it caused a bit of a stir among satsangis at the Dera. Around this same period, Kirpal Singh was the subject of some negative rumors that prevented him from enjoying the presence of his guru. Kirpal Singh only mentions this episode in passing and does not provide, at least in English, any details about the propaganda, as he termed it, that was being spread about him. What little we do know comes from Kirpal Singh and/or his associates. Once it happened in my life. Generally these controversies do come up, but there was a great deal of propaganda against me. Once, Master asked me to initiate 250 people in the monthly gathering. Competition then naturally arises, and there was a great amount of propaganda against me. I kept quiet because I was true to myself. I knew God is with me, Master is with me. And it was so arranged that I could not talk to the Master for 8 months. Such influential people were involved. Also during this time, Kirpal Singh received an endearing and supportive letter, dated June 11, 1939, from Sawan Singh, encouraging him to conduct satsang and complete his spiritual progress in meditation. Further on in the letter, Sawan Singh stated that he was greatly pleased with Kirpal Singh, adding that you, Kirpal Singh, are serving the Lord with all your resources, body, mind, and money. By 1947, a year before his guru's death, Kirpal Singh was regarded as one of the principal disciples of the great master. Indeed, in the bylaws drawn up about the Administrative Committee in 1947 by Sawan Singh, Kirpal Singh was given the responsibility of jointly conducting satsangs with Gulab Singh and B. Rameshwar, as well as being responsible for the accommodations of satsangis at the Dera. Kirpal Singh and the Rhetoric of Minority Succession. On April 6, 1948, just 4 days after his guru's death, Kirpal Singh left the Dera forever. He proceeded to Delhi for a short visit and then went on to Rishikesh. Kirpal Singh, along with his family, stayed in the venerated city for 5 months, giving upwards to 18 hours daily in meditation. By December 2 of that same year, he started his ministry in Delhi, conducting regular satsangs and initiation. In 1950, Kirpal Singh formally founded Ruhani Satsang, and in 1951 established Sawan Ashram in Shakti Nagar, Delhi. Yet from the start of his ministry, Kirpal Singh had to overcome many obstacles, not the least of which was that Jagat Singh was clearly the accepted successor of Sawan Singh by the vast majority of satsangis. To better clarify his nomination as Satguru, Kirpal Singh published a booklet on his guru's life and teachings, in English in 1949, that explained in detail how he was appointed. But in so doing, Kirpal Singh was calling into serious question the succession at Dehra. For instance, in a brief life sketch of Hazur Baba Sawan Singh Ji Maharaj, Kirpal Singh clearly implies in 4 different places that he alone was appointed to carry on his master's mission. On page 15 of the booklet, Kirpal Singh quotes his master as saying, "The mission of spirituality can only be carried on successfully by one adept in spirituality." Moreover, Kirpal Singh implies that some of Sawan Singh's relatives and close disciples were spiritually blind. Indeed, Kirpal Singh cites at least 5 different episodes where Sawan Singh's family and or close associates misunderstood their guru's wishes. Kirpal Singh argues throughout the text that he alone was capable of understanding the sublime and mystical ways of his master. Below are a few examples of Kirpal Singh's slightly veiled criticisms of Sawan Singh's inner circle. Page 12. In those very days, one night, Hazur, mentioning his inner esoteric experiences, remarked, "The sun has risen high. Can the people of Jolindur also see this sun?" The relatives and friends sitting nearby were ignorant of this secret expression. The opinion of the doctor in charge was also, like others beside him, that Hazur's brain does not work properly on account of his illness. A little later at night, when I went to him, Hazur repeated the same question, addressing me, "Kirpal Singh, the sun has risen high. Can the people of Jolindur see this sun?" I replied, "Yes, Hazur, the sun has risen high, and not only the people of Jolindur, but also those living in England or America, who will traverse to inner planes, can see this sun." Thereupon Hazur said, "Thou hast correctly answered my question." Pages 12 to 13. Similarly, Hazur made a mention of several hidden secrets, but those around him were hardly able to grasp what Hazur was hinting at, this being a subject familiar to those only who are practical in-lookers and spiritually skilled. What, therefore, could other poor fellows know about them? Page 15. Spirituality cannot be entrusted to a blind person. Whoever has a desire to find me out can reach me within through one who is linked with me. You will not find me in the company of those who are after the possessions of the world. Be not deceived by such people. I do not dwell in the midst of maiaic insects. Go to some selfless being who is after me and lives for me, and is not after possession of Dheras. Page 18. Throughout the period of his illness, Hazur said many times, "If a person proficient in bhajan and simran sits by me, I feel comforted and relieved." Therefore, those who come to me or sit near me should do simran. Accordingly, at the time of appearance of this symptom of fluttering of the body, Hazur again spoke several times in these words, "If the person who has to do the work of spirituality after I depart comes and sits by me, my trouble will be gone." To comply with this, evidently the last wish of the master, the near relatives of Hazur came and sat in bhajan and simran, one, by the side of bed of Hazur, but there was no relief whatever in the fluttering symptom of Hazur's body. On the morning of 1st April 1948, it was extremely benevolent of Hazur to afford a chance to this humble servant, of course through the assistance of a lady in nursing service of Hazur, to be by the side of the master, in seclusion, for about 10 or 15 minutes. After the prayer, Kirpal Singh prayed for his guru's health. When I opened my eyes, Hazur's body was in a state of perfect repose. As the preceding excerpts indicate, particularly the last one, Kirpal Singh feels that he alone was helpful in understanding and soothing Sawan Singh's condition. The underside to Kirpal Singh's claims, however, is that Sawan Singh's inner circle is spiritually bankrupt. The two-pronged rhetoric behind Kirpal Singh's narrative is obvious, since his booklet is not solely about Sawan Singh's life and work, but rather about his own claims for mastership. Roughly one-half of the 22-page booklet centers on how Sawan Singh transmitted his spiritual authority to Kirpal Singh. Even to the casual reader, it is clear that the booklet is a strategic piece of writing in which to contextualize and buttress Kirpal Singh's claim for spiritual succession and authority. At one end, Kirpal Singh is either implicitly or explicitly criticizing his guru's family and close disciples, including presumably Jagat Singh, since he was in daily attendance of Sawan Singh during his last years, and on the other hand, eulogizing, either overtly or covertly, his own spiritual competence. The net result is a thinly disguised polemic against the Dera and for Ruhani satsang. It is little wonder, therefore, that Kirpal Singh wrote a defamatory letter about Sawan Singh's family and their attempt to buy the Gadi. This incident, plus the episodes outlined in a brief life sketch of Hazur Baba Sawan Singh Ji Maharaj, demonstrate that Kirpal Singh not only questioned Jagat Singh's and Charan Singh's succession, their office entitlement, but that he also felt there was a conspiracy to undermine the sacredness of the Gadi itself. Since Kirpal Singh consented to apologize for his misinformed letter, his outright criticisms of the succession at Dera lessened. Lacking sufficient support, legal or otherwise, to cast serious doubt among the general Sangat over the succession decision at Dera, Kirpal Singh resorted to criticizing office empowerment in general. On several occasions, Kirpal Singh implied that the successors at the Dera, Jagat Singh and Charan Singh, only had the seat, not the power. An incident retold in the book Heart-to-Heart Talks, Volume 2, reveals Kirpal Singh's position with regard to the Dera and its successors. It so happened here in India that a man was suffering greatly on account of cancer. He could not sleep, even for a moment. He was fortunately or unfortunately related to me, Guardil Singh. So Baba Charan Singh went over there. The sick man asked, "Will you kindly help me?" Charan Singh answered, "Well, I can't do anything. As Gurdjieff Singh was related to me, my brother's daughter was married to his son. She dragged me there. They wanted me to put my hand on him. He said, 'Will you help me?' I told him, 'Baba Charan Singh has been with you. Why did you not request him?' 'I did request him, but he said, 'I can't do anything.' So I was forced to put my hand on him, you see, and all trouble was relieved." Further, in the same book, Kirpal Singh explains the difference between his mission and the Beas successors after Sawan Singh. "The other day I gave initiation to 653 people. All saw light. About 200 saw the Master's form. The teachings at Beas are the same, but the words given at initiation are not charged," his emphasis. "That is the difference," my emphasis. The previous excerpt is very telling, since Kirpal Singh says that the difference between him and Charan Singh is that he has the spiritual charging, and the Beas leader does not. In other words, Kirpal Singh is claiming that he alone is genuine, and that he is genuine by virtue of inner spiritual power. This notion of inner power became central in supporting Kirpal Singh's legitimacy as Sawan Singh's successor. Indeed, Kirpal Singh revolutionized Sant Mat initiation practices by stressing that some type of inner experience should be received during the time of initiation. Anyone, Kirpal Singh argued, should have a direct contact with the inner light and sound during the meditation period of initiation. This would put to rest any questions seekers would have about the efficacy of the path and the competency of the master. Yet, such an innovation was unique in the annals of Radhasoami, since no guru prior to Kirpal Singh made such a far-reaching, universal requirement. To be sure, the previous gurus had emphasized inner experiences and the like. Shiv Dayal Singh, in fact, often gave first-hand glimpses to worthy and devout seekers, but all of them, including Kirpal's guru Sawan Singh, were selective in whom they took inside. For a large number of seekers, Kirpal Singh's promising offer was tantalizing proof of his competency. However, for a small number of followers, it prompted some confusion, since Kirpal's master Sawan Singh did not make the same claims during his tenure. As one Ruhani satsang initiate explained to Kirpal Singh, I know 2 initiates who in the beginning read spiritual gems, and they found contradictions in it with your teachings. Very minor ones, but it created a lot of problems in their mind. Later on in the conversation, the, presumably, same disciple expressed his surprise when learning that Sawan Singh's followers rarely received inner experiences at the time of initiation. I was reading With the Great Master in India by Julian Johnson, and I was amazed in one section it says that the master, Sawan Singh, gave initiation to over 700 people, and out of that only 2 saw light. Only 2 saw light. The disciples' amazement was well-founded, since Kirpal Singh had basically forged new ground, breaking precedent even with his own guru. Sawan Singh, for instance, actually argued against the need for giving first-hand experiences at the time of initiation. Argues Sawan Singh, the view that one must see something at the time of initiation or he would never be able to see anything later is wrong. My emphasis. Experience also does not support it. Everyone is running his own course of life, which is different from all others. No 2 persons are alike in habit, form, and thought. All are at different stages of development. At initiation, they cannot be expected to behave alike. Only few, my emphasis, see anything then. The majority, my emphasis, take time, some weeks, some months, and some years. All are not equally keen. Malik Radha Krishna Khanna, an initiate of Sawan Singh and a close associate of Kirpal Singh, attests to the differences between both gurus' approaches to initiation. I sat in at many initiations, and sometimes he, Sawan Singh, would ask me to drill the new initiates while they were learning the 5 charged names. He would go away and leave me there. At the end, he never, my emphasis, asked who had seen this or heard that. That is something Maharaj Kirpal Singh Ji had started, my emphasis. Kirpal Singh's claims and the problem of proof, legitimacy versus authenticity. Ken Wilber, a transpersonal theorist, has developed 2 terms, legitimacy and authenticity, which may be useful in our discussion of guru politics. Legitimacy, according to Wilber, refers to the attempt of religious persons to validate their claims and beliefs in this world. As such, it is the desire to correlate or substantiate a religious viewpoint within the common sense, waking world. In Wilberian terminology, legitimacy is a translative, read horizontal endeavor, whereby one seeks to integrate, not transcend or obliterate, the sacred with the profane. Authenticity, on the other hand, is a transformative, read vertical, attempt to validate a claim or a belief by referring to a different level of awareness, a higher plane beyond the rational mind. Accordingly, authenticity bypasses the normal strictures of the waking world because it tries to validate a certain claim by pointing to a higher reference point, an ontologically diverse state of being. For example, in the Guru succession following Sawan Singh's death, we have already noted 2 different avenues for validation: outward, external and legal verification, versus inward, internal, and experiential substantiation. In Wilber's schema, these 2 tendencies can be seen as legitimacy versus authenticity. The former is concerned with this world's frame of reference, consensus reality, whereas the latter is interested in transpersonal or spiritual realities, sacred or numinous encounters. Although legitimacy and authenticity do not necessarily have to be mutually exclusive, Wilber talks about the transcriptive connection between the 2. It is often the case, especially in Gaudiya Nashin succession, that they are viewed as such. In terms of Radhasoami succession rhetoric, it can be argued that Kirpal Singh's emphasis on inner verification, authenticity, versus outward confirmation, legitimacy, of a guru's status arose because he lacked what made Jagat Singh so acceptable to the larger Sangat, a notarized will signed by Sawan Singh, and the transference of satsang properties in his name. If Kirpal Singh had this type of documented evidence, in other words, office entitlement, then he may not have needed to stress inner validation so much. It appears to be a truism in guru politics that those who lack sufficient outward confirmation, in whatever forms, wills, testimonies, or relics, move generally toward experiential, inward, and personal forms of verification. Or in Max Weber's terms, succession claimants who did not receive official empowerment move towards personal charisma or authority to rally their supporters. As Max Weber put it, the mere fact of recognizing the personal mission of a charismatic master establishes his power. Whether it is more active or passive, this recognition derives from the surrender of the faithful to the extraordinary and unheard of, to what is alien to all regulation and tradition, and therefore is viewed as divine surrender, which arises from distress or enthusiasm. Because of this mode of legitimation, genuine charismatic domination knows no abstract laws and regulations, and no formal adjudication. Utilizing Wilber's more precise terminology, this same thesis can be stated as follows. Those who lack legitimacy, outward confirmation by the consensus majority, point to their authenticity, inward confirmation by individuals mystically, as the primary means for verifying their role. Unlike official empowerment, personal charismatic claims operate on the stead belief that it is the person, not the position, that matters in the guru-disciple relationship. We have seen this repeatedly throughout the history of Radhasoami, but nowhere has the tension between inner and outer validation become clearer and more focused than in the case of Kirpal Singh. When we turn to the death of Kirpal Singh and his would-be successors, we will want to see how this polarity in legitimation influences and constrains the ideological work among emerging guru claimants. Ideological work and strategies of legitimation. As we have previously noted, the successors after the death of Sawan Singh followed strategies of legitimation which were consistent with their social position. That is, office-empowered leaders like Jagat Singh and Sharan Singh employed ideological discourse that emphasized the impersonal nature of their appointment, whereas personal charismatics like Kirpal Singh utilized discourse that stressed the inward experiential basis of their mastership. Each type of ideological work reflected the specific standing of the successor in relation to the larger membership. Majority leaders at Beas tended to support their roles by referring to how the transference of the office was made, not necessarily how the spiritual power was passed on. Minority leader Kirpal Singh, on the other hand, tended to buttress his role by claiming direct personal transmission of spiritual power by Sawan Singh. Each successor has offered proof, but proof on two different levels of acquisition. It is clear, therefore, that ideological work is intimately tied in with a particular guru's social status, a status largely determined by how spiritual authority is transferred. Thus, social status governs strategies of legitimation. Precisely, office-empowered leaders, by virtue of their established position, are more likely to invoke a strategy of legitimation, which highlights the traditional and sacred aspects of their respective stations. Personal charismatics, on the contrary, lacking the built-in legitimacy of a permanent residential seat and the networking which goes with it, are inclined to use a strategy which emphasizes the subjective and experiential features of their calling. To summarize, before we move on to the main focus of our study, the politics of guru successorship stems not only from confusion over whom the departing master appointed, but over the nature of spiritual authority itself. The conflict between Kirpal Singh and the Beas successors only epitomizes the contest over official and personal authorization and the discourse available to each. Much of the controversy surrounding successorship is due to the rhetorical agencies connected to esteemed social positions, whereby social structure governs the effective usage of communicative interaction. Thus, vying gurus, consciously or unconsciously, are influenced by the social ramifications of their particular brand of charismatic succession. It is these very social ramifications, furthermore, which outline the strategies of legitimation available to succession claimants. Chapter 4. The Politics of Guru Successorship. The Death of Kirpal Singh. Kirpal Singh's health took a serious turn for the worse in 1971. He had prostate troubles and underwent an operation on June 29 to remedy the difficulty. According to Russell Perkins' account, it took some time for Kirpal Singh to recover. As Perkins notes, the master's operation had been a serious one on his prostate, and he was a long time recovering. His body had been exhausted for years, of course, and he kept it going by sheer will. After the operation, Kirpal Singh's health improved to the point that he was able to undergo a strenuous Third World Tour in 1972. By this time, Kirpal Singh had attracted a substantial following, numbering in the tens of thousands, and was received by enthusiastic crowds throughout South and North America. On his return from abroad in January of 1973, Kirpal Singh continued to go on satsang tours throughout North and South India, visiting Kashmir in June, the Punjab in October, and Bombay by the year's end. Although 1974 turned out to be Kirpal Singh's final year, he completed a number of significant projects, including sponsoring and presiding over the Unity of Man Conference in Delhi, which was held in early February. Kirpal Singh also managed to visit the famous Kumbh Mela in Hardwar, as well as the Rashtriya Sant Samagam in Delhi. On July 29, 1974, he gave his last initiation, sitting to well over 1,000 people. On August 1st, Kirpal Singh addressed the members of the Indian Parliament, and on August 17, presented his last English satsang. 4 days later, on August 21, he died at 6:55 p.m. During his entire ministry, Kirpal Singh had initiated 80,446 seekers, both in India and abroad. 5. Darshan Singh and the founding of Sawan Kirpal Mission. With the death of Kirpal Singh, there arose an intense controversy over who was his rightful successor. The first person mentioned by any party to be his spiritual heir was Kirpal Singh's own son, Darshan Singh. However, certain influential initiates, such as Russell Perkins and Reno H. Sarin, could not accept him. This disunion gained further momentum when Madame Hardevi, also known as Tai Ji, who was a close associate of Kirpal Singh and a direct initiate of Sawan Singh, was chosen to be the temporal chairman of the Ruhani Satsang and Manab Kendra societies. In an abrupt turn of events, which we will examine in depth shortly, Darshan Singh, who was allegedly appointed the master through a will by Kirpal Singh and executed by Radha Krishna Khanna, was stripped of the inherent office and duties befitting the successor of a Param saint, as well as those as co-chairman. The traditional Dastarbandi ceremony, which was originally set to take place at Sawan Ashram in Old Delhi, did not occur because Tai Ji and interested associates prevented any peaceful and unanimous agreement. Darshan Singh left Sawan Ashram and started his spiritual work at Mona's cottage in New Delhi. The break between Madame Hardevi and Darshan Singh was never mended, and both parties concerning property rights took several lawsuits. Eventually, Darshan Singh and most of the Ruhani Satsang Sangat, which rallied around him, established Sawan Kirpal Ashram in Vijay Nagar, Old Delhi. The activities were subsumed under the name Sawan Kirpal Mission, and a complete separation now exists between the Ruhani Satsang organization of the late Madame Hardevi and Darshan Singh's movement. In line with Kirpal Singh's contention that the mastership is not merely passed through wills, documents, or committees, Darshan Singh revealed that prior to his father's passing, he had personally received the light and power through the master's eyes. The will was only an outer confirmation of an inner event. In 2 letters written in September of 1974, just a month after his father's demise, Darshan Singh explained the circumstances behind his appointment. The first letter, dated September 26, 1974, was sent to Trikolan Singh Khanna, Kirpal Singh's first and foremost representative in the United States. My nomination as my beloved father's spiritual successor derives circumstantial support from the fact that a woman could not be so nominated, according to Sant Mat tradition. Such a thing never happened throughout the ages. My beloved father had taken care that I imbibed the qualities which would be helpful in carrying on the satsang work. I have, under the circumstances, no hesitation in declaring myself as the spiritual successor of His Holiness Maharaj Kirpal Singh Ji, in conformity with his wishes, and shall carry on the satsang work to the best of my ability. I am sorry to find that Mr. Sarin concluded from his talk with Tai Ji, Bibi Hardevi, and her supporters that the master had not nominated anyone as his spiritual successor. Although Darshan Singh does not mention her by name, it is obvious from the previous excerpt that he is denouncing Madame Hardevi's claim for the Gadi at Sawan Ashram, since, as he claims, a woman could not be so nominated, according to Sant Mat tradition. Darshan Singh is also disappointed that Reno Sarin has sided with her and concluded that Kirpal Singh did not leave a spiritual successor. Unlike his first letter to Khanna, which was warmly received and accepted as a true recapitulation of the facts, Darshan Singh's second letter, written to Russell Perkins, dated September 30th, 1974, met with stern criticism. After the beloved master left for his home eternal on September 21, 1974, Kirpal Singh died on August 21. Some vital events took place in the ashram, which are narrated below. On the morning of 23rd August, respected Tai Ji called me and my wife and informed us that Maharaj Ji had made a will in which he had declared me as his spiritual successor. I told her that Maharaj Ji had talked to me about this personally some time back. She expressed no surprise at this and said he did so at her insistence, and she added that she would search for the original will in the master's papers. In reply to Mr. A.R. Manoka, the secretary of the managing committee, she told him that he did make a will in my favor, but the will was not traceable. Since the will was not available, Secretary, along with members of the managing committee, approached Mr. Radha Krishan, an eminent lawyer, who had drafted the will, to confirm the execution of the will and to ascertain its contents. After getting the first-hand information from the lawyer, a meeting of the managing committee of the Kirpal Ruhani Satsang was held on 26 August 1974. And the committee unanimously adopted a resolution declaring me to be the spiritual successor of Maharaj Kirpal Singh Ji, according to his wishes. It is a fact that my respected father did execute a will in my favor, and had verbally also told me on several occasions in his talks with me about it. In his talks, he had exhorted me to prepare myself for the spiritual work. According to his wishes, I shall carry on the satsang work as his spiritual successor, to be of my ability, and shall add it to the initiation of would-be devotees when I feel the divine call to do so, which I hope and trust the great master shall not delay too long. The intriguing aspect of Darshan Singh's preceding letter is his emphasis on the written will by his father Kirpal Singh, designating him as the spiritual successor. Remember that in Kirpal Singh's own claims as his guru's heir, he denounced wills and committees as validating processes of a successor's position. Rather, Kirpal Singh emphasized the inner, experiential realm as the true test of a guru's spiritual worth. This point, however, was not missed by Russell Perkins, who took sharp exception to Darshan Singh's allegations about the will. In his response to Darshan Singh, dated October 17, 1974, Russell Perkins commented on the issue of wills. Your description of the events of the week following Master's leaving makes for very depressing reading, almost as depressing as living through that week there, which I did. It seemed to me both terrible and unthinkable to install someone on the dais by vote of the committees, according to the instructions of a will that no one there had seen, about whom there was no pretense of spiritual competency. How many times did our Master say, Masters are not made by voting, etc. They are made by God? Master said hundreds of times that spirituality and the successorship was never transmitted through documents. If this is so, then of what importance is the will? The only thing that can be inherited or transferred by paper is property, and what does a saint care about property? The ashram, the dais, the official title, these are things that might be conveyed through a will, that's true. But the ability to give nam, the competency to take seekers home, never. We have our Master's word for that. Perkins' letter, though it was widely distributed, did not squelch Darshan Singh's candidacy. Rather, Darshan Singh's supporters became more vocal in their defense. Although they conceded that spiritual power could not be passed on through a will, they argued that it was an outward sign of an inner event, and as such had merit for validating Darshan Singh's emergence. In defense of the will and the transmission of initiatory power to Darshan Singh, Trikalan Singh Khanna wrote a 4-page letter dated February 17, 1975, to Reno Sarin. As regards the will, I may state that 1. Spiritual power, grace, love, and light was passed on by the Master Kirpal Singh to Darshan Singh Ji through the eyes, on the evening of August 19, 1974. 2 witnesses were also present. 2. The will was executed as confirmation in consonance with Rule 4 of the Society's Constitution and cannot be disputed because Malik Radha Krishan Khanna, M.A. LLB, an eminent lawyer of the Supreme Court of India, has stated that he himself prepared the will, which was signed by the Master Kirpal Singh and also witnessed by 2 persons. 3. The Master told to several important people that he executed the will in favor of his son Darshan Singh to be his successor. We have in our possession Master's own tape recording in Hindi, in which he declared that he made a will after the return from Mahajan Nursing Home, Delhi, and not before. 4. There is solid proof, inner and outer, that Sant Darshan Singh is the true successor of the great Master Kirpal Singh. Thousands are testifying to the appearance of the radiant forms of Masters Sawan Singh, Kirpal Singh, and Darshan Singh together. There is no mistaking of the credentials of Sant Darshan Singh. Thus it is evident that Darshan Singh's constituents not only cited written, outward evidence, but also personal testimony and inner experience as validation of his claim as Kirpal Singh's successor. Below are the 4 major forms of verification provided. 1. Verbal testimony about a written will by Kirpal Singh, drafted by R.K. Khanna, stating explicitly that his son Darshan Singh would be his spiritual successor. 2. A resolution by the Managing Committee of the Kirpal Ruhani Satsang, unanimously adopted, which declared Darshan Singh the spiritual successor of Kirpal Singh. 3. Personal testimonies and recollections by prominent satsangis and religious personages, including Acharya Sushal Kumar, about how Kirpal Singh verbally mentioned that Darshan Singh would be his successor. 4. Reports of various meditation experiences, where satsangis saw the radiant form of Darshan Singh accompany the inner form of Kirpal Singh. Wills, Paradoxes, and Ideological Discourse. Darshan Singh's candidacy represents a classic example of how the ideological discourse of a preceding guru campaign, in this case the Dara successors versus Kirpal Singh, influences a succeeding guru's rhetorical strategies. For instance, it is well documented that Kirpal Singh disavowed wills or committees as an authentic process of guru succession. Furthermore, Kirpal Singh made several critical comments against blood lineages, where the family members, sons or grandsons, attempt to take over the Gadi. Yet, ironically, this was precisely how Darshan Singh was appointed. He was given the mantleship by a will written by his father. The peculiarity of this kind of transmission was immediately recognized and criticized by a large number of Kirpal Singh's initiates. In fact, it may well be that those who resist Darshan Singh's candidacy have done so based primarily on Kirpal Singh's statements against wills and blood lineages. In a circular distributed by 3 of Kirpal Singh's main sangats, Amritsar Center, Chandigarh Center, and Kashipur Center, dated November 19, 1974, the following arguments were made against Darshan Singh. Now the arguments against the will are innumerable. A. Master's teachings of 27 years that are on record and where he had always laid emphasis against the passing of Guru Gadi to any member of the family. B. Master's emphatic assertion that after him, his children or relations or any member of the trust should have nothing to do with the spiritual mission or the property of the ashram. C. After returning from the hospital in August 71, thereafter repeatedly in subsequent satsangs, the should be he is on record as saying that the rumors spread by some people that he had written a will and nominated a successor are a piece of trash and sheer nonsense. D. Master's argument against a will vis-a-vis developments in Beas was that spirituality is never transferred by wills, and his emphasis that from Guru Nanak down to Baba Jaimal Singh, Indian archives being a witness, never has the aid of a will been sought for the transfer of spirituality. If it is invalid in other cases of Guru Gadi in history, how could the practice be changed in the case of Baba Sawan Singh Ji Maharaj, and consequently, Kirpal Singh Ji Maharaj? Darshan Singh seemingly was stuck in a catch-22 situation. If he emphasized the legitimacy of the will, which he did in his personal letter to Russell Perkins shortly after his father's demise, he automatically contradicts his father's criticism of the legalistic convention and disenfranchises a significant faction of the Sangat who are bound by Kirpal Singh's statements on the subject. Yet, if Darshan Singh does not mention the will, he loses a very powerful and objective document supporting his nomination. As it turned out, Darshan Singh's solution was to cite the will as evidence, along with his own personal testimony that he had received the spiritual power and radiance from Kirpal Singh through the eyes, just prior to his predecessor's departure. In doing this, Darshan Singh was able to substantiate his position by both outer and inner testimonies. Darshan Singh's emphasis on his father's last will seems to be due, if not wholly, at least partially, to what transpired at Beas after Sawan Singh's death. Because there was outward evidence confirming Jagat Singh's and later Charan Singh's status as a bona fide successor to Sawan Singh, the vast majority of satsangis sided with him, not Kirpal Singh. Although Kirpal Singh did eventually gather a substantial following, it was nowhere near that of Charan Singh's, who had at least 7 times the following Kirpal Singh had during the same time period. The reason behind this, according to devout Kirpal Singh and Darshan Singh followers, was not because of Charan Singh's spiritual power. As mentioned previously, Kirpal Singh explicitly denies that the Beas leader was spiritually competent, but due to the fact that he had the networking support of a huge Sangat. Charan Singh, in other words, had the opportunity to build upon a solid and well-planned managing structure. Apparently, Darshan Singh must have seen the efficacy of Dera's claims, and therefore could not resist the tremendous influence that Kirpal Singh's last will would have in consolidating various parties behind him, even though it overtly went against what his father had preached for 27 years. To further buttress this point, one only need to look at Darshan Singh's own last will, nominating his son Rajinder Singh as his spiritual successor, dated November 17, 1987. Darshan's will, although longer and more emphatic than Sawan Singh's last will, bears a remarkable similarity to the form and content of the 2 historic Dera wills. Indeed, Darshan Singh told Jay and Ricky Linksman personally in the summer of 1984 that it is beneficial for the master to prepare a will to let others know who the spiritual successor is. Of course, the actual passing of the power is done through the eyes, but when there is an organization such as Sawan Kirpal Rouhani Mission, a will is necessary, emphasis mine, to ensure that the mission can continue in a smooth way under the successor. Needless to say, Darshan Singh's argument dovetails on almost all points with how Dera and its Sangat views Sawan Singh's and Jagat Singh's last wills. Since Darshan Singh's perspective on the importance of wills is almost diametrically opposite that of his father's, it seems reasonable that Darshan Singh's ideas were the direct result of what transpired at Beas in 1948 and 1951. From the foregoing, we can see that the routinization of spiritual authority, that is, the historical precedence of Gadi Nashin's succession, can have a direct impact on the way future guru claimants orchestrate their particular claims. Darshan Singh's stress on a will arises, as we have noted, from the practical efficacy of its use at Dera Baba Jaimal Singh. R.K. Khanna, the lawyer who drafted Kirpal Singh's last will, explained the utility of such a legal device to Vinod Sinha. Vinod Sinha. Many people have spoken of the seeming contradiction between the master's teachings about this business of spiritual power passing from one master to the next and his making a will. Do you think there is such a contradiction? MRKK. I think there is no contradiction between the passing of the master's power to another master and his making a will. It was done probably because he felt that there were some forces in Sawan Ashram around him who would question successorship after his departure, so he wanted to reduce it into writing. Secondly, he did so on my advice, as a lawyer. There is no contradiction. The politics of inner experience. Since Kirpal Singh made inner experience the chief litmus test in appraising a guru's competence, all of Kirpal Singh's successors attempted to demonstrate that they had the power to grant spiritual experiences during meditation and initiation to sincere devotees. This emphasis, however, led to some severe epistemological questions among seekers, since disciples of each successor, for example Darshan Singh, Takhar Singh, Ajayab Singh, and even tape-recorded initiates of Kirpal Singh claim to have transmundane experiences in the higher spiritual planes. Thus, much of the debate surrounding successorship centered on who was competent to transmit divine encounters of light and sound, and less on who possessed the proper outer credentials. This development, which is consistent with Kirpal Singh's assumption of the mastership, generated an extremely esoteric debate over the authenticity of inner experiences. Instead of a unified body of reports, all agreeing about the spiritual mastership of one genuine successor to Kirpal Singh, there were a plethora of differing stories, each of which appeared to back the charismatic prowess of the guru in question. A classic illustration of this politics of inner experience comes from a letter exchange between Michael Grayson, a Darshan Singh supporter, and Aaron Stevens, a strong critic at that time of Darshan Singh's role. Below are excerpts from Michael Grayson's original letter and Aaron Stevens' rebuttal, claiming that Grayson's spectacular experiences on the inner planes with Darshan Singh, thereby confirming Darshan Singh's exalted attainment, are nothing but projections of his own wishes on the astral plane. Michael Grayson letter. Dear beloved Master Darshan Singh Ji, this unworthy one is so pleased to be able to tell you that on Saturday evening, October 26, 1974, the radiant form of our beloved Kirpal appeared within to this unworthy one, and, while standing the test of the 5 charged names, spoke to me and told me that you, Darshan Singh, are the next master, and that you are truly his beloved son, and that I should serve you to the best of my ability. Since then, our beloved Kirpal and also Hazur Baba Sawan Singh Ji have appeared within numerous times to confirm this. The Master within has given this unworthy one the order to write this letter, since in some small way it might help to clear up some of the confusion of the dear ones who in many cases are falling prey to the feelings, emotions, and inferences of others, who are only going on the impressions of their outer eyes and not the inner. Aaron Stevens' letter. Dear Brother Michael, if on account of divulging inner spiritual experiences in this letter, I am retarded on the way, or sent to hell, then Master's words about Ramanuja will be my comforter. Never mind if I go to hell, you'll be saved. I'll suffer hell for your sake. Hundreds of times since our precious beloved left for his heavenly home, he has appeared to this unworthy child, in India, on the plain, wherever and whenever the chance was seized to withdraw, into the foxhole of the brain, while chanting the charged passwords of the 5 names. Never once did he indicate to me his respected physical son Darshan Singh Ji was or is to be the next Param Sant, and unless he does, I find it my duty to try to protect the spiritual interests of the initiates and new seekers by informing them of my position. The rest, of course, is in his hands, always was. On November 9th morning, while sitting in bhajan, the Lord kindly withdrew this soul first from the body, below, up to and through his, Kirpal's, luminous form, and thence into Trikuti, the casual plane of transcendent red-rising sun, and deafening soul-melting thunder and drumbeats, still yet transcended by higher, sweeter symphonies, impossible to describe and sacrilegious to try. As this soul communed with the intoxicating Nam, the holy Nam itself transformed into a heavenly voice, and 3 times with the great oceanic power gave out the name of a man who, it is assumed, will carry out the highest spiritual responsibility of Master's divine mission. It was not Darshan Singh Ji. I can only understand your, Michael Grayson's, spectacular experiences as projections of your own wishes on the astral plane. They do not coincide with many other devotees' experiences who regularly see Master or his Master inside. Some others here have had experiences, while doing Simran, of another radiant one, who had appeared to some, including at least one non-initiate in vivid dreams, wherein was communicated the name, details of appearance, etc., even though these persons had never seen a photograph of him. No, dear Darshan Singh, I believe that you have been seeing the result of your intense wishes to have Master in the flesh, but as you were psychologically preconditioned due to your long and close friendship with Master's son, you have allowed and desired another form to sit on the throne of your heart, which should be exclusively reserved for Master, in spite of your doing Simran. Look at Paul Twitchell, who was talking with the master on the inner planes, and several others like him who were led astray by the promptings of their own powerfully developed, subtle mind. You will probably say the same of anyone who will not agree with you. What is clearly evident from Stephen's letter is that the politics of guru successorship does not radically change, even if it moves to a more esoteric, astral or causal plane. The political rhetoric and debate is essentially the same. Your perception of truth is misguided, whereas I have a genuine glimpse into the real nature of things. It is a conflict over testimonies, perceptions, and personal recollections. There is no difference between inner experience arguments and outer experience arguments, since both deal with testimonies of experiences, except over the issue of proof. What constitutes proof in the waking sense world is, at least, open to consensus agreement, whereas inner experiences lack any universal guideline. Whether Kirpal Singh intended it or not, his repeated emphasis on inner experiences created a Pandora's box, which raises more questions than it answers. For almost anybody can claim to have inner confirmation about his spiritual function. We need look no further than to television evangelists for an illustration of this problem of personal revelation. The ironic twist in the Grayson-Stevens debate is that Aaron Stevens switched over to Darshan Singh 4 years later, despite claiming to have had divine revelations about Ajayab Singh's mastership on the fourth plane, Banwar Gufa. The Vanjavali lineage, from father to son to son. Darshan Singh's biggest obstacle in establishing his ministry was surprisingly enough that he was Kirpal Singh's blood son. In other cases of spiritual or political succession, such a fact would help buttress a vying candidate. But in the context of Rouhani satsang, it worked against Darshan Singh, because his father had implicitly, and at times we were told explicitly, argued against Vanjavali, or hereditary gurus. Indeed, one of Kirpal Singh's claims against the Dara successors was that they were in cahoots with Sawan Singh's family. A number of Rouhani satsang followers, especially those who sided with Kirpal Singh's testimony about what transpired at Beas in 1948, could not accept Charan Singh's assumption of the mantle precisely because he was a grandson of Sawan Singh. Given this historical perspective, Darshan Singh's candidacy generated severe doubts over his genuineness. But since no other candidate, Thakkar Singh and Ajayab Singh notwithstanding, attracted the bulk of the Sangat, the contradictions in Darshan Singh's succession rhetoric were partially overlooked and put aside by the core of his eventual following. The blood connection again arose when Darshan Singh appointed his son, Rajinder Singh, to succeed him as his sole spiritual successor and head of Sawan Kirpal mission. Although Darshan Singh's death in late May of 1989 came as a surprise, his nomination of Rajinder did not. In fact, a number of outside observers to the movement, including myself, had been informed implicitly by both Darshan Singh and a few of his disciples that his eldest son was a leading candidate for the position. However, to those followers of Kirpal Singh who had resisted Darshan Singh's candidacy because of his blood ties and method of acceptance, the nomination of Rajinder was difficult to accept for two major reasons. One, because it confirmed that Sawan Kirpal mission reflected a Vanjavali lineage, and two, because a registered will had been employed, and, more importantly, praised by Darshan Singh to nominate his son and successor. The unexpected death of Darshan Singh. When Darshan Singh died on May 30, 1989, it came as a shock to his thousands of followers. They simply had not expected their guru to die when he had made extensive plans for a satsang tour to commence in North America early that summer. Funds had been arranged, dates had been set, and advertisements had been prepared, all in the clear expectation that Darshan Singh would carry through on his intended agenda. Thus, when the news came that Darshan Singh had died sometime between 7:30 and 8 a.m. in the early morning of Tuesday, May 30, his disciples were genuinely surprised. In the article, Until We Meet Again, the Sat Sandesh editorial staff wrote, "Within hours, the news of his, Darshan Singh's passing, reached family, friends, and disciples all over the world. The shock was immeasurable to each. It seemed that his or her best friend and best beloved had suddenly departed. Thus it appeared that the Master did not want anyone to know beforehand, lest there be panic and chaos in his last few months. Even though Darshan Singh did not overtly inform his constituency of his impending departure, he did nevertheless make it irrevocably clear that he wanted his son Rajinder to succeed him as spiritual master of Sawan Kirpal mission. In fact, Darshan went to great lengths in order to ensure that his son, and apparently only his son, would assume his spiritual mantle. Darshan accomplished this by drafting an exceptionally cogent last will, in which he named his son as his heir apparent. Below is an unedited transcription of the will. Know all by these presents that I, Darshan Singh, son of H. Sant Kirpal Singh Ji Maharaj, of revered memory, in full possession of my senses and in perfect disposing state of mind, without any sort of coercion and without any extraneous pressure of any kind whatsoever, and after mature thinking, hereby nominate Sri Rajinder Singh Dugal, my elder son, as my sole spiritual successor, in view of his strong spiritual attainments and manifold qualities of head and heart, who will become the next living master and will take over the spiritual task of nom-initiation and of conducting satsang after I leave the physical body. I also nominate the said Shri Rajinder Singh Dugal as spiritual head of Sawan Kirpal Rouhani Mission, Registered Society, Delhi. Sawan Kirpal Rouhani Mission, Science of Spirituality, in United States of America. Darshan Science of the Soul, Inc., in United States of America. Sawan Kirpal Rouhani Mission, Science of Spirituality, in Germany, and their affiliated organizations, existing at present, and those which may be floated hereafter. I also nominate the said Sri Rajinder Singh Dugal as chairman of Sawan Kirpal Rouhani Mission, Registered Society, Delhi, after my demise. In witness of the above, I, Darshan Singh, have set my hands to this document on this 17th day of November 1987. Delhi, dated the 17th November 1987. Signed, Darshan Singh. To further ensure his nomination of Rajinder, Darshan Singh placed copies of the will in the following hands. 1. Delhi Registrar Office. 2. Riggs National Bank in Washington, D.C. And 3. One copy with Mr. Amarnath Sharma. Moreover, Riggs National Bank was instructed to send photocopies of the will to 10 Sawan Kirpal mission leaders around the world. In the article, The Light Continues, Ricky Linksman describes some of the major events surrounding Darshan Singh's preparation of the will and his nomination of Rajinder. Below are some of the key points from that article. 1. In February 1987, the master, Darshan Singh, started to prepare his will. It was signed on November 17, 1987, in the presence of Raja Jaswant Singh, Mr. A.R. Manoka, Mr. S.P. Chopra, and Dr. Dave. 2. On Wednesday, November 5, 1986, unbeknownst to the Sangat, Master Darshan Singh transferred the spiritual power through the eyes to Rajinder Singh. 3. The first time the Master told Rajinder Singh about carrying on the mission after him was in December 1985 in Delhi. 4. In the last 2 years, the Master told certain people that he had chosen Rajinder Singh as his successor. In India, he told Raja Jaswant Singh, Mr. A.R. Manoka, Mr. S.P. Chopra, Mr. R.K. Jain, Mr. I.R. Malik, Dr. R.B. Gupta, and Dr. Dave. Darshan Singh's succession will exemplifies how language and rhetoric, especially in a legal context, are directly influenced by underlying social forces or tensions. In many ways, a close textual analysis of the succession will reveals in a nutshell the kinds of political problems surrounding guru succession in general, and in Radhasoami in particular. For instance, when the use of such key phrases as sole spiritual successor appear in the text, it is readily obvious to a student of Rouhani Satsang history that Darshan Singh is trying to avoid the confusion that transpired after his father's death in 1974, when a multiple number of would-be successors emerged. Even the beginning of the will, which contains 5 categorical statements about the lack of coercion involved in the will's design, indicates that there was a question or a doubt about how previous Radhasoami wills were drawn. Although it is normal to clarify demonstrably the well-being and lucidity of a will writer, it is usually done in 1 or 2 phrases. Arguably, the repeated emphasis on Darshan Singh's lucidity stems directly from Sawan Singh's last will in 1948, which was questioned by Kirpal Singh and his followers for several reasons, including the contentious issue of whether Sawan Singh was manipulated, presumably by family members, into signing over his spiritual mantleship. Naturally, Darshan Singh would alleviate much of this kind of speculation that can hamper the integrity of a newly emerging leader, by repeatedly emphasizing his clarity of mind when drawing the will. What we see here is the politics of succession rhetoric. What may at first glance appear to be a simple way of writing turns out to be, on closer inspection, a politically sensitive way of ferreting out factionalism. It is precisely in the abruptness of Darshan Singh's transition where most of the ideological work among his disciples can be seen. For instance, I was keenly interested in seeing how stories would develop over time immediately following the death of a master. My hunch was that if a guru died unexpectedly, heart attack, car accident, etc., there would develop over time new stories, new developments, and new twists about how he really did know of his impending transition. The motivation behind developing these stories was quite obvious. A genuine master in the Radhasoami tradition is supposed to have access to trans-rational domains of existence. Knowledge of his physical transition is taken as a given in Sant Mat theology. Thus, regardless of the apparent unknowing qualities surrounding a guru's death, disciples generally look for clues or hints about the knowingness of their master. In Darshan Singh's case, although his last will indicates that he was well aware of his mortality, his planned trip to America in the summer of 1989 suggests that he was not sure the exact date of his departure. Why else plan such an expensive trip? Why set up the elaborate publicity in the first place? This incongruity theology that demands the foreknowledge of death and the practical outcome that betrays precise knowledge is exactly where ideological work begins. Although it may not be immediate, it does occur fairly quickly. Why? To bridge the gap when theory and practice are apparently inconsistent. As Bennett Berger sharply points out, vying gurus are involved in ideological work, which enables those engaged in intellectual combat to attempt to persuade their critics and their constituents, more or less plausibly in different cases, that apparent discrepancies between preaching and practice are in fact illusory and can be successfully resolved. Hence what we see in the death of Darshan Singh is a seeming paradox to his followers. He's supposed to be all-knowing, Berger's preaching, but his actions, Berger's practice, indicate otherwise. Such a tension, which repeatedly occurs in religious movements of whatever size and shape, provides earnest disciples with a dilemma, one that both socially and theologically begs to be resolved. It is precisely in the resolving that much of the political versus purely spiritual nature of guru succession and legitimation becomes evident. It is no doubt a grounding revelation for those who only believe in an ethereal transmission of spiritual power. Although historical facts may, in the not-so-distant future, change into hagiographical renditions, making it nearly impossible for scholars to know the difference, the distance between praxis and theology is much clearer during the lifetime of a guru and just immediately following his or her death. Thus, when one purviews the available documents surrounding Darshan Singh's death, keywords and phrases emerge, which reveal what kinds of tensions, unconscious or otherwise, surfaced. For example, in the first major article on Darshan Singh's transition in Sat Sandesh, one of the subheadings reads, "There were many hints." In light of Berger's concept of ideological work, the operative word in the preceding title is hints, that is, something that is not stated explicitly. In the text itself, for instance, we learn the following. Within hours, the news of his, Darshan Singh's passing, reached family, friends, and disciples all over the world. The shock was immeasurable to each. It seemed that his or her best friend and best beloved had suddenly departed. But even as this loss began to register, those who had been with the Master or spoken to him in the final days and weeks began recollecting remarks and statements from the Master. Clearly, he had been giving hints of his impending departure from amongst us, but they were so subtle that those who heard him could understand the full meaning of his words only after the irrevocable parting. Thus it appeared that the Master did not want anyone to know beforehand, lest there be panic and chaos in his last few months. At the same time, the Master gave enough clues that in retrospect, we would realize that he did know that he was leaving, and when he was to depart. In the preceding passage alone, 6 key words or phrases are apparent. each of which indicate that some kind of ideological work, albeit unconsciously, is going on. For instance, when the writer says clearly he had been given hints of his impending departure, he or she is revealing not a unified version of Darshan Singh's death, but rather two contrasting versions. Clearly and hints are not meaning corollaries. They are terms, rather on opposite ends of the definition spectrum. That this is so becomes evident when we read the next sentence that follows, "But they were so subtle that those who heard him could understand the full meaning of his words only after the irrevocable parting." In other words, when Darshan Singh gave hints, they were not interpreted as such until after he died. Or to put it more succinctly, the disciples around Darshan Singh did not believe that their guru was going to die, hence they were in shock. Thus what the Sangat was faced with were two different death accounts, Darshan knowing of his death, clearly, what theology demands, and Darshan not knowing of his departure, hints, what practically occurred. It is this division that the Sat Sandesh article is addressing, but in ways that are perhaps not consciously intended. When we do analyze the clues given by Darshan Singh prior to his death, we cannot dismiss the notion that these clues may already be a product of early ideological work. Sometimes what starts as a simple story turns out to be over time a fairly advanced yarn, replete with added nuances and twists. I am not claiming that this is what happened in Darshan Singh's case, specifically in reference to the stories mentioned in Sat Sandesh, but that we should analyze such stories with a critical eye. Moreover, it is important to distinguish the simple narrative from its appended interpretation, something that is a bit difficult to do when interested disciples are compiling the official history. Although redaction criticism is particularly troublesome with texts written some 1900 years ago, it is still problematic with new religious writings. In the following narrative, for instance, the story is embedded with interpretation. Sant Darshan Singh repeatedly cautioned the Sangat in India that his time was short and urged them to make the best use of his physical presence. Such exhortations became particularly urgent in the final weeks. He announced to the Sangat on Sunday, May 21, that if anyone wanted to see him or talk to him, they should do so at the May 28 satsang. They would not have such an opportunity at the satsang on June 4. Many assumed that after May 28, the Master would be too busy with preparations for his impending world tour. The real meaning of the Master's words never crossed their minds. In skeleton form, what we have in the preceding story is not much. Darshan Singh states that those people wanting to see him should do so at the May 28 satsang. Practically speaking, everything else is speculation. However, the intention of the passage is not to speculate, but rather to demonstrate in some tangible fashion Darshan's foreknowledge. The succeeding story attempts to accomplish much of the same. About 10 to 15 days before he left the body, the Master started giving some hints that he may not be going on the world tour that was scheduled to begin on June 12. He would say, "I may go, I may not go." One day the Master called for Mr. R.K. Jain. When he finally arrived, the Master asked him why he had been delayed. Mr. Jain explained he was away getting some of his clothes prepared for the tour. The Master told him, "Can you go without me? If I am not going on tour, then why are you making arrangements?" When Darshan Singh displays some hesitancy on going on tour, "I may go, I may not go," the article writers are using it as a partial indication of their Master's knowingness. Yet, what the writers are dealing with are not univocal pronouncements. Rather, they could be interpreted several different ways, depending on the audience. To one audience, prior to his departure, Darshan Singh stated, "If I go on tour, I will not be coming back this time," a comment that the article writers claim was interpreted in the following way. At the time, they assumed he was not going to return to the ashram, but would stay in America. In the face of such remarks by Darshan Singh, when the Master's wife asked him to decide one way or the other whether he was going on tour, Sant Darshan Singh changed the subject. If we bracket the interpretation of the writers, what we essentially have in Darshan Singh's comments is ambiguity. Nothing clearly suggests either way what Darshan Singh may have actually been thinking or not thinking. To overcome this ambiguity, interested devotees attempted to correlate or reconcile the implicit, hidden knowingness of their guru with his explicit, public unknowingness. It is the kind of paradox that is at the very heart of all ideological work. Despite Darshan's unexpected demise, it should be remembered that his succession was one of the smoothest in all of Radhasoami history. As we have pointed out, there were a number of reasons for this, but primary among these was Darshan Singh's exceptionally clear last will that stressed the nomination of his son Rajinder. Darshan Singh's fully substantiated views on this matter have prevented any serious succession crises that may have arisen in the absence of such clarity. However, the blood connection still presents some problematic issues for longtime Kirpal Singh followers, who continue to wrestle with the seeming incongruity of a purely spiritual master, or disciple transmission, and a Vanjavali lineage. Chapter 5. Minority Succession. The Logic of Marginality. 6. Takhar Singh and the Founding of Kirpal Light Satsang. In February of 1976, Takhar Singh became the initiating guru at Sawan Ashram under the approval of Madam Hardevi, who was the administrative chairwoman. In A Brief History of Mine, Takhar describes his commission to serve as a guru. At night, my master internally gave me some hints about my future work in some peculiar way. I meditated continuously for 15 months, in other words, up to November 20, 1975, and had so many indications for the future, but I felt so ashamed that I never felt that I should dare be doing this. Lastly, in the beginning of February 1976, I was left with no alternative but to obey, and am before you as your unpaid servant, only to serve the dear sons and daughters of my master. Takhar Singh's assumption of the Gadi at Sawan Ashram was instigated by Madam Hardevi, who in order to keep legal rights to the ashram, needed to have a viable successor to the late Kirpal Singh. Moreover, there was the controversial issue raised by Darshan Singh and others that a woman could not be appointed as a Sat Guru. Such mitigating circumstances prompted Madam Hardevi to interview potential candidates for the position. After some deliberation and tremendous political infighting at the ashram, Hardevi settled on Takhar Singh. Takhar Singh's candidacy was never seriously entertained, however, by a large majority of the Sangat, since he was Hardevi's, not Kirpal Singh's, own appointment, and thus not a genuine master in his own right. Furthermore, Takhar Singh lacked any substantial written or verbal evidence from his guru that would have backed his claims. When I met Takhar Singh at Sawan Ashram in Delhi, India, for 7 days in July of 1978, Madam Hardevi was still alive and still very much in control of the ashram. I was particularly struck with the deference that Takhar Singh exhibited towards Hardevi. During my first few days at Sawan Ashram, I got the opportunity to interview Madam Hardevi. Since her English was poor, Takhar served as our translator. I immediately noticed how Madame Hardevi treated Takhar Singh as a worker or servant, not as the living God-man on the planet. She gave him orders, and not vice versa. Moreover, her demeanor toward him was not something one might expect to be displayed to a living God-man. For all intents and purposes, Takhar Singh looked like another member of her entourage, a higher-level servant. Now, these impressions, I should add, are not mine alone. Other long-standing devotees at the ashram informed me that Madam Hardevi retained complete control over the daily activities of the satsang center. Takhar Singh, though regarded to be a guru, was not given the high status usually conferred on a spiritual master's successor. My initial impression, and one that was confirmed by a number of long-time residents of the ashram, was that Madam Hardevi was the real power behind the Gadi. Whenever some key decision had to be made, Madam Hardevi apparently had the final say. In fact, the dispute in 1974 over Kirpal Singh's rightful successor stemmed primarily from Madam Hardevi's hesitancy in fully supporting Darshan Singh. Takhar Singh, as a viable alternative candidate, did not arise until late in 1975, and even then he was seen as something of an ambassador of Hardevi's camp. Although Takhar Singh, under Madam Hardevi's jurisdiction, established his residence at Kirpal Singh's main center, Sawan Ashram, he attracted a small portion of the surviving Sangat. In the West, Bernadine Chard was instrumental in setting up Takhar Singh's satsang meetings. Apparently, she was led to Takhar Singh by a series of remarkable inner experiences, some of which were reported in an article for Sat Sandesh, entitled There is Hope for Everyone, 1975. Later, Chard served as Takhar Singh's general representative in the United States. Takhar Singh's supporters point to 4 major forms of verification which legitimize his position. 1. Appointment and support by Madam Hardevi, administrative chairperson of Rouhani Satsang, and her associates. 2. Establishment of his Gadi at Sawan Ashram, Kirpal Singh's main center. 3. Verbal testimonies by Kirpal Singh initiates, suggesting that Takar Singh was duly appointed. 4. Inner experiences reported by satsangis and new initiates, who reported having extraordinary experiences with Takar Singh. The administrative imperative, Guru as legal function. Since Madam Hardevi could not serve as the Sat Guru of Ruhani Satsang, reports differ on whether she ever wanted to or not, she needed to have someone serve as a guru to 1. Continue on the spiritual practices emphasized by Kirpal Singh, and 2. Retain legal control of the ashram. Initially, she was supported in her efforts to remain as chairperson and controller of Sawan Ashram by the Ruhani Satsang organization in North America. Reno Serene and Russell Perkins, in particular, rallied around her in opposition of Darshan Singh's candidacy. Yet during this time period, late 1974 to late 1975, Hardevi had not installed a bona fide successor. Indeed, the official word was that no genuine successor of Sant Kirpal Singh had emerged. With tensions mounting and an intense political and legal battle being waged within the corridors of Sawan Ashram, 3 camps solidified. 1. Darshan Singh as successor. 2. No successor. And 3. Potential future successor. In the first camp, Darshan Singh's, which later became known as Sawan Kirpal Mission, the succession choice was clear, and thus most of the Indian Sangat followed suit. In the second camp, no official successor, there were 2 major opinions, ranging from the idea that no new master was needed, since Kirpal Singh was the Almighty himself, and that future initiation should be conducted by listening to old tape recordings of Kirpal Singh conducting Nam Dan, to the notion that Swamiji Maharaj's line was meant to be finished with Kirpal Singh, and that seekers must look for a new master somewhere else. And in the third camp, potential future successor, there were a wide range of views, including the notion of a hidden successor, someone who will manifest only after all the political infighting ceases or calms down. Surprisingly, Takar Singh did not really emerge out of the third camp, which would be logical, but out of the second camp, which, as we've noted, was spearheaded originally by Madam Hardevi. In fact, Takar Singh was one of the original progenitors of the infamous tape-recorded initiations conducted on behalf of the Almighty Kirpal, as David Hellion notes. On June 17, 1975, I went once again to Sawan Ashram as a sister from the West wanted to see it for the first time. I could see Taiji, Madam Hardevi, inside talking to other people. As we were leaving, someone followed us and said, "Why don't you stay for the initiation tomorrow?" I asked, "What initiation?" He replied, "Maharaj Ji is going to give initiation by tape recorder tomorrow." The following morning, about 25 persons came at 6 a.m., and Master Kirpal Singh Ji's oral instructions were played to them in Master's rooms. Taiji was present, but additional instructions were given by someone called Takar Singh from Chandigarh. It is not clear, outside of purely political and economic reasons, why Takar Singh was chosen as the best-suited candidate to assume the Gadi at Sawan Ashram. One thing is for certain, though. Having a living human successor to Kirpal Singh alleviates the dubious theological claim that tape-recorded initiations are in line with Sant Mat teachings, and the legal question of whether a religious ashram can be viably run without a spiritual master. Whatever reasons Madam Hardevi may have held at one time, the fact remains that she switched from no successor to one successor of Kirpal Singh. Her choice, though temporarily heralded by Reno Serene and others on the Ruhani Satsang board, resulted in a disaster, where Takar Singh turned out to be the most scandalous guru in the history of Radhasoami. By the mid-1980s, reports circulated throughout the world about how Takar had embezzled money, indulged in sexual affairs with numerous women, and had resorted to violent interactions with disciples. Madam Hardevi was spared the brunt of the negative publicity, however, since she died from a car accident in 1979, some 5 years before her chosen ambassador was exposed. Takar Singh's appointment raises Weber's idea of the routinization of charisma. What does a spiritual organization founded by a perceived charismatic leader do when the succession is in dispute? 2 major options confront the fledgling administration: turn backwards toward the leader, thereby freezing the founder's ideas as unique and unquestionable, or turn towards the present and future by looking toward the new successor to forge new territory. In the former case, one runs the risk of losing the vitality that personal charisma brings, while avoiding the essential unpredictability and occasional radicalness that a new leader may display. In the latter case, the benefit depends largely on the success of the chosen master. No doubt his job is easier because the path has already been earmarked, but it is risky since he may not have the same attributes that drew the original members in the first place. There is always a tendency, as Weber points out, to somehow arrest or control the claims of charisma within certain confines. First, to set some kind of order to the group and its teachings, but second, and more importantly, to ensure that the essence of the leader, or leaders, is not lost. Ironically, it is in this very process of arresting charismatic claims, so as not to lose them, that such valued charisma is squeezed out. A crude analogy may apply here. When one falls deeply in love with another person, there is always the fear of losing that person's affection. So, to ensure that affection is not lost, the lover becomes so protective that the very spirit of the love that captured the person in the first place is dampened. In the same way, when charisma is valued to an extreme degree, it runs the risk of being lost by being too well guarded or protected. In this light, orthodoxy is simply a theological and social defense mechanism to ward off the loss of spiritual vitality. Or in Weber's terms, the routinization of charisma happens not because such vitality is undervalued, but rather because it is valued too highly. In religious groups with very powerful founders, it is naturally quite difficult for the surviving generation to trust, with the same intensity, new leadership. The love and commitment have already been made, sometimes at great sacrifice, and to bond anew with a fresh and perhaps untried master is fraught with difficulties. Although there was an initial buzz, so to say, among Rouhani satsang initiates about Thakur Singh's initial emergence on the scene in 1976, it soon died down. First, because Thakur Singh was viewed as an administrative candidate, someone brought in to fill an executive void. Second, because the politics during the interim period, from late 1974 to late 1975, damaged any possible credibility that Madame Hardevi had as an advanced spiritual observer, untainted by ashram politics. And third, because Thakur Singh, for whatever personal reasons, could not fulfill the onerous task set before him. He was and continues to be an anomaly amongst Radhasoami gurus in the 20th century. The way of a sexually deviant guru, legitimizing contradiction. Perhaps the one greatest obstacle confronting Thakur Singh's claim as the true successor to Kirpal Singh was Thakur himself. Unlike other gurus in his tradition, Thakur Singh's moral life has been thoroughly scrutinized and found wanting. Indeed, it has been well documented by a variety of sources, both within and outside the movement, that Thakur Singh has embezzled money, engaged in illicit sexual relations with a number of Western female disciples, and conducted violent exorcisms on several devotees. In an unprecedented move to clear the matter up, Thakur admitted to some of the charges, claiming that these devils had been working very strongly on my lower self, including body and mind, and also had been creating great disturbances in the Sangat in all parts of the world. The women problem is also a result of temptation of these devils on my pure self, and in this respect could succeed to some extent. But it did not squelch the criticism which eventually resulted in a large exodus from his movement, including the resignation of his chief representative, Bernardine Chard of Northern California. In wake of the scandal and the lawsuits between Darshan Singh's group and Madame Hardevi's, Thakur Singh lost the property rights to Sawan Ashram and had to give up his residence there. He is continuing to act as a guru, but his original core following has dwindled drastically. W.V. Rohr, a former devotee in Germany, sent out an international circular against Thakur Singh. His letter partially outlines the impact of the scandal. That man, Thakur Singh, to whom I looked up during the past 7 years as spiritual master and guru, has admitted that he is not above mind and matter, above negativity and mental temptations. I cannot keep quiet the truth, as others seem they can. New facts concerning unholy activities on the level of sexual contacts, as well as disappearances of Manav Kendra funds and donations by satsangis, have come in the meantime. My personal consequence is 1. I withdraw totally from any and all satsang and sangat activities whatsoever. 2. I will not visit satsangs where his words are displayed. 3. Do not look upon him as spiritual master or Sant Sat Guru in the line of Sant Kirpal Singh. 4. Have requested of him, Thakur Singh, full report and refund of funds cashed in under use of catastrophe. 5. Will continue sincerely with light and sound meditation, and also Simran, as he is a Kirpal initiate, and help and guidance is prayed for from Kirpal, until a truly spiritually and morally clean master has been found, who is truly working in Kirpal's name, and with his order. Although the first expose of Thakur Singh occurred publicly in 1984, it was not until 1988 that the media in the United States got wind of Thakur's sordid past. During this time, several women who claimed to have been abused by the Guru came out with personal statements describing in vivid detail Thakur's predilection for sexual deviance. In light of Sant Mat's succession, what makes Thakur's fall from grace significant is that he did not resign, nor did the majority of his disciples quit the movement. In fact, a number of devotees justified Thakur Singh's unusual actions. It is this process of justification that we will want to examine in depth. However, before we do that, we need to closely examine the ways by which Thakur Singh strayed from orthodox Sant Mat principles. Robert L. Lockwood, in a letter dated August 4, 1988, provides a gist of Thakur Singh's numerous transgressions. 1. The first incident I recall was when a German girl came to me while we were with Thakur Singh in India and told me that he had kissed her in a very sexual way. 2. While at Singh's ashram in India, I witnessed firsthand a young woman named Stefano bound, hands and feet, and gagged as a means to restrain her. I was told that she was sent by the negative power to ruin Thakur Singh's godly mission, and that when she acted up, this was the only way to handle her. I also heard that it had been going on for years. 3. On June 18 and 19 of this year, 1988, I accompanied 2 women initiates to see Singh in Rochester, New York. One of these women was being treated for entities she supposedly had, and when she returned from the treatment, I observed bruises over her face and neck. 4. While in Buffalo, New York, during the same tour, I learned from another woman that she had witnessed incidents of this violence repeatedly in India to this same woman, and several others too. 5. One such woman I met personally while in India, and remember her when she arrived as seeming to be of sound mind and body. I learned that she was regularly held down, sometimes by several men, and given treatments. I have heard several first-hand reports that by the time she left India, she was in a very sorry state, both physically and mentally. 6. I have been told directly by another woman recently that she was repeatedly assaulted, physically and sexually, by Singh in the name of treatments for dealing with her entities, while she was with him in India this year and last. 7. I spoke with Cindy Elmer, whom I met in India last year, and who has always struck me as being a very sincere and devout follower of Singh. She said she was also physically abused, and that Singh touched her in sexual ways. 8. I spoke directly with another woman who told me of treatments involving physical and sexual abuse by Singh. These treatments continued throughout India and also on Singh's USA and Canadian tour this year. 9. I recently spoke with who told me that she was lied to and sexually abused. 10. I was told of an incident in India by 2 men who witnessed it firsthand. Singh's personal secretary threatened to throw her baby off the roof of the ashram in Delhi, and Singh reacted by pounding her head on the cement. 11. I talked with Bernardine Chard, a former national representative of Singh's organization and a constant companion on his many tours, who told me of numerous experiences and knowledge of both physical and sexual abuse by Singh before 1983. 12. I read of both sexual and financial abuse, documented in what is called the wolfing letters, and have heard of several additional alleged sexual and physical abuse cases, which I have not yet confirmed. I find these actions in and of themselves to be repugnant, and feel in my heart that none of them could be the actions of a God-man. To be sure, Thakur Singh's actions are contrary to the ethical principles of Sant Mat and Radhasoami. On this point there is no debate. What makes Thakur Singh's transgressions so alarming, however, is how extensive and excessive they were. Even his main representative in the United States has implied that Takar Singh's violent exorcisms led to the reported death of a German woman in India, an offense which has yet to be fully investigated by the Indian authorities. Although several disciples, mostly women, directly affected by the abuse, have cut off their allegiance to Takar Singh, a surprising number, clearly a majority of the Sangat, have remained within the movement. Why would this be the case, especially in a spiritual group that has a long tradition of high ethical standards? The answer to that question, and related ones, graphically reveals the dynamics of ideological work and how earnest devotees can, under severe crises, attempt to reconcile even the most glaring of contradictions. First, there is the issue of commitment. Members of Radhasoami or Rouhani satsang and their related Indian branches must take 4 lifetime vows, which include abstaining from meat, alcohol and drugs, illicit sex, and devoting 2+ hours daily to meditation. Such a decision, which is sealed with the formal ceremony of initiation, by necessity involves a tremendous commitment. Likewise, it defines a person in relation to her fellow satsangis, her family, her friends, her work associates, etc. Thus, when there is an exposé of one's chosen path and master, it is not only the guru who gets humiliated, personally and socially, but the disciple as well. The shadow of a fallen guru projects directly on those who looked first for his light. Naturally, there is some hesitancy to believe the worst about your master when you have believed only the best about him. Related to commitment, but perhaps not as universally applicable to all members of the Sangat, is social status. Here the satsang represents a miniature society, replete with all the pluses and minuses that such a world entails. If a satsangi has gained some rank within the organization, something along the order of a group leader, or a treasurer, or a representative, then there is the added incentive of hierarchical status that ties him or her within the movement. This is especially true for individuals who may not have any corollary status outside the satsang. It is little wonder, then, that a critical blow against their master is perceived as a critical blow against their own world, especially a world in which they have some operative power. Although commitment and social status do not explain all the reasons satsangis have for staying with Takar Singh, they do help explain the logic of marginality, that is, the social reasons which reinforce, instead of tear apart, members' allegiance to gurus and groups which have been publicly ostracized. This kind of logic pervades religious movements, old or new, which have had to deal with internal and external criticism. One of the key ways that devoted followers who have remained with Takar Singh have ideologically worked out severe criticism of their leader and/or group is to explain it away as arising from Kal, the negative force so often talked about in Sant Mat literature. As Sher Kemp, an initiate of Takar's since 1979, explains, yes, the negative power strikes hard against the true master, and has been doing so since the beginning. This play of negativity has, of course, no effect on the master, but it does affect weak souls by keeping them from receiving that connection or by creating doubts in weak initiates. Another disciple of Takar Singh's, initiated in 1985, criticizes the women who brought forth the charges against their guru in the first place. She writes, yes, during the latter part of the 1988 tour, a small group of women gave the press sensational stories of beatings and sexual exploitation. I knew the leader of this group and knew her mental history. Trusted family members were present at each and every place incidents were alleged to have occurred. In other words, the sexual assault in a room of 40 initiates meditating? A sexual fantasy. I looked into the charges and found them to be unfounded. All the women had emotional problems and were at one time or another being treated for entities by Takar Singh. All misinterpreted his actions on their behalf, sexualizing them in the manner of the hysterical personality. The newspapers enjoyed the juicy story and guru-bashing opportunity, but only managed to double or triple the audience at all the public talks, and the result was several hundred more initiates than was originally expected. His work is constantly under attack, the surest possible sign of authenticity. His rivals live placid lives. The negative power only exerts itself with its true rival. And finally, Joni Solomon, the national representative for Takar Singh in the United States, defends her guru of 13 years with the following terse rebuttal. Do you not know that all genuine saints and masters are always persecuted, tortured, and even put to death? The argument in all three responses is relatively the same. It is not Thakar Singh who is at fault. It is rather the negative power, or the misguided disciples who have been duped by the mind, another agent of the negative forces. That it may have been the opposite which was occurring, their own mind, or even Thakar Singh's mind, which has been led astray by Cal, does not arise here, simply because if it did, then they would have to re-evaluate their association with their guru. Such a re-evaluation may lead, as it often has with disaffected members, to a disavowal of Thakar Singh and his satsang, thereby cutting asunder any perceived status that satsangis may have had within the movement. Furthermore, whatever power they may have wielded is functionally eliminated, except in drawing members away from the guru. Thakar Singh's aberrations from the traditional and relatively conservative path of Sant Mat have also had a far-reaching effect on the direction of his organization. In 1989, Thakar Singh assigned several devotees to act as worldwide missionaries for his movement, initiating almost anybody who showed even the slightest interest in the path. This is a highly unusual move, since Sant Mat and Radhasoami groups have generally disdained proselytizing. Moreover, Thakar Singh has instructed his childbearing devotees to raise their children under exceptionally severe conditions. For example, children now born to initiates of Thakar Singh should be blindfolded up until the age of 5, only being allowed to see their mother at times of feeding and satsang. Furthermore, children should listen to classical Indian music for 2 hours daily, as well as meditate for 5 hours each day. Such a regime, which to Western cultural norms would be classified as child abuse, is part of Thakar Singh's plan to alter world history. As I have indicated, how followers support such actions is intimately connected with how they view themselves in the micro-world of Sant Mat and the macro-world of secular society. That Thakar Singh's actions are not viewed as contrary to general Sant Mat principles, which they clearly are, according to all the gurus and groups mentioned so far, graphically reflects the pliable nature of theology and how it often bends to the whims of personal and social forces. This is not to suggest, though, that all of Thakar Singh's followers blindly accept what their guru says, but only to point out that charismatic imperatives, on the one end, and personal or social needs on the other end, can conjoin and transfigure long-standing religious doctrines in ways much quicker and much stranger than one would suspect. It is for this very reason that charismatic leadership has often been viewed with deep suspicion, and why new spiritual movements are seen as religiously, if not socially, deviant. 7. Ajaib Singh and the formation of Sant Bani. Aaron Stevens, Canadian representative for Kirpal Singh, did not accept Darshan Singh as his master's successor when he went to India in 1974. Due to a report by a prominent Indian satsangi at the time, Stevens went to Rajasthan to see Ajaib Singh, whom he was told was an advanced disciple of Kirpal Singh. An account of this trip, which was published in Sat Sandesh magazine in New Hampshire, prompted Russell Perkins, one of Kirpal Singh's American representatives and editor of Sant Sandesh, to see Ajaib Singh in India. It was at this juncture that several initiates in America considered the possibility that Ajaib Singh was Kirpal Singh's successor. The trip confirmed for Perkins that Ajaib Singh was a saint, and after receiving internal evidence in meditation, Perkins supported Ajaib Singh to take up the work of initiation and serve as his guru's successor. The result was that Sant Bani Ashram in New Hampshire and Kirpal Ashram in Vancouver became centers for Ajaib Singh. Ajaib Singh's following in India, like Thakar Singh's, but even less so, is quite small in comparison to Darshan Singh's group Sawan Kirpal Mission. However, he has gathered a substantial number of Western disciples, including initiates from South and North America. Undoubtedly, Sant Bani Ashram in Sanborn, New Hampshire, is directly responsible for much of the popularity of Ajaib Singh in the United States, since its publication Sant Bani details the activities of Ajaib Singh both in India and on his world tours. Loyal followers of Ajaib Singh and his mission point to the following as evidence of his mastership. 1. Inner experiences of Ajaib Singh on the inner planes that demonstrate his spiritual competency. 2. Outward hallmarks such as humility, simple lifestyle, years of meditation which resonate with Kirpal Singh's life and aims. 3. Verbal testimonies by Ajaib Singh, stating that Kirpal Singh had appointed him to give Nam several years prior to his departure. 4. Suggestive narratives, such as Ajayab Singh conducting initiation in the presence of Kirpal Singh, which indicate that he was marked for the spiritual work. 5. Personal artifacts bequeathed to Ajayab Singh from Kirpal Singh, including a wedding ring. Discovering the hidden guru. In order to understand how Ajayab Singh could be regarded as a serious succession candidate, it is necessary to see the complex events after Kirpal Singh's death that led Russell Perkins and others to dismiss Darshan Singh's candidacy. In an illuminating 18-page personal letter, Perkins recounts what happened to him in India shortly after the death of his master. He retells the process which led him away from accepting Darshan Singh and turning eventually to Ajayab Singh. As Perkins recalls, "Why was I unable to accept Darshan Singh? I have not commented on this publicly since writing the letter to Darshan Singh which you quote, mainly because Sant Ji has ordered me from our first meeting not to criticize anyone, especially not Darshan Singh. I think, however, that since the letter is in the public domain and you are using it, I should make at least 1 or 2 points about my attitude at the time, which I hope will not violate Sant Ji's orders to me. 1. Darshan Singh and I had been good friends. 2. That friendship affected my relation with Darshan after Master's, Kirpal Singh's, passing in more than one way. It was also the main reason why the Darshan supporters viewed me as some kind of Judas or Brutus figure, since the friendship was well known. For one thing, you see, I was taken totally by surprise by his declaration of mastership. Not once in the 5 years of our friendship had I ever received any indication, in any way, on any level, that such a thing would happen. Master never conveyed the slightest hint of it to me, even when the opportunity would have been perfect. At any rate, there were several points during that time in which he, Darshan Singh, spoke and acted in a way that made it absolutely impossible for me to accept him as a master, certainly not as my master. I think that he trusted me as his friend, to see things from his point of view, and made little effort to hide any unworthy, by my standards of course, not necessarily his, behavior from me. 3. At one point during the first week, after Kirpal Singh's death, a meeting was called to which Steve Mellick and I were invited. Up until then, we had been only vaguely aware through rumors of what was going on. Aaron Stevens was also in the ashram, but was extremely ill and confined to bed. Consequently, he missed this meeting and had very little contact with Darshan Singh during this period. At this meeting, which was attended by, as I remember, all the members of the managing committee, including Tai Ji and Reno Serene, as well, we were told that Darshan was Master's successor, that this was known because of the will, but they had not been able to find the will, that Tai Ji and Darshan would work together as mother and son, and that this would enable Master's mission to flourish. It became clear to me that my reaction was being watched closely. I may not have realized this until later, but my first reaction was complete astonishment at the succession being justified by a will. This had never occurred to me. And that's what I said, although I spoke very deferentially and simply pointed out that it was not possible, after all the comments Master had made about a will in this context, for anyone to take seriously the idea that he would use such a means to appoint his successor. 4. When I made that point, I noticed a number of nods of agreement, and it occurred to me that all this had been discussed very carefully beforehand, and that the commitment of some of these people was shaky. This, of course, proved true. At any rate, Darshan responded to that point by saying, quoted of course from memory, "Well, you see, Master told about 6 months ago to put in more time for meditation, as it would be important, needed, for me later." And that was all. I asked no more questions, and the meeting broke up shortly. The most interesting thing, of course, is what Darshan Singh did not say, that the power had been transferred to him through the eyes. Amazingly, I did not think it had occurred to him that such a thing was necessary. Later, of course, when the question was put to him a number of times, he did come up with an incident. But I never forgot that at that meeting, called specially for the purpose of bolstering his claims, he never once thought to mention the one thing that Master had laid most stress on, the transfer of power through the eyes. 5. By the following morning, Tai Ji and others had withdrawn from the coalition, and Darshan was denied the universal acclamation that he had expected. I don't know much about the behind-the-scenes activity of the next couple weeks. I spoke only when spoken to, withdrew into my room as much as possible, and counted the minutes until I could leave. I had never dreamed that such a nightmare could have happened. Tensions were very high, and the ashram, once heaven on earth to me, had become a very scary place. I did see Darshan a few more times before I left, and also talked with him on the phone, and his bitterness, there was no other word possible to describe his attitude at this time, and unhappiness at the turn of events was painful. In his autobiographical book, The Impact of a Saint, Perkins explains how two camps had solidified just prior to his leaving India in September 1974. The mass of Kirpal Singh's disciples had divided into two factions, one centered around a candidate for mastership, the other around the possession of Sawan Ashram. Because of my fierce opposition to the person put forth as a master, I, to my eternal shame, identified myself with the second faction, and said and published many things which I bitterly regretted afterward. Although I do not feel that all my initial perceptions were wrong, I came to see the basic truth of the idea of non-violence, that to oppose something is to give it strength. As time went on, whatever moral differences had existed between the factions eroded until one of them, it was impossible to find out which because both maintained the other had started it, brought suit against the other in a court of law over possession of the ashram. And the other fought back. The final blackening of Kirpal Singh's name. Eventually, as has already been noted, Russell Perkins aligned himself with Ajaib Singh. Perkins sent a telegram after his first meeting with Ajaib Singh to his wife Judith and other devotees at Sant Mat Ashram in New Hampshire. It reveals, in a nutshell, the significance of Perkins' view on the future candidacy of Ajaib Singh. Writes Perkins, "Have found Ajaib Singh, and he is real. We love him." Later, I, Perkins, learned that there was dancing in the ashram when it arrived. When Perkins got back from that special trip to see Ajaib Singh, other people got interested in meeting the saint from Rajasthan. Finally, in May 1976, Perkins brought his wife Judith and his son Eric, along with several other initiates and two seekers wanting initiation, with him to see Ajaib Singh in Rajasthan. It was during this trip that Perkins claims to have received internal verification of Ajaib Singh's spiritual authenticity as Kirpal Singh's successor. It was also during this trip that Perkins agreed to act as Ajaib Singh's representative and initiate new seekers on the path of Sant Mat. As Perkins recalls, "We stayed 11 days with him, Ajaib Singh, and I agreed to serve him as his American representative with all my heart and soul, recognizing that it was my master, Kirpal, whom I was serving, in fact, and he did initiate the two candidates, authorizing me at the same time to initiate on his behalf elsewhere in the world. That initiation represented the final open door in the long passageway to my master's feet. That first Westerner initiation changed everything. I received the confirmation that everyone said I ought to have 100 times over, stronger than I could have presumed to ask for under any circumstances. When the meditation sitting, that is the central part of the initiation, began, and I closed my eyes, two things happened simultaneously. My Simran, that is, the mental repetition of the mantra which is given to each disciple at initiation, became almost unbearably strong. It was as though my bones and intestines were shouting the names. I did not feel that I was doing anything. I felt like a trumpet that is being blown through. At the same time, I became aware that Baba Sawan Singh, my master's master, was standing within a blaze of brilliant light, looking at me with infinite tenderness and compassion. After a few minutes, I have no idea how long, but it was not a very brief period, he turned into my master, Kirpal Singh. The light was the same, the expression on the face was the same, only the facial features were different. After some time he changed into Sant Ajaib Singh, who continued to look at me out of the same light and with the same tenderness. After a while, Baba Sawan Singh returned, and the cycle repeated itself again and again and again and again, one form followed by another, while Simran was continuing as strong as before. So strong I felt as though I were a bellows and the names were being pumped out of me. This continued throughout the sitting, but I didn't stop there. For 3 glorious days and nights, those 3 beautiful radiant forms were with me whenever I closed my eyes, while my Simran continued to be shouted by the soul of my soul. From that time I have understood with every ounce of my being that all true masters are one, that the master in Ajaib is the same master that was in Kirpal, and that the road to Rajasthan led directly to my master's feet. Exposing the hidden past. The certainty and euphoria surrounding Perkins' conversion in 1976 to Ajayab Singh's candidacy was met 2 years later with severe resistance by a most unusual source. Aaron Stevens, the Canadian representative of Kirpal Singh, who was the first Westerner to interview Ajayab Singh in 1974. Stevens, it should be remembered, was the satsangi who discovered Ajayab Singh and was duly impressed by his radiation. Noted Stevens back in 1974, "He is one of the jewels of the Master. This I know, that he's far higher than I am, and that he's the most advanced disciple that I've met of the Master, and most likely could be the one." Before Stevens' visit, very few people had ever heard of Ajayab Singh, much less that he was most likely to be Kirpal Singh's designated heir. The intriguing aspect here is that it was Aaron Stevens' perception of spiritual power and his subsequent account of it in Sat Sandesh that made Ajayab Singh a candidate. In terms of historical sequencing and ruling out divine intervention, it is probably accurate to state that Ajayab Singh would never have emerged as a serious succession contender, at least in the West, unless Aaron Stevens visited him in 1974 and then publicized his trip to the Rajasthan saint. Ironically, it was Aaron Stevens some 4 years later who totally disavowed Ajayab Singh, calling him an outright fraud. Stevens drastically changed his mind because he learned of Ajayab Singh's alleged hidden life, a life that contradicted his public ministry. First, Stevens learned that Ajayab Singh was previously initiated by Charan Singh of Radhasoami Satsang, Beas, but had later denied it. Concerning his relationship with the current leader of the Radhaswamis in Beas, Ajayab Singh commented, "I was never initiated by Charan Singh, but I went to see him at Beas. I asked him if he was competent to guide me further on the inner planes, to which he replied that as far as guiding me spiritually, within, he was not competent, but that his mission was to give the theory and the 5 names. I appreciated Charan Singh's honesty and as a result sent hundreds to him. However, according to both Beas and Rouhani Satsang initiates, Ajayab Singh was indeed an initiate of Charan Singh." In a letter to Miss Toni Wakaratsa of Italy, dated January 11, 1984, A.S. Narang, former Vice-Chancellor of Punjab University and current chairperson of the Radhaswami Beas Executive Committee, explains in detail Ajayab Singh's association with Charan Singh. A.S. Narang also refutes Ajayab Singh's claims as mentioned in his brief life sketch. Writes Narang, "Dear Sister, please refer to your letter addressed to Maharaj Ji on 2nd October 1983, enclosing therewith a photostat copy of the printed page containing some observations of Sri Ajayab Singh of Kunachak Ashram about our Master. Normally, we do not enter into any controversy, but since now certain facts have been printed in a book which are not only wrong, but can certainly mislead our satsangi brethren and also create some adverse impressions among the readers of the book about our Master, it is for this reason that we thought we should give the necessary clarification. According to our information and investigations, we find that Sri Ajayab Singh, son of Sri Lal Singh, originally belonged to VPO Mena, district Bathinda. In about 1950, he was employed as a Granthi in Gurdwara, in village Sinpura, Tehsil, Suratgarh, district Ganganagar, Rajasthan. First of all, he met Bhagat Karamchand of Gayanagar, a disciple of Hazar Maharaj Sawan Singh Ji, and then started visiting Dera Beas along with him and other satsangis. He took Namdan from Hazar Maharaj Charan Singh Ji in 1953. Thereafter, he started living in the house of Sri Dalip Singh of Kunachuk, district Ganganagar. Sri Ajayab Singh somehow got allotted 25 acres of land from Rajasthan government and purchased another 25 acres by selling his parental property in his village in Bathinda. In those days, he did not take any donations from the Sangat. In 1965-66, he built his own cottage in his farmland in Kunachuk, situated on the Bikaner Road, and named it as Charan Gupta, after Maharaj Charan Singh Ji's name, and started doing satsang in nearby villages. He started telling the Sangat that Hazar Maharaj Charan Singh Ji had authorized him to do so. He used to sing shabads composed by himself in praise of Hazar Maharaj Ji in the Sangat. He also started langar in his farm, and also started collecting donations from the Sangat. He continued to visit the Dera Beas regularly up to 1966-67, and during Hazar Maharaj Ji's satsang at Ganganagar in February 1968, he was one of the chief organizers of the satsang there. The Dera administration, however, did not approve of his collecting funds and building property in his own name, and as such took a serious note of his anti-Sant Mat activities. On several occasions he was asked to transfer the satsang lands and buildings at Kunachuk to Radhasoami Satsang Beas, or execute the power of attorney in favor of Secretary Radhasoami Satsang Beas and stop doing satsang. But he somehow did not come around. Eventually, the Dera authorities had to publicly announce in the open satsang that whatever Sri Ajayab Singh of Kunachuk Ashram was doing runs counter to the Sant Mat basic principles, and as such the Sangat should make a note of it. The local Sangat thereafter refused to cooperate with him, and so he ceased coming to Beas. Prior to Narang's official letter in 1984, Aaron Stevens and Richard Handel had done some investigation of their own. Their findings were printed in 1979 in a privately published circular entitled A Statement by Two Fools Concerning Sant Ajayab Singh Ji. They also circulated photographs of Ajayab Singh in his earlier days, which document his association with Charan Singh and Radhasoami Satsang Beas. Appended to these photographs are a series of commentaries on the pamphlet, an introduction to Sant Ajayab Singh. Here the authors refute point by point many of Ajayab Singh's historical and spiritual claims. With regard to his Beas connection, the following information is pertinent. Ajayab Singh began to initiate disciples on behalf of Dera Beas on the basis of a document purported to be issued by the Dera. According to Ranjit Singh, who was an old worker and secretary of Dera Beas, the document was a forged one. On checking, its validity proved to be false. Besides this, Ajayab Singh collected contributions from the Sangat of Rajasthan for constructing of Charan Puri in the name of Maharaj Charan Singh, and constructed a building having mud walls for satsang and langar, etc. This amount was donated by landowners belonging to Sri Ganga Nagar district. Out of the huge funds collected, only a small proportion thereof was spent on the structure, and the balance was misappropriated by Ajayab Singh. On this, the Sangat became suspicious about the integrity of Ajayab Singh and sent written complaints to Maharaj Charan Singh, indicating the defaltation of funds by Ajayab Singh. It was on the basis of defrauding the Sangat that Brigadier Bal, chairman of the Suwas Committee of Radhasoami Beas Satsang, issued repeated warnings about Ajayab Singh's unethical collection of donations. However, Ajayab Singh's reputed connection with Charan Singh was only one of many problems that Aaron Stevens, Richard Handel, and others had with the Rajasthan guru. What was paradigmatic for them was that almost none of Ajayab Singh's recollections, including places and dates, tallied with the historical events in question. Particularly disturbing for Stevens et al. Was that Ajayab Singh's personal contact with his guru Kirpal Singh was minimal. Write Stevens and Handel. As ordinary initiates, we asked ourselves if during a period of 4 to 7 years, our master Kirpal had asked us to visit him, and we could easily afford the trip and do it within a day's time, would we not at least once during that period have gone to see our master? Further, most of us are aware that the master stressed we should outwardly tell him about our inner experiences. In this way only could they be 100% confirmed and shown to be experience of the positive and not negative power. Also, the total amount of time we calculated Sant Ji was with the master came to parts of 10 days. Along with the factual discrepancies that Stevens and Handel discovered, they also questioned the veracity of their inner experiences under the tutelage of Ajayab Singh. The net result was that they severed their connection with Ajayab Singh and his ministry. Aaron Stevens also wrote a long handwritten letter to Russell Perkins, explaining how he had been duped and how he hoped Perkins would see the error of his ways. Argued Stevens in his December 1978 letter, I have more than sufficient first-hand evidence that Sant Ji is not a perfect master and is not the commissioned Sant Sat Guru of the age. Masters don't lie. But Stevens did this 4 years too late to stop the growing following which included Perkins, that had become convinced that Ajayab Singh was an enlightened master. Stevens' initial evaluation was seen by these devotees as the truth. His later revisions were interpreted as misguided delusions. As Perkins notes, both Aaron and Richard had on many occasions spoken and written about Sant Ji, using their inner experiences to justify what they said, so that when they changed their minds based on what other people told them, their credibility dropped to zero. People who were influenced by them tended not to join them in Darshan Singh's fold, but to leave the path altogether. A very rational and predictable result. And by the time this all happened, a very significant number of satsangis, both old and new, had seen Sant Ji for themselves and developed a very satisfying and spiritually fulfilling relationship with him. The rhetoric of illegitimacy. Ajaib Singh's succession problems are similar in some ways to Kirpal Singh's. In fact, it could be argued that Ajaib Singh's candidacy is a logical extension of Kirpal Singh's, that Ajaib Singh, more than any other claimant, including Darshan and Thakkar, fulfills the pathway marked out by Kirpal Singh in 1948. Stress authenticity over legitimacy as the major criterion for genuineness. Hence, we can see that Ajaib Singh's emergence as a guru depended on two factors, both of which relate to authenticity. 1. He claimed to have been given spiritual power by his guru, Kirpal Singh. And 2. Others allege that they experienced his spiritual capability. The major emphasis here is not on Ajaib Singh's legitimacy. In comparison with Darshan Singh, for instance, he has little, but on his degree of authenticity, a criterion which, as we have seen, is so subjective that it both resists and betrays any comprehensive analysis, since almost anybody can claim to have inner confirmation. It is therefore consistent with my overall thesis that when Ajaib Singh got heavily criticized for his lack of legitimacy, he and his followers turned primarily to testimonies about inner experiences and the like. In turn, Ajaib Singh and his constituencies became more critical of the outward conventions of appraising a spiritual master's status. Ajaib Singh's parallel to Kirpal Singh should be fairly evident to the perceptive reader. Ajaib Singh and his Sangat have reacted almost exactly the same way Kirpal Singh and his faction reacted when he was not accepted at Beas. In fact, given Kirpal Singh's assumption of the mastership after Sawan Singh's death, it was almost predictable that someone like Ajaib Singh would emerge after Kirpal Singh's death. In other words, Kirpal Singh's lack of proper office entitlement paved the way for his future successors, like Ajaib Singh, to routinize their own charismatic claims by referring to their master's testimony on the subject, or lack thereof. When dealing with larger theoretical issues or underlying generalities, ideological work is sometimes easier to detect, since an overall tendency or pattern is being reiterated. The difficult analysis arises when a specific issue is being addressed. Here the details oftentimes gloss over the real battle, thereby leaving one with the impression that, especially in religious matters, it is really more of a theological matter than a social one. Though at times this may undoubtedly be true, it is usually not the case. Why? Because theological disputes are rarely sui generis. More often than not, spiritual arguments have their roots in materialist concerns. The list of examples is inexhaustible, ranging from Roman Catholicism's anti-Semitism, which was often justified by divine doctrine, to Eckenar's anti-intellectualism, which was prompted in part by its originator's extensive plagiarism and fear of scholarly scrutiny. What is of particular interest in light of succession rhetoric is how Sant Bani Satsangis, particularly those with some influence in the movement, address the discrepancies in Ajaib Singh's candidacy. In this regard, the writings of Russell Perkins are especially noteworthy, since he is deeply involved in ideological work, that is, reconciling Ajaib Singh's inner attainments with his external qualifications. Since Perkins is such a pivotal figure in the development of Sant Bani, it is judicious to examine in detail how he legitimizes Ajaib Singh's ministry. What Perkins reveals quite clearly is how succession disputes are intimately connected with previous historical events and underlying social tensions. He also supports, perhaps at times unconsciously, my overall thesis. Those who lack outward evidence to support their campaigns move generally to internal evidence to buttress their views. First, it is important to remember that Perkins' rejection of Darshan Singh stemmed primarily from Kirpal Singh's numerous statements on how he succeeded Sawan Singh. Since Darshan Singh's candidacy was almost completely opposite that of his father's, it is little wonder that Perkins and others could not accept the incongruity. Ironically, Darshan Singh's candidacy was, in light of his immediate predecessor, non-traditional. It was exactly this non-traditionality which first alerted Perkins and others to be skeptical of Darshan Singh. To be sure, the tradition of Kirpal Singh was a relatively new one, but it was a precedent clearly framed all the same, and it should be noted, it was a precedent that a number of Indians and Americans took quite seriously. Even though Kirpal Singh's own claim of succession was unorthodox from a Beas perspective, to a new generation of Rouhani Satsang initiates, it was quintessential of how an authentic guru should be appointed. In other words, Kirpal Singh's assumption is the orthodox, read correct, position. Perkins himself argues this much. The ambiguity and uncertainty about successors that is so characteristic of Sant Mat is the norm, and built into the system, as is evidenced from the model set up by Swamiji. It is not, in other words, an aberration. The aberration, rather, is, from our point of view, the orderly and clear transfer, accompanied by sufficient outer signs to convince the Sangha that the Guru means it, since that kind of transfer has happened only once in modern times, Jaimal to Sawan. All of the others, Tulsi to Swamiji, Swamiji to Jaimal, Sawan to Kirpal, Kirpal to Ajayab, are characterized by the forcing, because of the lack of outer signs, of the seeker into confronting the integrity of his or her own search. They function as tests, we might say, of both the disciples of the previous guru and the seekers who come up after that guru's passing. Thus, one of the ways that minority claimants lacking official status can garner legitimacy is to reframe previous succession history in a new light, much like Perkins has done in the preceding excerpt. This reframing contextualizes anew the validity of the minority candidate. It also lends logical support for an otherwise illegitimate campaign. Moreover, it centralizes spiritual authenticity versus political legitimacy, and shows how real spirituality cannot be conveyed through conventional means. That all of this arises from some type of succession tension is obvious. Otherwise, there would be no reason to write and publish circulars, articles, and books concentrating on the issue. In the Sant Bani camp, the book Support for a Shaken Sangat by A.S. Oberoi, for instance, has long sections dealing specifically on succession disputes, and in the Sawan Kirpal movement, Phyllis's text Emergence of a New Master Darshan Singh focuses entirely on the politics of guru successorship. Another good illustration of Perkins' ideological work, and by extension Sant Bani's, comes from his response to Ajayab Singh's association with Charan Singh, a delicate matter in light of Kirpal Singh's previous history with the Dera. As already noted, there is documentary evidence that shows that Ajayab Singh was initiated by Charan Singh in 1953. However, Ajayab Singh on numerous occasions after 1974 has categorically denied ever being initiated by the Beas Guru, even though he admits loving him and sending hundreds of seekers to him. For the interested seeker or initiate, it is a crucial question, since the integrity of their master is at stake. It is also a question that on the surface has only two possible conclusions. 1. Ajayab Singh is telling the truth, or 2. Ajayab Singh is lying. Aaron Stevens and Richard Handel, former Ajayab Singh devotees, fall into the second camp, and are convinced that their once-beloved Sant Ji is a fraud. Russell Perkins, on the other hand, representing the interests of Sant Bani, is in the first camp, convinced that Ajayab Singh would never lie. But how does Perkins deal with the information, mostly documentary in origin, and circulated by his own guru bias, which clearly suggests that Sant Ji is not telling the truth? By doing exactly what he has done with previous succession disputes, reframing the question from one of either or to one of yes but. In doing so, Perkins shows both the power and utility of ideological work. Writes Perkins, "In my experience, I have never found Sant Ji or Kirpal tell an untruth. This is not to say, however, that they necessarily view the facts of a case in the same way that we do. That is not always taken into account when disciples become attorneys and subject saints to cross-examination. Our agenda is not necessarily their agenda. It is possible, for instance, that the word initiation means different things to different people. It is possible that a genuinely advanced seeker might go through something that someone else would call initiation, but he would not. I am not saying that happened. Sant Ji has never indicated to me that it did. I take his denial at face value. But the other is a possibility which fits very well into the saint's difference of perspective. If Aaron or Richard had been inclined, and had had the opportunity to both hear Master's, Kirpal's, comment about Judith's letter, and to read that letter, and confronted him with a contradiction in a way that they did in fact confront Sant Ji, they could have very justifiably called him a liar also. In point of fact, of course, Aaron would have worked very hard to find an alternate explanation if such a thing had occurred in Kirpal's life. He did not even consider believing Sant Ji, once his point of view changed. He wrote me a very revealing thing at this time, or perhaps it was in his opus, something like, "Someone said to me, why don't you go ask some of the senior disciples of Kirpal why they are not following Sant Ji?" I could not believe that he would write that. Did it not ever occur to him that the same thing could be said about Kirpal a generation back? The preceding excerpt contains several pregnant clauses and sentences, each of which reveal a working out of an apparent contradiction or odd fact. First, Perkins raises an issue of semantics concerning the word initiation, suggesting that its meaning may be variable depending on whom it is being applied. In Ajayab Singh's case, for instance, Perkins argues that if he was in fact initiated by Charan Singh, and Bayas documents indicate that he was, but denied it, then Ajayab Singh is not necessarily lying, but applying a much higher meaning to the term. In other words, what Bayas may consider initiation, Ajayab Singh does not. This line of reasoning, though Perkins invokes it only tangentially, allows Ajayab Singh to get off the hook, so to say, by demonstrating the variability of language use. Our agenda is not necessarily their agenda is perhaps Perkins' key ideological phrase, where this principle allows the concerned disciple to explain away any apparent duplicity on his guru's part as stemming from a limited understanding or point of view. Furthermore, a devoted disciple always seeks to understand the larger viewpoint of his or her guru. As Perkins indicated about Stevens when he wrote, Aaron would have worked, my emphasis, very hard to find an alternate explanation if he had confronted a contradiction on the part of Kirpal Singh. Perkins' verbal choice, of course, is revealing, especially in light of Berger's writings on ideology, since he himself uses the operative phrase, would have worked. Something which is what ideological battle is all about, working to resolve or figure out an apparent tension between theory and practice, or in our circumstance, a breach between outer and inner criteria. The more serious charge labeled against Ajayab Singh, at least from the standpoint of Rouhani Satsang, is that he lied about his association with Kirpal Singh, exaggerating his relationship with the Delhi master, and misconstruing dates for his apparent advantage. It is a charge that has caused several staunch supporters of Ajayab Singh to withdraw their support of the Sant Bani Guru. Perkins addresses the issue in the following way. Sant Ji has often admitted that he has a poor head for dates and for specifics of that kind. Kirpal Singh, who had been an accountant in his professional life, did not have that problem, yet I had been present when he said things that were not correct on that level. Perkins adds in the margin, intellectual mistakes. If this is what we call lying and serves as a criterion for judging a saint, so be it. I do not know, and neither does anyone else, if Swami Ji, founder of Radhasoami, faced criticisms of this kind or not. Yet the Sar Bakan, prose, is infused, and not only sections mentioned above, with a kind of cosmic defensiveness, which seems to assume that the Sat Guru is going to have problems with his credentials. It certainly seems, at the very least, that Swamiji had problems with his credentials. And after all, why not? I mean, my God, where were his documents? Of course, Santji's statements about Kirpal coming to see him run up against the inability of the leading disciples in Delhi to grasp that the master could do something without consulting them. In my knowledge of Kirpal, it was totally in character for him to do such a thing. Here, Perkins attempts to explain several things at once about Ajayab Singh, his memory lapses, his lack of credentials, and his alleged secret meetings with Kirpal. In the first case, Perkins contrasts Ajayab with Kirpal, admitting that the latter was more meticulous with dates, facts, etc., due to his accountant background. By claiming that both of them had said things that were, as Perkins puts it, intellectual mistakes. He further says that if such mistakes are regarded as lying on this mundane level, then so be it, implying that everybody at one time or another, including saints, makes such errors. The revealing thing here, in light of our unmasking, is that Perkins is usurping, albeit partially, the criterion of legitimacy. In other words, yes, Ajayab Singh may have made some factual mistakes, but they are inconsequential when compared with his spiritual authenticity, a claim, I should add, that dovetails with minority succession in general. Furthermore, Perkins places Ajayab in a larger historical context, particularly in line with Shiv Dayal Singh, in order to drive home one of his recurring points. If one is to criticize Ajayab for his lack of proper credentials, the same should also be said about Swami Ji, the founder of Radhasoami. Yet Perkins' contextualization begs the question at hand by legitimizing Ajayab Singh's credentials by authority and tradition, though in a reverse way. Yes, Ajayab Singh lacks outward credentials, but so did Shiv Dayal Singh and Jaimal Singh. The inference is clear enough. Ajayab Singh is authentic, if not legitimate, by following in the footsteps of his predecessors. Perkins is a traditionalist, and as orthodox as any disciple in Darshan Singh's camp. Perkins' orthodoxy, though, arises out of his own guru's succession narrative, which has prompted him and others to reframe all of Sant Mat and Radhasoami history in light of Kirpal Singh's purview. This is natural enough, But what may not be quite so obvious is how logical Sant Mat's position is when it is viewed from inside or within the group. Although majority camps may wish to project an air of irrationality about minor split-off gurus and their struggling campaigns, the fact remains that there is an intrinsic logic to marginality. It is not so much a revolt against the status quo or a verifiable candidate, but against inconsistency. Indeed, it was the inconsistency of Darshan Singh's campaign, compared with his father's succession accounts, which has allowed Perkins to accept Ajaib Singh's biographical inconsistencies, since his succession rhetoric, not Darshan's, was reminiscent of Kirpal Singh's. Simply put, Perkins had already accepted Kirpal Singh's apparent discrepancies as inconsequential, much as he has done with Ajaib's. But what is not inconsequential to Perkins is how well a succession candidate follows the pattern already set by Kirpal Singh. True, one may deviate in a number of ways, but those deviations must dovetail with Kirpal's. If not, then the succession is disputable. Finally, one of the more attractive features about Ajaib Singh, and one that has not been mentioned so far about any of the gurus in this study, though it is also true of them, especially in the case of Jaimal Singh, is his dramatic and romantic life story. Whatever one may say about him, the fact remains that Ajaib Singh fits the archetypal Indian guru, the kind romanticized in Hollywood movies like The Razor's Edge. I don't say this in a vindictive way, but only to illustrate how politically powerful simplicity can be. In North America particularly, there is something quite alluring about going back to a culture and a time not spoiled by the transgressions of technology and modern living. Moreover, for many Jews and Christians, the idea of a holy man or a saint brings to mind ancient figures, those men and women who literally lived thousands of years ago. A Moses, a Peter, a Mary. For some it is a bit incongruent to think of a holy man as a lawyer, a politician, a stock trader, a CEO, since holiness is oftentimes equated with renunciation of the world. Romanticism plays a part in attracting would-be seekers to Indian gurus. First, there is the element of a foreign culture, exotic, impenetrable, new, which entices one to forget about one's own mundane existence. Moreover, there is a language barrier that instead of preventing recruits invites one to a sense of mystery. Even the terminology of Sant Mat Radhasoami plays upon this. Westerners are generally fond of using terms such as Shabad, Sadguru, Sakhkhand, and the like, if only for the mystery that they conjure up and the sense of wonder and discovery. Not many of the Radhasoami gurus today fit that romantic motif. Sure, Shiv Dayal Singh and Jaimal Singh did, but that was only because they lived before the era of mass communications and transnational air travel. Most Radhasoami gurus, as Mark Juergensmeyer points out in his book Radhasoami Reality, are modern and well-educated. There have been lawyers, professors, chancellors, accountants, and even businessmen. Yet the idea of a forgotten sage is an attractive one. Much of Ajaib's appeal, and other gurus like him, I would argue, rests in some measure upon his romantic appeal. In Ajaib Singh, one does not have to confront the ugly politics that occurred in Delhi in 1974. In Ajaib Singh, one can forgo the hustle and bustle of a city ashram. And in Ajaib Singh, one can forget the Western world and much of its technology. Ajaib Singh is for the most part the archetypal desert sage. It is that image, real and imagined, which has helped Ajaib Singh's ministry tremendously. And little wonder, since one of the more enticing features of Indian religion is the notion of a hidden guru, a mystic somewhere forgotten by others who contemplates in far-off locales, the Himalayas, the forest shrines, the Rajasthan desert. As Perkins proudly writes, a simply loving, beautiful man of total integrity and authenticity, living the timeless life of the desert fathers, or the biblical prophets, in this mud ashram in the middle of the desert, and working in the express image and power of Kirpal Singh. The overall significance in Romanticism, at least in sociological terms, is that it represents a rejection of conventional living and religion. In Sant Mat in particular, there is an almost wholesale adoption of Indian culture and values. Even the singing of shabads in a language foreign to most members is encouraged for their spiritual effect. What we have here is a move away from modernity and its complexity, and a move towards contemplative spirituality and its attendant simplicity. Targeting an audience, marketing and membership. Gurus, not unlike movie or television stars, appeal to certain kinds of audiences. Mark Juergensmeyer has noted that Radhasoami membership generally cuts across caste lines, though certain castes are better represented in some satsang groups than others. He has also observed that Radhasoami has become a transnational faith, drawing members from around the world, though most markedly from North and South America. Kirpal Singh's initial following came from disciples of his guru Sawan Singh, who for a variety of reasons, including disaffection with the Beas administration, travel distance, and personal inclinations, were attracted to his ministry. At first, Kirpal Singh's following was quite small, since he was relatively speaking unknown in Delhi. However, Kirpal Singh's following grew steadily, as Juergensmeyer notes. When Kirpal Singh came to Delhi in 1948, he was by no means alone. At that time, hundreds of thousands of Punjabi refugees were streaming over the border from the newly created Pakistan. Kirpal Singh stayed in Delhi for a time with his son Darshan Singh and delivered his first satsang as a spiritual master in the bustling Daryaganj section of the old city. Soon his satsang and beases had attracted a good number of the refugees who encamped nearby. A good number of Sawan Singh's other disciples joined his satsang as well. Yet Kirpal Singh also internationalized his movement by taking periodic trips around the world and by appointing representatives in various countries to initiate new seekers on his behalf. Additionally, he wrote a number of popular books in English about Sant Mat that received a wide readership in the 1960s and 1970s. Eventually, about 10% of Kirpal Singh's following came from the West, roughly 8,000 initiates. Although the Westerners were far outnumbered by their Indian counterparts, they did nevertheless have a significant influence in the management of the satsang, as Juergensmeyer points out. When Kirpal Singh returned to America in 1963, his first trip was in 1955, the size of the crowds increased several times over, and when he came once more on his final tour in 1972, the crowds increased by a factor of 10. The percentage of revenue gained from their, Westerners, donations was higher than that, 10%, and Westerners were visibly present in the leadership circles of Kirpal Singh's ashram. They assisted in publication, projects, building programs, and planning for masters' tours. Some developed branch organizations of their own. Kirpal Singh's internationalization continued under his three main successors, Darshan Singh, Thakur Singh, and Ajayab Singh. Indeed, Darshan Singh's son and successor, Rajinder Singh, lives both in Chicago and Delhi, dividing his time between both centers and his busy travel schedule, where he visits various centers around the world, including South America, Australia, and Europe. Thakur Singh, though he has his central base in India, travels constantly, visiting South and North America almost yearly. He also has commenced a policy where anyone can be initiated into the path if they promise to follow the prescribed vows in the future. This has led to a tremendous increase in his core following, though it is difficult to know how long-term their commitment will be over time. Initial reports suggest that much of Thakur Singh's following is comprised of one-time seekers, who after a year or so fall away from the movement. Ajayab Singh's following, unlike Rajinder Singh's or Thakur Singh's, is comprised largely of Westerners. This is indeed unique, given that Ajayab Singh is not fluent in English, and that his ashram in Rajasthan is relatively primitive when compared with other Kirpal Singh-related centers. Much of this has to do with the fact that two Westerners, Aaron Stevens and Russell Perkins, made Ajayab Singh well known, even to Indian satsangis. Ajayab Singh attracts over 1,000 people to his almost yearly visits to Sant Bani Ashram in New Hampshire, a figure much higher than Thakur Singh's and slightly above Rajinder Singh's. Naturally, each guru must address the needs of his or her specific audience. This becomes even more apparent, though, when gurus move out of their own jurisdiction into countries where a Judeo-Christian ethos pervades. In the case of Ajayab Singh, Indian culture gets transplanted into a Western environment with little alteration. Indian shabads are sung, Indian food is served, Indian clothes are worn, even though the country is not India, but the United States, and the state is not Rajasthan, but New Hampshire. In Rajinder Singh's Sangha in North America, Indian culture is also retained, but not with the same blanket romanticism of Ajayab Singh's group. Rajinder is fluent in English, served as a computer engineer, and is familiar with American customs, having lived in Chicago for almost 2 decades. Thakur Singh also invokes much of Indian culture in his group, singing shabads, serving simple Indian food, playing Indian music extensively. But unlike his rivals, Thakur Singh has altered some Sant Mat principles in order to accommodate American tastes. For instance, Thakur Singh does not require a strict moral code, restricting sexual relations within the context of a legal marriage, from his followers. Although the number of followers of each group is fluid and difficult to pinpoint exactly, especially in light of Takar Singh's policy of mass initiations, Rajinder Singh's group is by far the most well-organized and diversified. During Darshan Singh's tenure, Sawan Kirpal Mission had more followers than the other two camps combined. Conclusion. The roots of hagiography. The succession history of Radhasoami has been marked at various stages by personal animosity, political infighting, doctrinal disputes, and contests over property rights, all of which have occurred under the rubric of mastership transference. What becomes almost immediately evident in purviewing religious successorship is its decidedly unreligious process. Satsangis, and to a lesser extent interested outsiders, tend to view the transference of mastership as a purely spiritual process, one where goodwill, high ethics, and the like take precedence. Although these things are there too, a significant part of Radhasoami's succession is carried out in the political arena, where the central interests hover around such non-spiritual things as who will own the ashram, who will run the langar, who will retain the relics, and so on. What the researcher, especially one steeped in the sociology of knowledge, brings to Radhasoami succession materials is not so much new and fresh insights, but rather an uncovering of the inner workings embedded in guru politics. Something which lies buried, but not too deeply, that reveals a materialist versus idealist impulse. This is not to suggest, of course, that succession in Radhasoami is purely a political war over power and status, but only that even the highest of ideals are grounded sometimes with clay feet, sometimes not, in the day-to-day world of human and social dealings. There is a nitty-gritty, if you will, about religion, particularly religions with charismatic leaders, that oftentimes gets glossed over. Indeed, sometimes it is the very nitty-grittiness of spiritual pursuits which prompts people to develop elaborate ideological glosses, if not outright cover-ups. The reasons for ideological work, as we have seen, are manifold, but each of these reasons are related to one central point that should never be overlooked, even by those observers left skeptical, jaded, or even nihilistic about religious endeavors: the yearning for the sacred. Satsangis, on the whole, are interested in something beyond this mundane day-to-day existence, something which gives meaning and purpose to an otherwise misery-filled, and at times absurdist drama called living. They are seeking God in the various ways that such a nebulous term implies. And it is here, in the quest for something good, or something eternal, or something meaningful, that ideological tensions are brought to the forefront. Because, contrary to what the neophyte may yearn for, a guru and a path devoid of any political jockeying, he or she soon discovers that the new and enlightening world of Radhasoami, despite its elevated morality and engaging meditation techniques, has many remnants of the old world that he or she is wishing to leave behind. The spiritual theory does not always fit with the day-to-day example of it. The guru may be ill. The guru may be bald. The guru may have a difficult in-law. The guru may be moody. The guru may die of cancer. And the disciple wasn't ready for any of it. Why? Because the devotee was looking to the guru as God, not as a human being. And it is the humanness of the guru, or the practical working out of a theological principle, which betrays the godliness of the guru. There is, in sum, an ideological paradox, if not, as in the case of Takar Singh, an outright contradiction. Here the disciple confronts again what he or she had thought was left behind, making sense out of the incongruence of the world. What a person reads in the Radhasoami books, most of which are unabashedly romantic, about such lofty principles as the all-knowingness of the guru, the sacredness of his ashram, and the elevation of the spirit to higher transcendent realms, turns out to be, on closer inspection, idealizations that are only occasionally apparent. Mark Juergensmeyer, in his study of Radhasoami, devotes a section to the vagaries of love, pointing out the maturing process of long-time devotees. As in a love affair that matures over time, most relationships between new devotees and their master seem to follow a familiar course. In the initial cathartic experience of overwhelming complete surrender, the devotee is surrounded by thoughts of his or her new master. After some time, perhaps a year or two, critical judgment returns, and the devotee's fresh love is increasingly seasoned with doubts as to the certainty of the reality to which he or she had become so deeply and unquestioningly committed. At this stage, devotees may express anger and frustration toward the master and construct tests for him. At this stage of disillusioned affection, some devotees become disheartened and search for new masters. Others decry the possibility of ever finding a lord again. Still others discover their conviction anew, sometimes in miraculous ways. The seasoning of love which Juergensmeyer speaks of is intimately connected with doubt or disappointment. Love seasons, in this case, because the beloved does not live up to the expectations of the lover. Yet in Radhasoami, especially among devotees in the West, those expectations were not sui generis, but were generated by the Guru's own literature. Thus, if doubt and disappointment arise, its blame should be laid at the doorstep of the master, not of the disciples. The pedestal was elevated, to be sure, but it was the Guru who was doing the elevating. All of this naturally leads to disenchantment on some level with the rarefied world of Radhasoami. Undoubtedly, not all are disappointed to the same degree, and some are never disappointed at all, but each must deal with their own doubts. Although Juergensmeyer writes about how satsangis may leave the fold, or develop tests, or find love and faith anew, he does not touch upon what may be the most common response of all among satsangis, reconciliation, that is, reconciling an archetypal but temporary image with its more mundane but realistic counter-reflection. Or in a phrase, ideological resilience, the functional tendency and/or ability to rebound from theoretical dissonance. Ideological resilience covers a huge spectrum of possibilities in Radhasoami, ranging from Takar Singh devotees justifying sex and violence as part of their guru's awakening method for the 1980s and 1990s, to Darshan Singh devotees legitimizing the succession of their guru and his heir by a written will. Yet in both extremes the action remains the same, resolving a perceived discrepancy, either on the part of the guru and his sangat, or in the expressed teachings and practices. However, it must be pointed out that throughout Radhasoami history, there have been moments when ideological resilience doesn't work, when a crisis situation overrides the efforts of certain individuals and institutions to combat searing discrepancies. When this happens, and undoubtedly it happens during each succession episode to a lesser or greater extent, then the individual must do two things: sever his or her connection, or readapt in unanticipated ways. In the latter case, we have seen the following examples in the Dayal Bagh-Swami Bagh dispute, in the Shiv Brat Lal Fakir Chand revelation, and in the Takar Singh expose. What each of these represent, of course, is a fundamentally new adaptation to ideological dissonance. How else can we explain a contentious law battle that runs for over 50 years? Or a radical introduction of mystical agnosticism? Or the acceptance and legitimation of sexual deviance? All of these, though markedly different in their original intents and outcomes, reflect ideological resilience. And interestingly enough, each of these groups still like to be regarded as Radhasoami or Sant Mat related movements. What we have in Radhasoami succession, therefore, is a political contest with a spiritual guise. This is not to merely reduce Radhasoami's spiritual aims to mere political rhetoric, but to point out that theology does not exist in a vacuum. It is a very real response both to this world and the next. But lest we go too far, it is precisely this world that concerns the politics of guru successorship. And it is right here, in the meeting of divine with the profane, that we can see which forces, geographic, economic, or cultural, help transform both the context and content of Gadi Nashin rhetoric. What I have discovered after 15 years of research in this area is the remarkable humanness of it all. Despite all the claims to the contrary, upper region attainment, transcendental all-knowingness, God-intended meaning, the common denominator in guru politics is the human factor. What causes disputes is really not all that complex: property rights, social status, power plays, financial considerations, doctrinal disagreements, none of which are unique to spiritual movements. Indeed, each of the preceding occur in government or business transitions. The unique character of guru succession lies in its continual reference to spiritual realities or theological truths in order to justify or legitimize a particular leader or avenue of thought. We have seen this especially in the succession contest that arose immediately after Kirpal Singh's death in 1974. Yet even when there is reference to higher planes of awareness or truth, it is primarily to shape this micro-world's reality. From an outsider's viewpoint, the spirituality of Radhasoami seems to be buried or forgotten when the question of property rights, or relic possession, or ashram control arises after the death of a revered leader. When one learns of Shiv Dayal Singh's brother, Seth Partap Singh, hitting people with a stick for going to Rai Saligram Satsang, or of Dayal Boggs and Swami Boggs' bitter law battle over worship rights, or of the physical violence at Sawan Ashram in late 1974, or of the Tarn Taran property battle, what comes to mind is not transcendental guidance from the upper regions, but petty human interactions. It is this decidedly non-spiritual character, replete with spiritual justifications, which illustrates the peculiar nature of guru politics, and also reveals, by each succession episode, why Gaudiya Nashin rhetoric covers a wide spectrum of ideological possibilities. It is for this reason that Radhasoami can house under its roof the disparate likes of a Takar Singh and a Fakir Chand, each of which represent completely opposite doctrinal positions. Takar Singh claims he can miraculously transform his disciples by sexual and violent interplays, and that he is a conscious instrument of God's work, whereas Fakir Chand claims that he knows absolutely nothing about the divine miracles attributed to him, and that he is helpless to change the lot of any particular individual. Ideological work goes on continuously in government and business, but the difference here, in comparison with religion, is that in the former the general population is relatively aware of the dark side of the political arena, whereas in religious succession the public is generally unaware of the infighting that occurs. Look to the founders of the great religions and you will find very little, if any, information about possible succession disputes. This is not because it has not occurred, but that such information is almost invariably transfigured, sometimes quickly, sometimes in stages, from its controversial nature, into a potent story buttressing the ministry of the founder in question. The ministry of Jesus Christ is the classic case in point. We know that from the gospel accounts he takes up his mission after receiving baptism from John the Baptist, and that he somehow linked, information on the connection is scanty at best, with the radical preacher in the desert. What we don't learn, at least from the officially sanctioned text approved by the Orthodoxy, is that a number of disciples of John the Baptist believed that Jesus was not the rightful heir of their master. In sum, a straightforward succession dispute. But how many Christians today have ever even thought of the Baptist or Christ connection as a succession episode, or as a succession dispute? In Radhasoami, as we have noted, the same thing occurs with Shiv Dayal Singh. 100+ years after his departure, very little is mentioned about how he started his Sangat. Did he become a guru overnight? Was he a rightful heir to Tulsi Sahib of Hathras? Key questions to be sure, but no clear historical answers. The problem here, of course, is that devoted followers do not, as a rule, want to critically analyze the origins of their particular movements. They especially don't want to analyze it in the unmasking ways demanded by the sociology of knowledge. Why? Because unlike governments and businesses, religion has by tendency been relegated to the transmundane, and thus immune to earthy, critical inspection. Karl Marx realized this, and so have independent thinkers from Socrates to Luther to Wilbur. Yet to determine the social roots of a religion does not necessarily invalidate its truth claim. Or more precisely related to our thesis, to acknowledge the socio and political factors underlying a Radhasoami guru's ministry does not by extension cancel out the genuineness of his or her enterprise. Rather, it allows us to understand more fully the context out of which such leaders are operating, and why they legitimize themselves and their constituencies in such and such ways. Unmasking, in and of itself, cannot completely reduce religion and its truths to mere economical or geographical epiphenomena, unless those truths, when fully revealed, are nothing more than political legitimations. In other words, sociology does not deflate truth, it only deflates the rhetoric surrounding truth. Specifically, what we have discovered in Radhasoami succession are the following features. 1. Majority gurus, those who gather the bulk of the preceding master's following, tend to legitimize their claims by external evidence, whereas minority gurus, those who for whatever reasons attract a smaller portion of the existing Sangat, tend to legitimize their ministries by internal criteria. while also criticizing the conventions by which a more popular rival successor assumed his position. This dichotomy was most pronounced in the succession of Sawan Singh, where Jagat Singh, and later Charan Singh, assumed the majority position, emphasizing the succession by outward evidences, such as a registered will, and where Kirpal Singh, representing the minority position, argued for his legitimacy by such internal criteria as transference by the eyes, and the meditation experiences of his disciples. 2. Ideological work is more apparent in historical episodes, where there has been a succession crisis. This was apparent in the death of Rai Salig Ram, where no one in Agra was duly appointed during the Guru's lifetime, thus leading to the theological principle of interregnum. It was also evident in the death of Kirpal Singh, where Darshan Singh contradicted his own father's testimony regarding wills and family connections, thus establishing the way for a Vanshavali lineage. 3. Previous succession history plays an instrumental part in shaping, either pro or con, the rhetorical strategies employed by would-be successors. We have seen this particularly in the ideological work of Ajayab Singh, and most recently with the smoothness of Rajinder Singh's assumption of the mastership in mid-1989. 4. Economic factors, though downplayed by the groups themselves, do play a significant part in succession disputes. This is perhaps most visible in the long-standing fight between Dayal Bagh and Swami Bagh. It is also evident in Ajayab Singh's disavowal of his Beas initiation. In both cases, there were questions about property and who had the legal rights to retain the land in question. The Tarn Taran Satsang in particular suffered a harsh succession dispute after the death of its second leader, Deva Singh, over the issue of property control. Eventually, Sadhu Singh, the first acknowledged successor of Deva Singh, had to leave Tarn Taran because of infighting by committee members over his appointment, clearing the way for Pratap Singh, and later his son, to take control of the Radhasoami Association ashram. And 5. Blood lineages are more common than one might originally suspect in Radhaswami. In almost every satsang there has been at least one successor who had a family tie with the previous guru. It happened with Shiv Dayal Singh's successors. His wife and his younger brother served as gurus. Rai Salig Ram's successors. His son Ajudya Prasad succeeded him at People Mandi. Sawan Singh's successors. His grandson Charan Singh eventually succeeded him, and later his great-grandson Gurinder Singh. And Kirpal Singh's successors, whose son and grandson continued his ministry in Delhi. That these individuals were chosen because of their family relations and not necessarily their spiritual competency seems obvious to outsiders. Yet, even those within the membership fold have periodically had suspicions about the nepotism in several Radhaswami cliques. All 5 of these factors indicate, of course, that guru succession in Radhaswami is not independent of socio-political forces which have more to do with ordinary day-to-day economics and personal power plays than with elevated transcendental intercessions. That this is obvious to a sociologist is one thing. That this is not obvious to members within religious communities like Radhaswami is revelatory. Of those thousands of satsangis I have talked with over the past 15 or so years, very few, less than 10, have been keenly aware of the politics surrounding Radhaswami succession. Although they may have heard of a dispute between would-be candidates along the lines of a Kirpal Singh versus a Charan Singh, or a Swami Bagh versus a Dayal Bagh, they usually dismiss it under the theological pretext that Kal, the negative force, plays havoc with true masters. Rarely does the issue of property, or money, or status, or caste, or nepotism arise as the chief force behind such disputes. This may well be that in the rarefied world of mysticism, petty politics is oftentimes couched in ultimacies, where ordinary problems of right and wrong play themselves out in a cosmic arena of Sat and Kal. The true guru really doesn't care about controlling the ashram, but about protecting the purity of the path from corruption. Or the true guru is not concerned with money, per se, but about using it correctly. Or the reason the guru took a civil lawsuit was to protect future disciples who may be led astray, not his own family interests. A good illustration of how a succession squabble, with all the attendant in-house gossip and backstabbing, moves away from a simple political contest into a spiritual one, can be seen in the classic Sant Mat text, Anurag Sagar, reputedly authored by the most famous medieval sant, Kabir. Here we find in fantastic prose and poetry the great battle between Sant Purush, true Lord, and Kal, time, over the plight of the human soul. The book reads like a great epic about the ultimate meaning of the universe and God's purpose for human existence. However, on closer inspection, one learns that the work has a specific historical context and a political agenda, which helps explain why it was written in the first place. In an important article, The Radhasoami Revival of the Sant Tradition, Mark Juergensmeyer explains the political impetus behind the writing of the Anurag Sagar. Although of uncertain origin, the Anurag Sagar, Sea of Love, purports to be principally a dialogue between Kabir and one of his best-known disciples, Dharam Das, who is said to have founded the Chhattisgarh branch of the Kabir Panth sometime in the late 16th century. It is doubtful that the Anurag Sagar was actually written by Dharam Das or anyone of his time. The language of the text seems to suggest at best an 18th century date, but the use of his name and other names associated with him would indicate that the actual writer had some association with his branch of the Kabir Panth. In fact, the discussions in the text reveal a dispute over the sixth-generation succession to the leadership of the Dharamdashi branch, and an enumeration of rival panths that venerate Kabir, but which the author of the Anurag Sagar regards as illicit. What we have here, dressed up in transcendent spiritual terms, is a politically sensitive succession dispute. A surface reading of the book, however, doesn't reveal an in-house squabble among rival Kabir Panthis, but rather a treatise about true and false masters in general. And it is on this level that the book is usually read. But in light of the sociology of knowledge, and particularly in light of our method of unmasking, we find that the Anurag Sagar is as much a spiritual book as it is a political polemic. Indeed, it is an argument against rival successors, who at the time must have had some success in swaying people away from the author's camp, or there would have been no necessity to write at length about the subject. What we have here, of course, is political inflation, that is, the elevation of a succession dispute from its earthly moorings into a theological battle over Sat and Kal, bypassing along the way the decidedly mundane origins of the problematic issue. What remains is theology without social context, although it was precisely that social context which informed such theology, and a universal spiritual message without personal references. Although the politics and the chief characters are still evident in Anurag Sagar, they remain secondary to the theme of the narrative. It is exactly this kind of juxtaposition which allows religious devotees in general, and Radhasoami Satsangis in particular, to overlook the socio-political basis of their respective movements. It is also the reason that theology is seen as something distinct from social interaction. What I have tried to illustrate in this book, however, is that the succession rhetoric has its roots firmly implanted in the socio-political geographical soil of its time. That theology often reflects, if not masks, underlying social tensions that are glossed over by references to spiritual realities. And finally, that the politics of guru transference follows strategies of legitimation, which emphasize internal or external criterion, depending upon the guru's social standing. The significance of this study, insofar that it can be applied outside of its limited framework of Radhasoami politics, is that it strongly suggests that religious succession in general may follow predictable patterns, which are governed by ascertainable social factors. Outstanding among these factors is that minority religious leaders may tend to legitimize their ministries by referring to internal criteria, whereas majority religious leaders tend to invoke external criteria. Although such an observation seems obvious and simplistic, the power or utility of this insight is that religion is oftentimes seen as somehow distinct from the social arena. This is especially true among religious devotees, who for whatever reasons do not analyze spiritual rhetoric in light of its socio-political context. Also, in light of Radhasoami studies, it seems almost certain that succession disputes are much more common and elaborate in both old and new religious movements than insiders might suspect. Moreover, the closer one studies a succession crisis, the more complex it gets. Instead of accepting prima facie, the official view of succession history, provided invariably by each faction in their own favor, when one delves deeper into the subject, the theological gloss recedes, revealing a complex personal and social struggle for such mundane things as property rights, bank accounts, and increased political clout. Future research on the sociological aspects of succession, I would argue, should concentrate on the micro-processes involved in how would-be successors legitimize their respective candidacies. Although I have touched upon the issue of rhetorical strategies, it would be fruitful to explore in depth how hagiography develops over very short periods of time, and to see how changes in various stories are implemented and accepted. In Darshan Singh's death, for instance, we know that within days, stories got circulated about Darshan Singh's apparent foreknowledge of his impending death. What was difficult to ascertain, however, was how these stories developed and changed over the span of just hours. Future research, I suggest, should focus on the microprocesses involved minute by minute, day by day, in the transformation of common language into stylized political and theological rhetoric. Then we will be able to see how sociology and theology interface. About the author. David Christopher Lane has been a professor of philosophy at Mount San Antonio College for over 27 years. He has taught at the University of California, San Diego, California State University, Long Beach, California School of Professional Psychology, and the University of London in England, among other institutions. Professor Lane received his Ph.D. and M.A. with a focus on the sociology of knowledge from the University of California, San Diego, where he was also a recipient of a Regents Fellowship. He also received another M.A. in the history and phenomenology of religion from the Graduate Theological Union at Berkeley. Dr. Lane has written a number of books, including several controversial studies on new religions, such as The Making of a Spiritual Movement, The Untold Story of Paul Twitchell and Eckanar, Exposing Cults, When the Skeptical Mind Confronts the Mystical, and Da, The Strange Case of Franklin Jones, co-authored with Dr. Scott Lowe, professor of religious studies at the University of Wisconsin. Much of Professor Lane's research has been centered on how certain spiritual traditions in India, such as Radhasoami and Sikhism, have impacted the evolution of new religions in America. This has resulted in a number of published articles and books, including his text, The Radhasoami Tradition, A Critical History of Guru Succession. When he was in his early 20s, Lane served as a research assistant to Professor Mark Juergensmeyer, then at Berkeley, now Professor of Global Studies at UCSB, in North India, to help him in his groundbreaking study on the history of Radhasoami and Shabad Yoga-related groups. Princeton University Press published Lane's research and comprehensive genealogical trees, tracing various guru lineages in Juergensmeyer's Radhasoami Reality in 1991. Dr. Lane is most well known for his critical studies of certain new religious founders, including the late John Roger Hinkins of MSIA, Sathya Sai Baba, and Sri Gary Olson of Master Path. This unsettling research has led to the robbery of his home, innumerable death threats, and a series of targeted lawsuits. His work has been widely cited in various encyclopedias and has served as the foundation for a number of investigative studies, including Peter McWilliams's widely read cult expose, Life 102, What to Do When Your Guru Sues You. Professor Lane was the first scholar to publish the life and work of Baba Fakir Chand under the title The Unknowing Sage, which details the remarkable life of an Indian sage who claimed that all miracles and religious visions were projections of disciples' own mind, but they unwittingly gave credit for such to their respective gurus and religious traditions. Lane has been instrumental in publishing a number of books and articles on Fakir's radical revelations, and has coined the term Chandian effect to describe how extraordinary experiences occur, even though they ultimately have a scientific explanation. Most recently, Dr. Lane has focused his research on neuroscience, quantum theory, and evolutionary biology. He has been keenly interested in consciousness studies and was a featured speaker at 2 international conferences held in Agra, India, at the Dialbag Educational Institute on exploring the physiological foundations behind self-reflective awareness. 2 of his most recent books in this regard are entitled Is the Universe an App? And Mysterium Tremendum. Professor Lane has also created over 100 original short films on such subjects as probability theory, Darwinian evolution, and the future of technology in education. Dr. Lane also has a very large website, which he started back in 1993, entitled The Neural Surfer. On a personal note, Professor Lane is an avid surfer and body surfer, having won the World Body Surfing Contest in 1999 and the International Body Surfing Contest at Manhattan Beach 7 times, from 1997 most recently in 2015. Dr. Lane is married to Dr. Andrea Diem, who is also a professor of philosophy at Mount San Antonio College. They have 2 children together, Sean Michael and Kelly Joseph. This has been Radhasoami, A Critical History of Guru Succession, written by David Christopher Lane, narrated by Paul Stefano. Copyright 1991, 1992, 2015 by David Christopher Lane. Production copyright 2016 by David Christopher Lane.